Bang. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Kalagenesis radio show. You know, there's a conundrum out there right now. I always ask this thing: should everybody always be nice? Do we always have to show our good side to everybody? Do we always have to basically be understanding, or just sometimes that we let our evil side come out? And I say evil. I'm not an evil person. So the bottom line is my evil side is just my bad side. I'm not evil, by no stretch of the imagination. There's a collar evil and there's an Al Capone evil. Al Capone evil is people who basically go out there and do evil things. Why, why is baby in the chat room tonight? Isabella, go to bed. Should we get our evil out tonight? Tonight, I want to get my evil side out tonight. And I'm going to insult a lot of people tonight, We're going to do this thing right. We're going to do this thing. We're going to have power. And we're going to show the powerful side of being bad, being evil. So anyway, we're going to rock tonight. This is a Kalagenesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I've been watching this controversy about the essence thing. I said this last night. A lot of people are pissed off that I said this. That they said, well, Rachel Dennis took over, Liberian, took over Essence magazine, which I think was a good move because Essence. And then I hear today that Essence has been actually, the festival is actually losing money because people aren't showing up. And I want to know, why is it that what is this idea that where did this anti-African stuff come from in Black America? Are we that friggin' weak and that friggin' fragile that we don't care? That we like that? Me personally, anything better than the rhetoric that I've been coming from Essence Magazine over the last decade, right? Essence Magazine gave us the idea that men are on the DL. They gave us interracial marriage. They gave us the career woman. I don't need no man. All this kind of stupid stuff. And then they gave us a ratchet code. You've seen the way they act and stuff like that. Shaking their behind, all this stuff like this. So you ask yourself the question, why the hell do we care if Rachel Dennis, who's a Liberian American, took over Essence and basically rebranded and revamped it? And that Baku Tubman, I remember I talked to her years ago. She's actually President Tubman's granddaughter. I think great granddaughter or granddaughter. And she's part of it too. She's a coordinator, something. And the lady that's the CEO is a Kenyan woman, right? And the people here in America are so up in arms about the Kenyans, the Liberians, they're owning an institution like Essence Magazine. Well, I tried to warn people a generation ago, right? I said, you cannot basically, let me tell you something. These magazines shaped how the Black community thought about itself, the image of itself, the direction of the community, what were the priorities, all these things. Essence used to be a real good magazine. I read it. It was for women, but I read it. They had really good articles of educated people. Another magazine that disappeared was called Emerge. That was supposed to be like Essence and Ebony on steroids. Emerge magazine was really a magazine about us, Black America. That disappeared. I don't know why Emerge magazines. It was good. I used to be subscribed to it. Essence magazine, basically to sell more. I don't know what I guess they would try to go mainstream. And this will happen when other groups of people start purchasing your magazine. You figure that you don't want to make content that's offensive to anybody, right? So you stop talking about things that that's important to us, that we could handle, and you start saying, you know something, we don't want to alienate our white audience, our Hispanic audience, our gay audience, and all stuff like this. And this is what happens. And then what happens is they lose the audience that it was mainly for, which was the black community. So in other words, basically, Essence Magazine became a tool of the neo left and the liberals and everything, and this is the telltale. It became irrelevant to the majority of black people, black women in the country that it was founded for. So as the magazine starts tanking, along comes Richard Dennis, a wealthy businessman born in Liberia, and he basically is a businessman in America, and he came and bought the magazine. And with that comes the Ebony festival that they have every year, and stuff like that. It generates millions of dollars, for the city of New Orleans and places like that. But so therefore, I think he rescued it, but I don't. The time will tell whether it's any good. But the whole thing is, I'm trying to say is this: when people come here now and they're trying to say why are these Africans are taking over our stuff, and I'm hearing it right now on Facebook. I'm just so freaking fed up with it, right? I'm so fed up with it. Another thing I'm fed up with, and like I said, I'm getting my evil on tonight because I'm attacking a lot of people tonight. I'm sick and tired of these black people that get up here talking about reparations and whatnot. I'm sick and tired of these Phil Scott with his welfare mothers up here acting like news reporters. Yeah, that's evil. These welfare mothers up here looking like news reporters, talking about we reparations. Look, this is what's going on. The Hispanic people, they're so friggin' organized, right? That the one congresswoman, she struck a deal with Tesla and brought a factory or something like that down in her district in Texas and employed people and created like a middle class enclave of Tesla workers and stuff like this. That's what you do when you go to Washington. You gain politics and bring stuff back. You gain things that's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. LARP. So when you basically put reparations as a line in the sand, you're not serious about politics. You're not serious about getting anything done. And this is why I tell people all the time, I did not like what they did to Kamala Harris, right? They said, well, she ain't going to talk about reparations. She running for office, she could not talk about reparations or she will lose definitely in the election. So therefore, I really do believe some of these people are either stupid or they were doing that. 1776, you got I made a decision that I'm blocking you tonight. I'm blocking you tonight. So uh, keep it up. Keep it up. So keep up with your nonsense. You want to coon and buck dance, you got to go to somebody else's platform. I am not going to. That's your only warning tonight. That's your only warning tonight. Next blowing, you're going to be blocked. As simple as that. I don't want to hear your white worship. Not on my platform. You take your white worship, your bootlicking white worship, shit like that. Because I'm the evil caller tonight. I'm evil. I'm blocking people. I'm banning people tonight. I'm hanging up on people tonight. I'm kicking people off the platform. I am going to get my evil on tonight because I have a lot of frustration and I want to get it all out. So anyway, when people basically told Kamala Harris that she has to basically like this, should be ashamed of vision. Look, I don't want to hear what you got to say about Tariq Nasheed. He's irrelevant to this platform. When they said Kamala Harris needs to have a reparations, right? These people are not sincere. They're not sincere. No political candidate could take on a reparations and expect to win any national office. So why do it? So when you got people like Phil Scott, this is what's dangerous about the internet. People basically are unvetted, qualified to talk to people, but yes, they're influencing people online. For a fact that the matter is, reparations is not a legitimate movement. You could talk about it, but that's nothing you put your friggin' vote behind because it's never going to go anyplace. If you really think they're going to friggin' give every black person $1 million for slavery, that's it. The time for reparations would have been because principally I'm smart. That's why. If you talk about reparations, how do you think you're going to win an election? You can't. if you're gonna do reparations, how are you gonna do it, through the courts, or are you gonna do it through legislation? I would like to see Principe come up here and articulate that. He can't. That's why I said we got a bunch of dummies that listen to this show. I can't stand it. So it is what it is. There's no non-cash. No. These people want a check. They they think reparations is everybody getting a check in the mail. You got people out there now are out there thinking they're a reparations check in the mail. Listen to Tariq, and they think there's a reparations check coming. Yeah, man. Tariq said we're getting our check or not. You got people checking their mailbox every day for their reparations check. That's how stupid these people are. And the bottom line, you listen to somebody that basically said, one, he said, I never said about Mackin. Then they have him on camera. I saw the video. I wish I could find it. Where he said, I was a pimp. He said, I was a pimp. I changed the whole pimp game. This is who created the FBA. This is who created the reparations movement that you guys follow. This is somebody that's playing you. This is somebody that's playing you. So it is what it is. It is what it is. So we'll talk about that today. So therefore, just like black people are spending their time, black Americans spending their time talking about reparations, right? Guess what? These other people, these people out here, immigrants, are sitting there grabbing the bag. They're coming over here taking advantage of education opportunities. They're coming over here taking civil service tests. They're coming over here, moving up into black HBCUs. They come over here getting the bag, bringing investments back to their home countries. They're serious about business. But you got black people in America that sit here and they basically, when they start losing everything, while immigrants, you think immigrants are going to sit back? Yeah, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till the immigrants probably buy a BET. Wait till the black immigrants take over all the HBCUs. What like this? Because you have nothing. We went down a foolish road. We listened to fools online and everything. I told you last night, and I said, we used to have, when Ebony Magazine fell, we used to have the Ebony Magazine Power 100, or 100 most influential black people in America. If you weren't on that list, you could not speak in front of black people. You did not get invited to colleges. Nobody listened. You didn't publish books. Nobody listened to you. But now, since we don't have that, right, we got people listening to social media influencers, and that's what's destroying Black America, and nonsense. This is why I say, look, I look at people actually taking this stupid FBA shit seriously, all this nonsense, even Pan-Africanism. To be perfectly honest with you, I'll be honest with you about Pan-Africanism. Even Pan-Africanism, for the most part, is not really intelligent as far as like both FBA movement and the Pan-African movement came from online, and both of these movements does nothing to move the needle and better our community. I'm just gonna tell it like it is, Yeah, I saw a president. He said the president of Liberia spoke very well. That's all he said. He said he spoke very well. Where'd you go to school at? And I think he said Liberians. Oh my, I didn't know that. Trump is not educated. Instead of Liberians educating Donald Trump about Liberia's history, Liberians have done a poor job in telling their story to the world. Everything that Liberians go around telling the story is how bad they were treated and those like that. So they're not. They're not. So when Donald Trump says, "Oh, you guys speak good English," does he? What the hell? Oh man, hold up, folks. That was a call. I had to take the call, but the bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. He said that, and people are trying to make a big deal out of it. How dare he? Is nobody allowed to say anything about Africans at all? Is everything friggin' offensive to Africans. We can't say anything right about the African leaders, whatever like that. I was glad to see Buckeye up there with Donald Trump and up there and up there. Liberia is really back on the world stage. Buckeye basically could be the next President Barkley and Tubman from back in the days. That's where Liberia is at right now. The days of Tubman, where you got powerful, Liberia has the state sitting there with the most powerful people in the world. So that's where Liberia was at one time. So first of all, person said, "What's the FBA plan on housing?" Look, the so-called FBA, whatever the hell it is, are just northern. That's another thing we have to understand, Principally. Black people are just U.S. citizens. That's all. There's no black nation here. There's no organized collective. You know, and we said, "Don't be respected in my country, Nigeria." Yeah, I got it. Look, this is called evil tonight. Now, I'm gonna play some Nigerian videos and whatnot. I'm going in on Nigeria tonight. I got to. I think I'll go in on Haiti tonight. I'm being evil tonight. FBI is pushing Eric to be voluntarily isolated. Well, let me say something, Principe. What do you mean isolated? Isolated from who? Like I said, it, it's kind of hard to have this conversation with people who don't understand. You know, I oh man, it really a sad situation. Black people have always been individualistic. Rugged individual. That's of the American culture. So you guys come over here with this, oh, we're all one community and all working there. That's not friggin' you're in Haitian. That's Haiti. You guys come here as country, you guys stick together as a community because you're a minority group. Most minority groups tend to stick together. Most people from third world countries and minority groups tend to stick together when they come to this country. Okay, I get that. Hold on. Partnership of trade with what? What? If most black people in America got jobs, what the hell do we need partnership with what? We don't really need to do anything. We like our thing is Black America has always been like a blue collar working class community. We've never been that type of community that did investments and stuff like that. We figured being blue collar was enough. If Donald Trump brings back manufacturing in this country, a lot of black people in America will benefit. So why do we got to go through the extra step of building trade with Africa and the Caribbean and all stuff like that? You guys got to put something on the table. Make it worth our while, man. Because all I keep saying, brother, Principe, is black people going there, selling their souls, going to Africa, and next thing you know, they come back with absolutely nothing. So it is what it is. Christian, black, racist, black, yeah. So it is what it is. President Light say willing to trade aid for aid. I don't know. 1776. I don't want you discussing Liberia with me. I'm gonna delete your comment. That's the last warning. I don't want you discussing Liberia with me. You worry about your bootlicking American white American bootlicking your white American masters. I don't talk about my country, Liberia, to you. Simple as that. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I don't want your input. I don't want anything. Shut the hell up. Liberia has nothing to do with your friggin' stupid idea of America and stuff like that. Liberia is its own republic and whatnot that I know one day is going to be a place for black people in America to trade with, build with, settle, and all stuff like that. And we don't need the United States. We don't need Trump. We don't need any of these people. All Liberia needs is black America. That's all I'm saying. I'll take Wakanda over Zamunda over Liberia. Yeah, Wakanda over Zamunda don't exist. So you take a fake people, yeah, Wakanda. Oh, I would love Wakanda with Zamunda too if they were real. You know, I'm not gonna act like a feminine woman. I just don't want nobody that I don't like talking to me. About especially about something as sacred as Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, and particularly Liberia. Only people I want to talk to Liberia about are fellow Pan-Africanists. If you're in America, you're a 1776 MAGA person, I have nothing to talk to you about. Nothing. 1776 college should be sitting with the Liberian. I'm not sitting with this motherfucker for nothing. Colin Charlton, welcome to African then FBA, bro. FBA is bashing. FBA is not a country. Personally, what the party don't understand something. FBA is not a country. African Americans are not a country. Donald Trump is a state. He's a government. Don't you understand that? What part of that? I think principally that's slow. He acts like Black Americans. I get it. Black Americans are the strongest group of Black people on the planet, but we're not a sovereign state. We're a ward of the United States. We are not a sovereign country. We're not even a sovereign territory in North America. If we was a sovereign territory in North America, it'd be different. FBA is not the voice of African Americans. Like I told you, we had legitimate, but we used to have. What a voice of Black America would be? When somebody has a publication. When somebody has a publication like Ebony Magazine, that was a voice of Black America. FBA people running their mouth online on TikTok, principally, is not the voice of Black America. That's what I said. We don't even know how to frame the debate. You don't even know how to frame the debate. How are you going to be the voice of Black America? You have no institutions, nothing. There's no FBA institutions, Yeah, FBA is a muffin. 1776. That's slave mentality. Yeah, it's a slave mentality, a mockery of Black people. Yeah, so I'm saying he's. I don't know why I put up with him. He's mocking Black America. What 1776 is the ultimate conquest of Black America. So, white man, he basically conquered the African man in America. He conquered the Mexican. He conquered the Native American. He conquered the Chinese. So he conquered all these 5 groups of people, right, and built his civilization coast to coast, sea to shining sea. And the bottom line, that's fine. That's for him, right? I get it. If I was white, I'd be proud of that shit too. I kicked ass, man. I enslaved people. I exploited people, whatever like that. So what the hell would I be on the thing celebrating it for? Celebrating somebody else's conquest of my own people, That's what 1770 sounds like. It's a fucking fool, Roland, I don't know what the hell you talking about Roland Martin. Roland Martin's a freaking clown, That's one thing I do agree with Tariq the Sheet about Roland Martin. Since you asked, Principe, so it is what it is. Steve Harvey. As I said, we're lost when you bring up Steve Harvey and Roland Martin. I could tell when somebody's not in our community. These jokers, these entertainers are not credible in our culture, Steve Harvey, Roland Martin. And next thing you know, you're going to talk about Al Sharpton, right? Principe. Okay, I've trying, but I've just found out another Black woman is running for governor of Virginia. I don't know. The only Black woman I know from Liberia in politics in here is called Mrs. Green. She's a miracle Liberian, and she lives in Virginia Beach. She's the only Black person on Black woman on the city council. She's a professor at Norfolk State University. She's one of the professors of African American Studies. So. Yeah, so it is what it is. Yeah, I know. All these guys do is just come here, subvert the fucking conversation with freaking nonsense, with nonsense, One thing about the Donna Charles, I never heard of her, Let me look her up. I know Mrs. Green. She's she's a city councilman in Virginia Beach. Right? So you'd say
technology totally matters. Being with integrity, they're the top.
This is a Haitian American woman. I'll show you a video. Share a video. This is a Haitian American woman who made partnership. Let me see this. Sure.
I'm excited.
Elite Quality Insurance Group has a deep connection to their community.
This community is an amazing community. We speak Haitian Creole. I started with a small agency and it wasn't that much support, but with integrity, I noticed that there's a huge amount of support. The technology totally matters. Being with integrity, they're the top of the top. Me being connected to integrity, it's going to allow my future to be much, much brighter.
Would you rather have a talk? Who would you rate me on a scale? That was a Haitian lady her agency made partnership. But she has a whole entire Haitian community down there in South Florida, So, welcome to her. Congratulations to her. She made partnership. It's probably a DEI hire or whatnot, because she's a minority group, they gave her agency partnership, That's what I say. We always gotta penetrate the minorities. They come first. These minority groups and everything like that. So. Sapa say Haitian lady, she made partnership. Her agency made partnership before we did, but it's all good though. But yeah, so what do I say, man? I'm not hating on this. I said congratulations. I said congratulations. Shit. What else you want me to do a freaking backflip? You know. Want me to do a backflip? I Haitian sister. I'm proud of her. I'm proud of her. We need diversity. We need diversity because I think she's probably the first non-African American partner. We got several partners. We're up for partnership soon. But most of the black people, when I went to the round table in Dallas back in April and whatnot, it was all the people up for partnership. All the agencies there were black American. And so she made partnership. She wasn't even there at the meeting. She wasn't invited to the meeting. So it was all good though. Hey, look, congratulations to her. People are like, look, if you have a Filipino and because the Filipinos, like I had this one lady as an agent in my agency, right? She has an entire Filipino community on lock. When you got these minority groups, these groups like that, they only work with their own. They don't assimilate into the American culture, right? And part of that non-assimilating is they keep their money and opportunity in their own communities. Black America. I built an agency, right? My clients are white, black, whatever like that. I don't have an exclusive on the black community here. You think so? No, because black people are so assimilated into the American mainstream that it used to be at times people would tell me back in the days where black people only went to other black-owned insurance brokers and agencies. But now anybody got access to the black community. But these Haitian communities and whatnot, and these Jamaican communities, the Chinese, Korean communities, they only stay among themselves, So when Principal comes up here and tells me that we got to unite together and all stuff like that, I'm like, man, get the hell out of here. Haitians, you think that lady's going to give up some of it? If I go down to South Florida, say, hey, sister, whatever your name is, let's partner and whatnot. What do you think she's going to tell me? She's going to slam the door right in my face, She's going to call me a cotter or something, So like I said, man, people talk all this stuff. When it comes down to taking something from Black America, we're all black. We ought to work together. But when it comes down when they got something, shit, They got that carnival festivals. Hell no. I'm just being evil caller tonight, I'm just being evil tonight, I'm an evil person tonight. I'm talking evil stuff, Now, Marcus, I don't mean to look. Come on, I'm just joking, Marcus. Man, don't take it. I'm just being calm. I'm just joking. It's a joke. I don't want anybody being evil tonight. Marcus said, "Fuck that uniting shit." No, I still believe we should come together as black people. I'm just joking. I'm not evil like that. Come on, I'm not evil. I'm just kidding. He goes, he got me hyped. No, I'm just saying, man, that's something to behold, man. But I do admire them how they stick together, I do this by, like she said, we covered the whole Haitian Creole. So in other words, you don't want them speaking proper English, because they only can go to you if they want healthcare plans and stuff like that, Man, that's pretty ingenious, man. That's pretty freaking ingenious, It is what it is, Oh, you got a community down there, and the whole entire. How many Haitians are in South Florida, you know. Oh no, Prince will want to come up here and defend his Haitian honor. Princess, I'll bring you up in a minute, Princess. You know, I'll bring you up in a minute. Sapase. I love my Haitian people, man. You know, what would I do without them? You know. Oh, say, now come on, Rico. We should come together and send it away. No, how about this? You know, how about this? Why don't we just work together and do like they do? Support each other. You know, I'm serious. Black people in America, Black African Americans, Black America, we hate each other. You know, I get the vibe out here, man, that some of these females, if you even say, smile at them, they're like, their whole attitude is like, why are you smiling at me? Are you trying to say that we're the same? They don't want to be part of the black community. They don't want to be none of this until they get in trouble with the white man. Then suddenly every black man got to come out with arms blazing and whatnot, talking about defending the so-called black. Well, get the fuck out of here. There is no love in Black America right now. None. So what we're doing is lashing out at immigrants and Haitians and Caribbeans for doing what we do. Ebony Essence Magazine fell apart because Black America is falling apart, you know? You know, so it's a, you know, it's a, yeah. So that, yeah, Bomani. I wish all brothers from the Caribbean was like Brother Bomani. He works with everybody. You know. So it is what it is. You know, much respect to my Haitian brothers. So shut up, Chukwo. You know, no, you don't. No, you don't. Shut up. So it is what it is. It's love, Black, Flatbush, Brooklyn, whatever. But the bottom line is, forget about love from other people. I would like to see Black people and Black Americans start loving themselves. I'm ready to get on. We're ready for me. So soon as we basically start loving ourselves, then we can start loving other people. I'm concerned about the hate I see from Black America, man. Like, shit, I wish I had it like the Haitians, man. Man, when I look at my list of people I gotta do business with, I got a whole list, right? I could tell by listen the names who's Black and who's not. If I could, I wish I could just basically have all Black. I'd be like, oh yeah, Jerome, Tyrone, this, whatnot, Johnson. You know which ones are Black, right? But there ain't no guarantee. They ain't no guarantee. You go to somebody's house. Oh yeah, Mr. Brad came by the other day and blah 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 blah. But Miss Jones, we had an appointment. You said you promised me blah blah blah. Yeah. Well, boy, things have changed. Mr. Such and Such came by and whatnot, man. He did such a good presentation, man. And my daughter was here. She liked him too. Man, the white guy can walk into a Black church, a Black event and whatnot, and just mop up. With us, man, we can barely get a crumb from our own people. But still, after all these years, we built a top agency, associate agency. We're not partners yet, but associate agency. We built an associate agency, but we're there. We'll get there one day, partnership, ain't the end of the world. We'll get there, So it is what it is. No Haitian slander retaliate. Who's slandering Haitians? I admire them. I admire how they stick together like that, man. They should really stick together. I wish Black people in America would stick together, I wish our people would stick together. I wish I had some back like that, The girl said she got the whole entire Haitian community in South Florida. Man, she must that whole. I mean, that's something. It's like having a nation within a nation, Well, I don't know, man. There was one lady made partnership in a major marketing firm. That's something big. What else are they gonna do? What else are they going to do? They can make partnership in this agency that I'm with. When they can make partnership, that's big. That means these people are on the come up. I'm gonna tell you. If they really stick together, okay, that's an unfair thing, Mr. Cat. That's an unfair situation to say because Haiti's got a lot of problems. Haiti's got a lot of problems, Haiti's got a lot of problems, so they can't go back to Haiti. But in the meantime, they're coming over here cleaning our clocks. I'm like, wow, man, wow, you know. So things like the Essence Festival. And somebody said some other festival, they said is gone because, look, this is, like I said, although I'm the call of evil tonight, I still don't like evil. Let me find this video. Let me find this. This is what I said. There was another festival taken over by Africans and whatnot. And I have no problem with Africans taking over black festivals. I don't see what the big deal is, But Negroes do, I bet you any amount of money black people weren't supporting it to begin with. Then when Africans come in and take over, suddenly you're going to catch feelings, He said, Kala, they'll have millions of Haitians outside Haiti that could uplift Haiti. Yeah, but the situation, in Haiti, David, quit cooning, Chuko says Black America took the eyes off the prize. Reparations. Okay, I finally agree with Chuko about something. The dumbest thing we ever did was start this reparations movement, That's why it just, like I said, I'm calling evil tonight, man. I'm looking at Phil Scott with his two welfare queens up there on his channel and whatnot, talking about we need, who the hell's we? Get a freaking job. I am sick and tired of people. We have not had any political gains in 20 years because people are talking about something stupid like reparations. Other people are coming over here and they're doing stuff like that, what I was talking about. They get in the bag. They're organizing. They're building. Black America, we just want to check. We just want a reparations check. I can't believe the great Black America is falling like this. I have no idea. And it permeates through every aspect of Black America. Why we don't do this? Why we don't practice Black corporate economics, They said the worst thing they was try to team up with international beggars, But hey, look, I would say like this. At least they're coming over here and they're making some progress, Rico, How's Black America look when everything is cut the check, cut the check, cut the check? No plan, no nothing. I remember back in the days, we were talking about buy black. We were talking about investing, black-owned investment groups, buy back the block, all shit like that. Whatever happened to all that shit, who's actually doing that? The Caribbeans, the Haitians, the Africans. They got the message. Black America, what are they doing? Oh, man, they're becoming 304s, YNs, and acting hood and ghetto and stupid shit like that. We just, look, man, I'm evil tonight, man. I'm sorry. If I got to hurt some people's feelings tonight, so the hell what? I'm freaking fed up, I am fed up, man. When as far as this platform going out with a bang, So it is what it is. So let me, anybody want to come up tonight, man? Let me play this one video. Hold up, folks. All right. This is more of an Essence Festival thing.
In response to Essence Festival, all I got to say is that's what y'all get for selling it. Too many times we have our own things, create our own spaces, only for us to sell it out to the highest bidder. I don't care that they have African jollof and jambalaya. In response to Essence,
see, like I said, all this evil shit. Okay, here's this one, right?
Making my point. Stop leeching off of the African culture.
No, that's not the one. Here it is.
Make sure you add Summer Jam to the list of things you're blocking. They was running rampant with the Africans performing and singing for over an hour. I was so upset and mad I wasted my money on it. Summer Jam 2. They want to take over. Make sure you ask.
So all this hatred that's out here in Black America, I don't get it, man. You know, everything I'm so looking at it and saying, hold on.
Is disrespecting our culture because y'all don't even like us. Y'all have absolutely no respect for Americans. When we wanted to be African, y'all reminded us over and over again how we're not as good as y'all. We don't know where we come from. We have a white man's last name. We're ratchet. We're ghetto. So let us be ratchet and ghetto in peace. If I wanted jollof rice, I'll go to an African convention. But nothing about Africa is even interesting to me. I don't want to dress like y'all. I don't want to dance to y'all music. I don't want to buy your oils or your mishwak sticks. I don't want y'all jealousy braiding my hair, throwing curses into my scalp. This is America. I'd much rather learn slave history. Because at Essence Fest, we should be having a battle over the best fried chicken and macaroni and cheese. I don't know. So just like you're proud of female circumcision, we're proud of hip hop. Is this?
See, like I said, this is like gone too far. You know what I'm saying? This FBA thing. I hope Tariq is proud of himself. Somebody who basically there's a video surfacing of him. He actually said that he was a pimp. He said, I wrote the book on pimping and whatnot, you know, and I'm a pimp. I'm a real certified pimp. He said that shit, you know. Now he's going around, no, I never said that. I said that, you know. You know, watching your Pan-African dreams go down the toilet, you know. Look, I still believe in Pan-Africanism, you know. But I think this thing has to be readjusted. Now, I was sitting there listening to Dynasty's show. I was on Dynasty's show yesterday, right? And a good brother of mine, Maximilian, man, I could tell older brother, man, never been to Africa before, right? He made it seem like, oh, man, every black man's my brother, blah, blah, blah. He hasn't got the really initiated in Africa just yet, you know, I could tell. Yeah, he's a brother, man. I don't see all black men the same. Yeah, that's so friggin' behind the time because, you know, just all skin folk ain't kinfolk. You got to bond with people. You know, you can't just say somebody's black and we're brothers. You got to bond with somebody. You got to basically put something on the table. You got to be building something together, you know? And people aren't building something together. That's the whole thing. That's why we said we want the Black African Infrastructure Organization. Because if we were building together, making money together, trading together, fellowshipping together, we'd be together. All this nonsense. The problem is we're not doing anything together. All we're doing is sitting around throwing insults at each other across the Atlantic. You know, we're just, screw them, we're not, you know. I said, look up white Nigerian politician. I don't want to do that. I mean, you know, I don't know about any Nigerian politician. You know, you could tell me all you want. Pan is still here even after Trump has stripped Section 8 from the African. So why? Hold on. Why is you trying to say Section? What? Less than 5% of Black America women are on Section 8. True, you know. They make it seem like, oh, Trump. There's some people that on Section 8, mostly people that are Section 8 Chuko are single women who with children, with children, you know. It has nothing to do with black people. It has to do with income. And also, most of the people on Section 8 are actually white people. You know, you can go to the Hasidic Jews in New York have the largest number of people on Section 8. They live in whole communities, Chuko, right? That they Section 8, like in co-op cities and stuff like that. A whole entire building. You see a whole entire high-rise building. Everybody that's on Section 8, how do you think Jews have so much money? You know? They basically hide their money in trust and whatnot and then suck off the taxpayer for Section 8. It goes on. They build whole communities in upstate New York. Yeah, I can show you, right? Jews, planned communities, nice communities and whatnot. And they're all using Section 8. So this Section 8 thing is mostly abused by white people, you know, used and abused by white people, you know? So this idea that you try to push that black people on Section 8, no, it's not that. We're not that. We're not using Section 8. You got more white people in the rural areas using that shit than black people. Trust me, you know? The only black people that have Section 8 are single women, mostly immigrants and stuff like that, people who live in the inner city. It takes a lot to get Section 8, you know? It takes a lot, man. You really got to be making nothing to get Section 8. And most black people are working class, middle class, so they don't qualify. What's good is now with Donald Trump is even those people are going to have to work. The Section 8 and all that stuff like that ended with Bill Clinton back in the 90s with the welfare to work system, There ain't a lot of people sitting on welfare and everything like that. That's why they keep they can get rid of welfare tomorrow, right? Altogether. And you got people come up 20 years like, look at the people on welfare. Well, just like those people who thought, check us out. There was people out there who really thought they would hurt black people by getting rid of affirmative action. Have you heard anything about it in 2 years? No. Because like we were trying to tell you, we don't benefit from these affirmative action programs. It was mostly white females, Jewish people, and all these people like that was benefiting from affirmative action. So therefore, people thought there was going to be this massive black people, we're going to kick out of school. And then touch black. You know what black people did? Okay, we can't get admission to school. The number of black people going to historical black colleges doubled, right? So they're like, oh, man, we thought we were going to hurt them. We thought we were going to have black people not going to college. And they said, black people said, okay, you don't want to see our schools? We'll go to HBCUs. And we made universities like University of Tennessee number one. And not only that, University of Tennessee is attracting the top athletes to a school. That's important. You got, despite that, what's his name, Deion Sanders clown or whatnot, you still got HBCUs making a pitch for attracting some of the best athletes and now going to HBCUs. So the bottom line, what they thought was hurting us and whatnot, we always have a way. Look, let me tell you something. Whatever somebody does to you, there's always a way how to fight back. Wherever there's a will, there's a way, So they thought they were going to hurt black people. That we're going to be crying and boo-hoo and the very people that did that with Asians, they were the ones that were hurt. And they said, damn, man, we did that with black people. And the people they put in there, these legacy white people, that alumni went out who are way unqualified than black people. It's like suckers. You thought more Asians were going to get in there? No, white people use you stupid idiots, Like I said, man, our people will be all right, because all these people think that this government can't do anything to us, We're invincible, There's nothing this federal government, anything like that can do. So if you guys sitting around thinking that the government's going to hurt black America, you're sadly mistaken. We're too strong for that. We're beyond their reach right now. That's the only thing good about what's going on in America. That's why, I try to tell Principe, we don't need to do all the stuff he's talking about. We're good. Now, if you guys can come up with a plan where we could benefit on a different, higher level, that's fine. But just survival mode right here, black America will be all right, man. We'll be all right, Chill with that, Principe. I'm just trying to tell you, Principe, man. Now, if you want to take it to the next level, right, sit down, come to the table, right? Like I said, you got that Haitian lady who just became partnership in a major marketing firm, right? Is she reaching out to so-called, are you guys doing by example? Is she basically reaching out to black Americans in that South Florida? No. But when it comes to us, man, we got to be reaching out. We got to show our Haitian brothers love, whatnot. When y'all got something y'all ain't trying to share the wealth or whatever like that with us. Come on, So it is what it is. New York, wow, it's a black city. They never even get rid of black people from it, Kala. How you know that, Because I know most people who are immigrants, except for my brother Bomani, are selfish. They're only about themselves. Not even so much their culture, but their family. They're very family and nepotistic, It's not even about their own people, their own kind. They're freaking, black Americans work hard. Who you think, you come here to Virginia, who you think runs a shipyard? They're all the hard work in the shipyard. Black Americans do the job that keeps the country running. The automobile factories in Detroit, Gary, and Midwest, the shipping industry here in the eastern United States, all black Americans, Haitians hustle hard. I'm not going to take nothing away from Haitians, but, there's not enough of them to make a difference in anything. Black America is a freaking labor force, whatnot. The unions and everything, have the unions and everything, They're the pension funds and all stuff like that. The most black people hold pensions are black Americans. You have people that be retiring from the steel industry in Gary. I met this couple, right? They were retired, right? They were retired, retired. Yeah, but they got to join our institutions. They got to join our. They can't build any worthy institutions. No, they got to join things that we already built. The Congressional Black Caucus, the NAACP. But I remember, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I had this couple one time, right? Years ago. That was like 10 years ago when I was doing Uber, right? And this couple was like, I was trying to talk about insurance or whatever like that, because that's what I did Uber. I always try to make new clients and whatnot, sell them like life insurance or annuities, roll over their annuities, 401k accounts and whatnot, I roll over one annuity, I can make like $30,000 on one application. So this couple, they're like, well, we're retired, man. He said, man, we're traveling right now. Him and his wife work at the steel yard in Gary, Indiana, right? And so I said, wow. She said, man, they were talking about the healthcare. They said, man, I got a Cadillac retirement plan. I mean, they said, man, I forgot how much money he said he makes in his retirement, a month. And then he said he got a big giant pension that pays out, whatever like that. His wife had a 401k. He said, man, all we do is travel. I'm making more money now in retirement than I was working a steel yard. He said, I put 30 years in, now I'm retired, man. Kids all grown. All we do is travel the world. I was like, wow, But yeah, I see a lot of black people, black Americans doing that. They're coming down from places like Philly, Detroit, Gary, Indiana, Pittsburgh, Baltimore and whatnot, So that's what makes my customer base is, those black Americans that basically got retirement funds and everything like that. They want to roll over and stuff, So yeah, man. So I ain't gonna put nothing past Black America's doing well with principally. We don't need a lot of stuff you talk about. Now, if you guys really had something going on and you want to come, yeah, that's what I said. I have no doubt that the Haitians and all the Caribbeans that's in the Black Caucus dominate because they got a purpose. Our so-called look, what is Black America talking politically? Reparations. We don't have a serious political agenda. It was reparations and police reform. That's it. The immigrants got poverty-stricken communities. They also got friggin' home countries, So they got a focal point to rally their politics around. Black America does not have that. We're all individualistic. You understand that. So you can't keep comparing people from third world countries that come here to us. We're part of the mainstream of America. We're more likely to vote around things like closing the border, or welfare reform or Medicare reform, Medicaid reform, stuff like that, taxes and stuff like that. We're not going to vote around things like you guys vote around because you guys got to deal with a huge population that are here. So immigration is your issue. Immigration is not our issue. We don't really have a foreign country that look, the reparations dream is something that was dreamed up online. It's not in the mainstream of Black America. We don't even have a mainstream Black publication anymore. We used to have Ebony magazine, right? They used to tell us it was like Ebony magazine was like a booking house. They would give you the odds or what was going on in Black America, where the trends was and everything. We don't have that in Black America anymore. We don't have that in Black America anymore. So where did reparations come from? It came from the gutters of online. The gutters. This is the social media is literally the streets, the gutters in Black culture. You don't take the gutter and say that's what. No, it don't work like that. That's mob rule. So it is what we are. We eat dinner. They eat. Wow, come on, Rico, man, come on. That's not mean. Say they eat their neighbors, man. That's mean, Rico. That's mean. You're more evil than I am, man. Tonight, man. I said I was gonna be called evil, and you got Rico and Marcus out eviling me, man. Goddamn, man. Please. Only I can be evil tonight. What's up, MP? I saw this one big sister, right? She was huge, man. She was complaining about she might have to work, whatever like that, because she gets her EBT, her food stamps and whatnot, just sucking off the government dime and whatnot, She was huge, man. It was like ridiculous, You know. Chuko, who doesn't know anything about Black America, a lot of who is FBA? I'm a Black Americans. You know, I mean, I don't know. How the people are just stupid. Ain't no Truco gets his freaking clues for Black America from the gutters. Ain't no black person, ain't no sane black people. I'm around a lot of black people at Truco. Right? I have never had a conversation about reparations. Never. And I swear to God, that's the truth. I've never had a conversation about reparations with black. Matter of fact, I've never had a conversation about white people about black people. It just don't come up. It's stuff people say to each other online. That's all. That's all it's that is online. Go ahead, Princess.
Hey, what's up, bro? God bless you. What's good, man?
Good. What's going on? What's
I
on
see,
your
I
mind?
see, I see you in agreement with broke Rico in the chat with no ER on his Miller.
Well, what? I'm not even agreeing with him. What did I say?
Man, y'all guys are arguing for stuff that don't work. Most of y'all rights and all that kind of stuff came
Well,
through
what are you talking? What are you
blocks.
talking about?
When you
What
African
because
Americans used to have blocks, used to
Yeah,
have leadership
hold on.
blocks.
We had blocks because we couldn't afford or we couldn't get into other areas. Once they got rid of that, they knew that. Once they got rid of that, right? Black people, something. My family still live in the inner city after all these years. But the bottom line is this: ain't but so many people gonna live in those areas. You gotta have people have to move out.
No, no, no. I'm not talking about physical blocks like BLOCK. I'm talking about blocks as in BLOCs, like groups like the Southern Christian League,
Yeah, but
NAACP. You
hold on,
had
hell,
literal blocks of individuals or different groups.
most black people never join those groups. You know that, right? Nobody, those groups. Like I said, Principe, the only credible thing in Black America that ever had the pulse of Black America was Ebony Magazine. Ebony Magazine was the only thing. Now that Ebony Magazine also
Collar,
covered the
collar,
Caribbean.
collar, collar. There was different articles, the newspapers. The Chicago had their
No,
own, New York had their own, Philly had their own.
hold on. I'm not saying I said Edmure was the principal. We also had the Final Call. We also had the Chicago Tribune or some other newspapers and everything like that. But we don't have black publishing anymore. We don't have
But
magazines.
it's not just black publishing. You had church. You had like a whole block of individuals
Like I
that
say,
you celebrate the demise of.
those things are gone. So that
No,
since
but they're
those
not
things are
gone. They're
gone,
still here.
those
Y'all
things
just celebrate the demise of it.
hold on. Those things are gone because the reason why they were existed is because we came together because we had to fight racism, And so now that you guys come over here and everything like that, you guys are joining the mainstream. Everybody wants to be mainstream. So why should Black America be freaking herded in the hood fighting for rights? You think that why if you guys
You don't
could
gotta
join
be in the hood. What are you talking about? You don't gotta be in the. I
hold on.
said,
Every time I see a lot of immigrants when that y'all always in white people's face in their enjoying yourself when that, but we're supposed to sit back and do this eternal fight for what? While you
that's
guys are
not true, black. Bro,
no,
there's
hold on.
whole festivals around
I don't
individuals'
see
cultures.
nobody fighting white people or fighting the white supremacists, but black people in America. Black people are tired of it, man. Black people are tired of.
No, no, no. But hold on. That's Colin. I think day one, whenever I hopped up and spoke to you, I told you there's a difference between Pan Africanism in the Caribbean and Africa and your African American variation of Pan Africanism.
What's the
You see what I'm
difference?
saying? One, you guys are pro, or you guys are anti-tribe. In the Caribbean, they're very more pro-tribe, right? They're pro-region. You don't have to not be Jamaican to be Pan African. You don't have to not be Haitian
Well, our
to be
Pan
Pan. You
Africanism
don't have to
was
not
our
be
Pan
Igbo.
Africanism was if you're black, you're black. We're all one thing. We never really had an agenda. It's just you just have to be black. You
Yeah,
guys
but
had an
that's
agenda.
where one of the
You guys had
conflicts
an
are.
agenda, which is to promote your countries and y'all
No, no, no,
agenda.
no, 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 because that's not true. If you go to Flatbush or whatever, you see the Jamaican and Trini working together. You see the Haitian and the Jamaican working together,
Yeah, but
right?
you're all
Even though they got their
Caribbean. Y'all
rivalries,
from the
they got their
Caribbean.
conflicts. Hmm?
Yeah. You guys got governments. You guys have
No, no,
countries.
I'm talking Flatbush. Where do we have governments in
No, I'm
Flatbush,
saying
bro?
no. I'm saying
Quite honestly, bro.
you guys come from independent nations. No, we don't have that. We don't have
But
it. And
Colin,
only thing we
you
have
got
is
you
America.
just admitted this though. You just admitted that you guys abandoned the structure because you got more rights. You
Yeah,
just admitted
and
that.
like I said, we're hold up. We abandoned. No, we abandoned. The structure was not even working. All we did was say, you know something, either y'all gonna accept us in America or not, you know. And white people
How
chose.
how how how,
White
how
people.
was it not working when they like? I think I seen like a video the other day. They were talking about how certain boycotts led to black people having jobs where they used to have
Yeah.
no
Okay.
black
Yeah,
in
I
those
know that we got
warehouses and
jobs. Hold on.
facilities.
We have to. We still. Let me tell you something, bro. You know, Walmart. Walmart came into existence as a result of integration, right? This guy Walden was just somebody that owned a friggin' department store, right? And he revolutionized it. You know who his primary customer base was back there in 1967? Black people, right? You know who his workers were when he decided to expand and create that model that you see? You know, black people, right? And he prided himself on racial harmony. But the thing is, black people stopped buying it from black stores and start buying it. So all we did was shift all our money for what we had in our community. We used to buy from flea markets, small retailers, to them, and that was considered progress. Let me get my brother Bomani on. Go ahead, Bomani, brother.
Hold on, but can I say something real quick before Blondie speak?
Go ahead, brother.
What's preventing in 2025 from African Americans, Jamaicans, whatever, to switch back into what they call franchising these same facilities, franchising
Well,
McDonald's,
okay,
Popeyes, franchising
first of all,
Walmart.
back then, you gotta say, listen to this very carefully, Principe. Most black people back then lived within not even 3 blocks of they didn't venture out more than 3 blocks their whole entire life in an area. We were pedestrian culture, right? So everything you did was in a like a 5 block radius, your whole entire life. You might get on a subway and go to some other area, whatever like that, to Union Square. You might go to Central Park, whatever like that, you know. But the bottom line is this: them days are gone. Since the late '60s, black people start going out to places like Green Acres and places like that, shopping centers, shopping malls. So we're not concentrated in the inner city anymore. You know, it's changed. You know, we got cars. You know, and now it's even worse. We got Uber, Lyft, everything like that. So you don't have concentrations of black people spending money in a radius. You know, them days are gone. Now you got Walmarts and everything else, shopping malls and stuff like that. So, so if you think those days are coming back, you're sadly mistaken. It's not. You know, they knew what they were doing. Yeah, they knew what they were doing. You know. So let me get Brother Bomani on. Anything else? Let me get Bomani on. Go ahead, Brother Bomani.
Hey, greetings, Kala, and greetings, Principe, my Haitian brother. Uh,
God bless you. What's up, bro? God
yes,
bless you.
Flatbush in the house. You know, that's our neighborhood. I love it, man. Yes, a good brother, Kala, man. I'm always trying to encourage you, man, to where we can just do some serious work and get some serious people that literally want to be a part of this movement. But in my honest opinion, sometimes you honestly focus on more of the division versus the 1% that's in all these other black nations. And that's how I've been able to build my business, man. This trying to work with the people that see the vision and the ones that are open to what we're building. I try not to spend little to no time dealing with the ones that's on YouTube doing all their little foolishness and things like that. And that is the downfall of a lot of us. You know, we, the privileged situation about Black America is we have access to a lot of different Black people, and we just have to just use that as a way to do the movement that we need to do. But then there's a lot of distraction coming from, other people are saying things. And I know it hurts and it's irritating sometimes. But I think sometimes we feed too much into that. And like right now, you and I are working. We've been working on Liberia for the last few
Yeah.
years. It's been a great journey. Go ahead.
I agree. Look, I agree with the immigrants and everybody taking over Essence Magazine. You listened to the show last night. I
No.
agree. And I agree. You know why? Because like I said, I broke it down last night. I said over the last 20 something years, I used to 20 years ago, right back in the 90s, right. I used to really read Essence Magazine, but then it changed, right. I noticed something, right? They started talking about stuff like interracial marriage, you know, swirling, you know, stuff like that. Also, the ratchet culture. They had Lil Kim in there and stuff like that. It got really, really toxic and bad, right? And then you look at the Essence Festival, they were ghetto as hell, you know, over the last decade or so, right? So therefore, now that this man Rachel Dennis comes in, Liberian, takes it over, And so therefore, and Bakru Tubman, I know her, she's Liberian, right? She's a communications director, right? And then they got Haitian, Kenyale is the CEO. All these people are mad. Oh, we lost this. Well, no, you lost it because you didn't take this seriously. What I was saying back in the 90s, you guys put this foolishness out there, right? What happened was black people said, you know something, we're not stupid. We know when people have gotten hold to our institutions. We're not stupid, right? When you have a gay guys put on the Essence Fashion Fair board of directors, right? Gay white men, what the hell are they doing on that, right? We were watching all this, right? Why you got Bill Porter up there? All this stuff like that. We're watching for years. So when it collapsed and everything like that, I tell you all the time, because we're not serious. And also I said tonight, Bomani, I said, look, I admire how immigrants are coming here, right? They're getting into the Congressional Black Caucus, the NAACP, and they're getting results. I said there was a Haitian lady in South Florida, right? She made partnership, and I said I'm proud of that. I'm amazed that has, because the bottom line is immigrants, they stick together. They like this. We can learn a lot from them, And I said Phil Scott sits there all day talking about reparations and getting to, and while there was a Hispanic congresswoman in Texas, right? She brokered a deal with Elon Musk for Tesla to build a Tesla facility and put all her people to work. But yet, when you look at the black congressmen and everything like that, what do they bring back to the black community? This is what I'm trying to tell Principe. What do they bring back to the black community besides rhetoric, besides anti-Trump hate? There's Al Green, whatever that clown's name is. This
Kyler, but
is what
why?
we're up against. I'm trying to tell you. You come at me, but I'm saying this is what we're up against. Black people just say, something. We're just trying to live our life, man, because no one gives a shit about us. When everybody's like this. Tell me what's the purpose of Jasmine Crockett besides running
She's
her?
cool. I like her, but my thing is that you guys, like
Hold on.
the
Let me ask you a
FBA
question.
movement.
That's
Yeah.
the problem. You like her, but what the hell does she do? She doesn't want to
She
force.
kind of challenges some of the policies of the
This is what
opponents
I'm
and
talking.
even
This is
some
what
of the
I'm talking
Democratic
about.
Party's
This is what I'm talking about.
policies.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. You guys talk about unity and stuff like that, right? But we're only good when we send our people out there making fools out of themselves when I doing nothing. She does absolutely nothing but run her freaking mouth. That's the state of black politics in America. So
You
you wonder why we don't have nothing. That's the reason why.
no,
Because everybody's out there acting making fools
Kyler,
out.
Kyler, is that the same sentiment amongst the majority of black? If you go to a black community right now and say that about her, would they agree with you or
Well,
disagree with you among
look,
African
most
Americans?
black people don't give two shits about. Don't even know who
Oh,
she is.
I beg to differ, bro.
I don't know. I don't see.
A lot of people
Look.
love her.
I have never seen anybody say, "Man, Jasmine Crockett." She like this. Everybody's like, "All right, she's a congresswoman, and whatnot." Some people think she's kind of cute, whatever. Like, yeah, she's cute, and they laugh at her antics and whatnot. But I'm telling you right now, black people in America are serious about this shit. Like, that's why we didn't show up for Kamala this last election. People think we're playing games and whatnot. We're gonna
But
make sure.
Kyler, can I ask you another question?
What?
Because even your movement, FBA movement, why is your both of you
I
different
am not
movements
an
are not
FBA. I am not an
part? I know I
FBA.
said that I made a distinction between your movement and FBA. They're two different movements, right? But why you guys are not challenging the Black Caucus to uphold certain policies?
Okay,
Why you guys are centered around
okay.
immigrants?
First of all, if you understand anything, the black caucus, as I always say, right? If it was different, if we had our own black political party, we could hold them accountable. We fund them, right? We don't have a black political party. You know who the Congressional Black Caucus answer to? Who's paying them? Who's funding their campaigns? Who make sure they don't get They do all the stuff like that. If when they get up there, they got to vote how the Democratic Party says vote, or they get primaried. That's how it works.
Yeah, but Kyler,
Hold on, we
look,
have
look,
no say
look,
so over anything that goes on on the federal level in this country. We have no say so whatsoever.
I
That's what I'm
beg to
trying
differ
to
because
tell you.
you can look at what's going on with Chicago with the mayor over there. The masses of people over there showed this disagreement with him, and they're trying to
Hold on.
force policies that they
It
agree with.
doesn't matter what the masses think, right? This guy Brandon Johnson just bankrupted Chicago, and those people are gonna have to pay for that, whether they like it or not. You know, because he wiggled his
Do
way in
you think
there
he's
and
going to win
whatnot.
a re-election, Colin? You think he's going to win a re-election?
I guess so. He's probably gonna win.
You
Because the
think
bottom line,
you guess so?
hold on. It's a Democrat city, right? You know, we're the only group of people that basically they put us all in Democrats, right? So if he's a Democrat, right, and there's no Republican Party, so it's a shoo-in. He's going to win. You know.
He's not
So,
going to win because there's a great his base is against him, man.
Who's gonna run
You think
against
black
him?
people retards, Colin?
Hold up,
You
it
think they're gonna
doesn't
go
matter.
vote for him again?
Hold up, if black people, even if 15% of black people show up, it's still enough to win. He does win. So the bottom line is this: the game is rigged. We got to go. Chicago is an example of a strong black community completely neutered and weak. That's nationwide. So have some compassion, like that, because we sacrificed and we're nice to everybody. They told us all these immigrants coming over here, Mexicans and everybody are friends, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, they're shutting down schools and giving them money. Money is supposed to be allocated, taxed to them, going to people to house people and all stuff like this. And now you got people that basically don't want to. Now they're like, well, yeah, well, how you gonna pay for this? All these black people in Chicago, they're gonna have their taxes raised, just to pay for being screwed over, and that's what it is. So it doesn't matter who you put in there. That's the policy of the Democratic machine. This guy Brandon Johnson is only doing what the Democratic National Committee says, which is open borders, illegal aliens, and all this stuff like that. That's what they do. And the one person that stood up against it was Eric Adams, and they tried to indict him. Trump had to pardon him. So they indicted him.
True. But you don't think that there's room for a new coalition and a new movement within your own community to
let me ask you
challenge?
a question. Can you raise $1 billion?
But you don't need to raise $1 billion. You don't have to raise as much
No.
as those
Politics,
individuals. You have to galvanize the vote.
Look. If let's say you got candidates one night, all the Democrat Party have to do is invite one of your candidates that you think is a rising star to dinner, and guess what? He got him. Next thing you know, he's running as a Democrat or talking their talking points. That's how it works. We don't have any money, we don't power. We're not organized, have any power, in this country. That's just the way it is,
But you don't think the rudiments of creating new blocks will organize, especially your own community and then the
Hold
greater black
on.
community?
Okay. Let's say we did that, right? What's the end game? What's the goal of that?
The same way I think Ice Cube had was his paper of policies that he wanted to see push. African Americans, you guys are your own unique community. Black people that vote to have all these rights today for most of the United States and a lot of black people. You create a new age agenda that you guys are going to push for certain key policies that you want to see happen. Even if you don't get all 20, at least
Let me
get
tell you
10.
something. Let me
You
tell you
see?
something. Back in the 60s, all that stuff you're talking about, right, went on deaf ears, right? Everything that they tried to do in the 60s completely failed because the power machine, Democrats and Republicans, turned its back on black people, right? And then when the Reagan era came in, it got even worse, right? The reason why you have black America the way it is, your beloved brothers and sisters, is a process called benign neglect. You know what that means? That means we know there's problems here. We know that if we solve the problems, we'll have a bigger problem. For example, they say if you solve the poverty problem in Black America, that's going to create more problems because Black people are going to be able to afford to move near white people, and that's going to cause racial tensions, right? So if we do something about the poverty and unemployment in Black America, right, it's going to cause a problem. If we don't do problem, we cause a problem. They might riot, whatever like that. So they bet it. Which one's worse? They figured, something, we could handle the riots. We could handle a riot every 4 years, whatever like that, rather than entering black people in the mainstream and giving them loans and stuff like that, give them better education, housing. That's why you got black people still living there. Because to do so means these people are now going to be in competition with the white people. That's what it's all about. Making sure, and in Virginia, they did it out in the open. You know what they did? They created laws. I mean, former Senator Jim Webb back in 2006 said, look, man, we got to do something about the black men situation in America, in Virginia. And we know what they did? Virginia, Webb's policy, he was a conservative Democrat. But he said, he looked it over, he said, you have black men that never had a chance, right? They start out in the criminal justice system, racking up petty crimes and whatnot. By the time they're like 30 years old, they're unemployable because of their record, right? They can't get a job, they can't get a driver's license, and they're just a cycle of poverty and in and out of jail. But he realized that was done deliberately because the more black men that you have in poverty that can't get a driver's license, that a felony record, once you have a felony or your record, you can't get certain jobs and everything. That was better chances for the young white men in the state of Virginia. You know, that was a leg up for the white kids. So we could never compete with them on a large scale. You understand? These things were done deliberately to our people. You know, so until these things are addressed, that's nothing going to happen. You know.
But Kyla, that's very true. But you got to realize, I think even Abraham Lincoln said the same thing, that he believed that there's a lot of prejudice and anti-black sentiment within the nation, not necessarily like blatant, but it's still there.
Now,
So
look, bottom line, as
that's why
long
he
as white
believed that the
people have
best bet.
power, as long as they have power, as long as they're the one distributing all the wealth, the opportunity, the law, the justice, everything, and also when you give somebody power, right, and they got prejudice in their heart and hate in their heart, you're asking for a life of hell, you know, because
Yeah,
power,
but
racism
he
and
said that.
prejudice is power, you know.
Yeah, but you the thing is, like, I think he highlighted what I always be talking about. You gotta zero in on your own power, and the greatest power you're gonna
Well,
have is amongst your own,
hold on.
and then within your own
You cannot
community.
have power if you don't have control over your reality, your context of your own reality. We never had that context of our reality. So we never had about our reality is what the white people decide for us. That's in the nutshell. You know, the only thing we
To a
have.
degree,
Hold on, Principe. The only thing we have, the only card we have to play is a black nationalist, the Afghanistan, stuff like that. That would work because you taking the power away from white people and saying, I want something new. But as long as you think, so you keep thinking we're going to build something in this system, it's not going to happen, bro. It's not going to happen, you know?
not directly in the sense. I'm saying that you can create your own stronger control over your city through
Well,
business, through
hold on. We
different
don't own these
entities.
cities. We don't control the
Yeah,
police.
Kala. The thing
No,
is,
but
We don't control
majority number, the majority.
yeah,
If you are the majority of the city,
that's all the talk, man. This brother is a very intelligent, sharp brother. As a matter of fact, I would love to connect with him. I mean, but you got to give this, give the brothers a chance, man. I mean, I know you're very intelligent and sharp, but you keep on overpowering everybody.
All
And
right.
I'm being honest with you,
I'll be
brother.
quiet. I'll be quiet.
No, I'm being
Go
honest
ahead.
with you, brother, dear to heart. That if we're gonna work and build this movement, we gotta we gotta be open to if we're not putting like some kind of united message, and if we're just talking about what's wrong with the system and everything, how do we get access to the people that actually want to work with us and make some moves? I mean, I believe in the 1% with the vision of Pan-Africanism and nation building. They are out there. There are people that I do business with all the time over the last 20 years. I got 6,000 contacts on my phone. This many business people from just different places, different backgrounds, and so on. And we try to connect and come together on what we can, what we are, what our vision is, and not what our division is. And just I don't want to just interrupt you and everything, but sometimes I feel like you're just feeding in too much of these things. And in order for us to get the proper support that we need, we got to push a certain message to where we can galvanize the people who want to work with us. But sometimes people are just when they hear all these things, man, they back off. You know what I mean? Because I do have people who I know, and they do listen, and they would love to just work with you and connect with you. But when they hear certain things, they do get turned off. So I just want to know:
Yeah,
are
I
we going to
I
focus on the
appreciate that.
division and the craziness? Are we going to focus on the
I
1%?
appreciate that.
I feel like he's like the 1%. Now you may say, well, some Haitians are this, or some Jamaicans, and some
I
other
have no
people like that.
problem. I don't care
And I
where
try to
people
just
come
focus
from.
on the ones that like I have people in my family. They tell me, here comes, he changed his name now. He pushing this Africa stuff on me. I mean, I'm telling him I'm not pushing anything on you. I'm just telling you that hey, we need to look beyond just our country and ourselves and find a unifying energy. And yes, Africa is our one thing that all of us have in common. Me, you, and Principe is our African ancestry, our connection to Africa. So I try to focus on those things, and brother, that's why I build a level of success, and I'm even stepping it up to a whole different level, to where
Yeah,
I'm out there just hustling, trying to find the 1%ers that are down with making some move. Cause I see this white devil power structure doing what they need to do, and I always say that the 99% of people in Black America that don't want to have anything to do with Africa, that's absolutely fine. Even when I started this business, I know most people weren't even open to it. And I was like, you know what? If you're not open to it, that's fine. If you want to live and die in America, make sure you live and die in America fighting for building something black and strong in America. And then for the rest of us, let's do our thing and build what we need to build in Africa. And it may be a struggle dealing with some of our brothers on the continent, but it's like, you just get back
Did
up
you
and
see that?
you work it out.
You see that
Go
thing
ahead.
I sent you? Mine. You see
Go
that thing
ahead.
I sent you?
What thing?
What you call it? There's going to be a Val Thomas and I'm hosting a thing of Zambia. They're going to be in Atlanta in September. Zambian business group. They're going to be in Texas and in Atlanta. They're going to be in Atlanta in September. I might try to come down there. A
Yeah,
business.
I had one sister reach out to me from Zambia, and I tell her that I'm open to connect, but right now I don't know much about Zambia, and I have a trip planned in the future, like 2 years from now, and I want to get to know the country, and I'm open to connect, and that's always my message, man, because I'm telling you, man, we're feeding too much of this foolishness. Right now, we have access to a whole lot of people, but it's like if we focus on the ones that's literally just doing the craziness, that means we're wasting our time trying to think we're going to build a movement because we're just going to lose everybody.
That's it. I agree with you.
To a degree, I also believe that Colin needs to grow his movement a little bit, and I think he shouldn't just be shooting down all the ideas. He got to kind of, especially some of the ideas stick, and he can grow it. Like I think the future is
I can't agree with
partnership.
you.
Yes,
I
Principe,
can't agree
I'm
with
with you, man.
reparations.
And just like the brother Principe was talking about, as soon as he start talking, you just cut him off, man. I'm not trying to be as a control your show and anything, but I got number love for you, and my goal is always to assist you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Yeah.
trying.
It's cool. It's Colin big bro. It's all good. But my thing is that I think his message needs to grow because I feel like even with his own people,
Right,
people love him, but they
right.
want to know, okay, what's the hope at? What's the future? What's your idea? What's your plan?
Like I said,
Most black people,
I gave you the hope, right? I said, look, what we need to do is build a base over in Africa, and then eventually
yeah,
we need our own land, stuff like that. That's what I said.
yeah.
That's
But
what.
Colin, you don't think you need a coalition of African Americans here to, especially if you're going to build an Afristan based in African American system?
Look, yeah,
You need
I
an
know, I
ally
need that.
here.
I know, I need that, but I can't build it on this platform. I got people inbox me all the time, and they email me or stuff like that. So I got a
You
whole.
can we can build on this
Why can't you,
platform. You
Colin?
can build on this platform, brother. But the way you be coming at people,
Screen them, screen them.
the way you be carrying yourself sometimes, but you're losing people who literally people are on here every night with
I
you,
sure hope
and
so. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make.
they're trying to build support with you. That's how I built my
I'm gonna
support.
turn a new leaf. I'm gonna turn a new leaf. How about this? For now on, if people come up here and they're really serious, because like sometimes people sound like they're serious, and the next minute they're like, "Well, Colin." Like last night, I had people sitting there agreeing with 1776, and I was like, "That's really disheartening." I'm like, "Dude, man, I thought you
And
were
brother, you're
down
gonna
for the
get that. You're
cause."
talking about the 99%. That's what you're gonna get, but you got to work with the 1%. And some of them are on this chat right here and on this platform right here. You got Amara on here. You got Eddie on here. You got a bunch of people on here, and you don't want to lose their support. But that's what you do. I mean, I know this is fun for you and exciting and things like that, but we got to get down to serious business.
I'm getting down there. What you call Principe. Now you understand what I was saying. I was saying simply that you got good ideas, but I said what we need to do is connect socially, right? I think you're jumping into politics, right? We have to have a social context, right? Cultural and social context come first, right? That means that what I was planning on want to do is have social. I think we have to get off the internet, right? And start getting back into brick and mortar meetings nationwide and stuff like that, right? And then once you have a social, then next thing called economics, right? You can plan economics, and then once you organize like that, look how you think the Hebrew Israelites are growing so powerful right now. Why? Because they organize together. They're together. They may be wrong as two left feet, but they're together. They're out there, whatever they believe in, they together.
They also changed their message. Like when I was younger, like maybe 10, 15 years ago, a lot of them were anti-African. Today they're very they kind of pick certain
Well,
regions and
they're
claim
involved, right?
to
But the
be
thing is, they can
Pan-Africans.
only do that because they are together. When you're together, and you could things. Next thing you know, somebody got an idea, okay, whatever like that. But if you're not together, my goal is to find a way how do we get people together on a local level or something like that. Maybe we can meet. One day I want to have that. I want to have a local chapters and start having local chapters. That's what I originally planned to do. It wasn't always supposed to be on social media. It's supposed to be that we use social media to everybody create a BAL chapter in their city. We had that, right? People meeting once a month, whatever like that. And then we have a national press secretary and stuff like that. We have emissaries and whatnot. That's how we do it. Then we open up branches on the continent. We have a BAO office on every country in the continent. Then we get stuff done because we got politics, lobbyists, and all stuff like that. That's what I want to do. So I want to
Yeah,
get.
but you kind of sometimes say, I ain't gonna sit with this person, I ain't gonna sit with that person, I can't sit with the chief, I can't sit.
Hold on. I
So
look.
you
Only
already
people I don't sit.
start minimizing.
Only people I don't sit with
Yeah,
is
brother.
if.
It's the same thing, man. Every time the brother talk, you cut him, man. I'm not here
Go
trying
ahead.
to control your
Go
show,
ahead.
man. But you
Go ahead.
gotta, if you want if you want all of our support, you gotta do better, brother. You know what I mean, literally serious, because I'm telling you that I can only give so much time of working with people like yourself and other people. But is at some point we gotta turn the leaf and just be real serious and just be focused on what we need to focus on. But yeah, let the brother explain himself and let him finish. So because all of us are listening, we want to hear what other people have to say also.
Yeah, that was my main point. Like you gotta like you could go back and forth with people. That's what okay, but I'm saying to a certain degree, some of the ideas gonna stick. Everybody ain't gonna be the 10% or the talented 10th or whatever. But the leaders gotta sometimes listen to the followers and utilize maybe $1, $10, whatever, to help grow the overall 10,000, 20,000, $1 million that they got. Like Farrakhan did. I think he did one time during the Million Man March. I think he took $1 from everybody, got $1 million. So different stuff like that could be utilized to grow your funds, grow your money, etc. And you got to be willing to find like minds in the different areas, including your own community. You can't just be bashing the Black Caucus. I think one time I asked you what is one leader that you see yourself working with. You never even gave me an answer. That means you don't even see or feel that somebody in the terms of the Black Caucus or the Black leadership or whoever is positive that you can link up with. You see what I'm saying? Which is like, and you going against FBA, and FBA, they have different blocks. However, you see the blocks, I don't really like the blocks, or whatever, but they have these different entities and different individuals that are, you know, a bridge or almost like a TV channel linking the ideology. You may not see that as media, but that's in current day, more people watch social media than TV. So you got to think like that, and you got to think partnership, man. Because even with the Essence Fest, if the black man didn't buy it, it would have been a white man or Chinese man or Indian man, and not trying to say they'll have less they would have less cares for what the criticism than that African do. The African guy is probably gonna go back to the board and probably try to figure a way to better bridge the gap. You think a Chinese guy or one of them people when I was like 10, 15 years ago when they was writing swirler articles and all this kind of shit, you think you think the white people that used to own it give a damn? No. So like I said, self love and partnership is the future. That's how I see it. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Well, Principally, well said, brother. Absolutely. Yo, Elvis, come on, brother. Let's all encourage our Kala, because we know brother is brilliant. He has a great vision. That's why I work with him. Things like that. And he just need us more to just encourage him, man. Like, yo, we got you, brother. We're down with you. You know what I'm saying? Don't let these distractors and these crazy people literally just throw you off your game.
Buma, he coming back in September. He gonna miss all this stuff, man. He likes he like the rumble and all that kind of stuff. My thing is not a problem with that, but when you get good ideas, take those ideas and go link with the other people. Like say, go sit with certain chiefs. Like I think what's his name? The dude Amara. I think he's a chief somewhere, right? So if he's a chief somewhere, see where you can connect with Sierra Leone. I think I one time I get the idea with the healthcare. If he could bridge the gap between Sierra Leone and Liberia and create a healthcare system or add to whatever healthcare system and create some kind of partnership, that'll be unique. That'll be, you know what I mean? But everything I'm saying is
Hello,
100%
hello.
correct.
Yes,
What's up, bro?
absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Hey, Amara, greetings, my brother. Right now, you
Well,
got to.
Manny, where you been?
Hey, brother, my YouTube channel is still rolling, man. I'm just uploading videos and just laying low because with all this black division, man, it broke my heart. So I just focus on what I'm doing and not just be on live, because my goal is not to get into it with people, because this YouTube live is like a drug. Next thing you know, you're arguing and fighting with your brothers, the same ones that you actually need to work with and get to support you, and then you lose support. The next thing you know, I got all of my people that do business with me reaching out like, Bomani, you're better than this, man. You shouldn't be getting into these conversations and these things.
Yeah,
So
you right. You know
That's what
what
I'm
it is?
Well, I'm just gonna start. uploading videos and doing shorts and stuff like that. And once I get rid of this live stream for a while, I'm gonna be free, so I can just upload
He keeps
stuff.
saying that he's not going to do that, man. He's addicted to
You're
this
not gonna
whole
do
So
power.
incorrect, man.
Power.
But Bumani,
can
I'm
I say
gonna ask you a
something?
question. I'm sorry, Omar. Go ahead,
No,
bro.
go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just
No,
the ideas are nice. You see what the Afristan idea Kala got is the right type of idea. Now Bomani is doing it on a small scale. You see what I'm trying to say? But it's still the concept is still the same. In Africa, in particular, you need sanctuary cities. You see how, like in California, they do for the Mexicans? We need something like that. A black sanctuary city where you own the structures on there. You the ones that rent anything to people, the homes, the businesses, everything within that city block is your real estate. Who you want in it? That's the only way you can cherry pick who you want within your community. That's the only way we're gonna win. Both of Bomani and Kala got the same concept correct. It's just the execution. Bomani is doing it on a small scale level. You see what I'm trying to say? And that's the Bomani shows the execution. Kala shows the concept. That's what you need because when Bomani is done with his place, he's gonna rent to people that look like us. The people that buy the housing are gonna look like us. The people that are security guards, the gatekeepers are gonna look like us. That's the power. You got the power of when you set something like that in stone. But the problem is you gotta this YouTube thing to me is not a bad thing per se if you can weed the true brothers, the serious brothers,
Yes.
are where it's a forum where you can weed in the brothers that are ready to take any action. And where now Kana, me, Bomani, among other people, you see what I'm saying? We got some serious things going on. It's just we're in the minority. You see what I'm trying to say? But if we wasn't on YouTube, we wouldn't have found ourselves. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yes, absolutely,
So
Mara. Absolutely.
yeah, you're right. You wouldn't have found it. It's just a minor. It's gonna be a minority of people that are serious, and a minority of people that have like a game plan, and you can execute it. You see, execute. All this is about execution. And the thing about it, there's no timeline. As long as you got a concept in place, it's no. You don't. We people of color. They're gonna deny us bank loans. People got lots of money stashed somewhere. They're not going to cooperate. You're going to run into those stumbling blocks. You're going to run into all types of stumbling blocks. But that's what makes you better because you build it from the ground up. That African mentality, little bit by little bit. I'm telling you, nothing magical, bro. As long as you're doing something every day towards the project, you know, you don't speedball it. You got to have patience. Something that you got to have patience. There are a lot of odds against you. There's nobody lining up your pockets with money. People, there are plenty. There are people even in I'm telling you, like even at my project, the our lines have been in our family for years. Everybody's benefiting when we got to do profit sharing. But when it comes to doing, one of the few people that hold my money. I haven't taken a profit in a long time. Instead of going to the bank, my money, my profit is going towards the next investment. But even in my own family, I can't go again. People got money, but they choose to do what they want to do with it. You see what I'm trying to say? But life goes on. You got to keep pushing. I mean, you got to keep pushing. You got to learn how to do things incrementally. You got to know how to do things little by little. They say little drops of water make a mighty ocean. You know, but it's the transition. It's tough. It's whatever. Look at a brighter day. Look at a bigger picture. You see, this guy. There was this guy that went to Vegas. What's this gangster's name? Bugsy Siegel. I don't know if y'all familiar with Bugsy Siegel.
Yes,
The dude came over there. It was a desert. He said, okay, people come from California and they're coming to the other side of the country. They need somewhere to stop. You know, the Flamingo Hotel. People can come over there and sit. They're eating out. Then you can see the vision of the city with an open glass facade, with swimming pool, and people take those stories to other people, and by the time you know it's a bandwagon, everybody's jumping on it. This concept. Other people are not visionaries. You know, you can see El Dorado in Africa. They could show you a piece of woods, and you can see El Dorado in there. You can see Black Wall Street out of that. But not everybody got that vision. That's what I'm trying to say. And you got to have the patience to do a little bit every day. A little bit every day. Africa will call it small, small. One brick, one, you lay one brick at a time. One brick at a, by the time you know you don't have 5 walls. By the time you know you're putting up the roof. By the time you know you're bringing in windows. By the time you know you're doing it in plumbing. You know? 5 years, well, you don't have to wait on a big pile of money or everybody to be on board. That's the thing right there. That's the thing that slow
Mar, what do
people
you
down.
think about President Trump meeting with these African leaders today? What do you think?
Man, that's some bullshit. I don't do politics, bro.
well, I can answer to that
I don't do politics at all.
because I do
You
understand.
go about your business.
I do understand some people don't believe in politics, but I was just proud to see a beautiful Liberian president Bokai up there, very humble and respectful because they know they're dealing with a tyrant, and he was he just dropped it right away as far as this his vision of Liberia working with America, and I think that's not the worst thing because you do have to work with governments have to work with governments, and sometimes we as a people have to be humble with our presentation, and it just really motivated me about Liberia when I saw Bokai just drop that delivery, and then it was a representation of like West Africa. That's mainly what you've seen from Mauritania, Guinea-Bissau, uh, Liberia, and I forgot which other countries. I
I
think
think
Senegal was in the
I
house.
think Senegal was
You
there.
know, West Africa is just is my favorite region in the world because that's our struggle. It may be the second poorest region in the world, but it's like that's our future to build it, and we got to figure out ways to work with it. And that's why, and Joe, what Principe was saying, sometimes you just gotta work with people. Even when you talk about the Black Caucus, some of us may feel a certain way, but you may have one or two of them that you can find that you can work with and connect with, and we just gotta use all access of our resources that we have available because we don't really have a choice at this moment. All we got is us, and all odds are against us. So it's like if we don't figure this thing out, we're gonna be overrun by everyone else. Every year, what you see more and more on our beautiful African continent is more and more foreigners coming in, not black people, the other set of people, and they're coming in and they working together and they setting up shop. When I'm in Ghana and we're trying to go out after maybe nightlife and trying to go sit down and just have something good to eat and socialize. Only thing I see that's open is Lebanese restaurant 24/7. So so they work together to figure things out, and then the first set of foreigners that I saw in West Africa were Lebanese and Senegal, and I started just looking into the situation. I realized, if they can do it, I mean, Lebanon is a war-torn country. All you ever hear about is Lebanon getting bombed, but somehow they've been able to build generational wealth on the African continent, and it's like they're basically taking opportunities that we could be taking, but it's like when we're not taking advantage of those opportunities, other people are going to come in, and it's the same thing in Black America. So I'm always telling people like, "Yo, man, we gotta figure this out." But it's like this anti-immigrant situation that people are dealing with. They're just looking at it the wrong way. It's not going to get us anywhere other than just creating crazy division. And right now, things are too serious for us to be focusing on the wrong thing.
I agree. I
I
agree.
agree with you. You see, let me just say something. What you just said, Bomani. You see that thing right there where you just said you go to places, it's Lebanese and Indian or whatever restaurants open 24 hours. I just said the same thing about the place you got. You know, that's your power. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to go anywhere else and see whatever. Where you at, you make sure the people that are there are people that look like you. The people that open 24-hour restaurants are people that look like you. But that's a concept and a vision. And then you work towards it. To one day have that's one of the things that I do not like, bruh. I hate that in Africa, and then I hate that over here. Restaurants. You want to take your woman out over here? They're looking at you like you can't afford it. You go to Africa, they're treating you like you're not supposed to be in there. I have that that thing that angst, but it always get me, bro. It always get me. That's why sanctuary cities, like when y'all the concept Kalaga the execution you were doing, is the way.
Oh yeah,
Sanctuary city, you cherry pick who you want in there, who
that's
you
the
want
whole
the
thing. I
businesses.
said tomorrow, the whole
Uh,
idea. Every time when I basically talk about an Afghanistan, they just tell me, "Oh, you just go to India." No, I can't. Look, we have to build something from the ground up, and we got to be very selective about who comes in. What right now we have no like. Let's say we started to come to any one of these countries right here, like without a Afghanistan policy, right? The Chinese can say, "Wow, man, you got these black people in America coming over there. They strike a deal with the host country behind your back, and they're getting all the contracts. They're getting everything. You have no say so. You have no say so. You can't tax their goods. You can't. You got to use their building materials and everything because you don't have no control over everything. The Afghanistan, the only way it will work is the people building it has 100% control over everything. And then the such state and the host country will benefit mutually, because they're gonna have to trade with each other, so like that. But I don't see that. That model right there, I put it out there, and everybody just acting like, no, you're coming in as call me a colonizer and all this kind of stupid stuff, which is really unfortunate and annoying. I could have
no,
you
what do you
call
mean?
something
You see,
that was really
let
mine.
me just let me just say one thing. I'm not trying to cut you off. Like if just the topic colonizer. When you're doing it, you gain opportunities for locals and diasporans. Locals and diasporans. It's not you have two different programs. You have a local program where anybody with a business idea, the training could be trained. Somebody you can vet, okay? And then there's a program where you bring the local people up into businesses. It's a long process. Make it a long process. They're gonna be on the apprentice. They're gonna be on the other people. Then you have people who have a resume that's already established, like somebody ran a restaurant in America. Somebody has, all these credentials. When you come in, you're gonna come in on another level. Then you bring in the Africans under your wing. Say you want to branch out. Like how when you hire people, you train them through the system, and then when you want to open another branch on another side of wherever land you got, they are going to have the opportunity because they trained under you. That's the route you do it. So at the end of the day, you're gonna see Africans trained by Americans or Caribbeans that have been here because that's coming from here, we already putting a number of years in whatever respective industries we got. This is a bigger economy in America. We've seen a lot. So they're gonna come under our wing, you know? We set the rules. There's rules to it. There's a standard set that you're gonna the meet. Then you bring in locals. At the end of the day, it's gonna be a variety of diasporans and locals dominating the business scene in the area. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I said that many times, and I'll still get, oh, you're a colonizer. You're trying to.
No, bro. Don't follow that execution. At the end of the day, you know doggone well for every you're gonna see placements. You're gonna see over here. You're gonna see a diaspora business. 2 blocks down, you see a local. 2 blocks down, you see a diaspora. That's your evidence. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, people talk, they talk whatever. The number one thing is results. You know, results. There, some boy. Look at this other boy I was talking to the other day on the phone. That boy is a chef. The boy just came from what's this country? Cape Verde. He was cooking. It was a chef for a diplomat. One for another guy that was a hedge fund. The boy is so it can do all. It got a variety of experiences, all just around Africa. Diplomats, wealthy black people. There's some black people that work in what you call it within the international because this international organizations got this high net worth black people, white people, different peoples that he worked for them. They hired him as a personal chef, you know, and he got all these different experiences. All that boy wants is to be in a situation where he
Hold,
can
hold, hold
even
up,
have.
hold,
Uh,
Mark. Let me address. Look, 1776. I appreciate your candidate for Liberia, but if your goal is to push the U.S. military, that's not going to happen. There's not going to be no U.S. military base in Liberia. Never have, never will be. Liberia, the very founding of that country is always about that whole strip of land right there between Sierra Leone and Liberia. That's the area of return. That's where our ancestors returned to from Freetown down to Liberia. That's the area of return. That was really like the first areas we to return to Africa and settled. There's never going to be no U.S. military base or anything like that on that area. So if you think it's going to be some U.S. triumph in Africa, no. It's I think it's the worst thing psychologically. You know, the presence of the United States will do something like it in the Philippines, right? Where that base becomes more influential than the government and its local institutions. That's when the country falls apart. That's exactly what happened in the Philippines. That's why they had to shut down the Subic base because it was just causing so much social chaos and everything like that. But I do believe Liberia could build its own infrastructure and stuff like that. And I think America could help Liberia with security, but I don't think Liberia has any real threats, external threats. The only thing Liberia is threatened with is internal unrest. If these George Weah types, CDC get back in power or don't, they start acting up. That's the only thing threatening Liberia internally. Always, Liberia's always been the type of country that's been threatened internally, not externally. Because where the seat of power is, Monrovia, is protected by all that land. So I don't think Liberia needs any protection as far as that. And I don't think the United States. Now, what the United States could do is, let's say, if it wants to help Monrovia build a port, build another port in Buchanan, and stuff like that. If they wanted to use Liberia like back in the days as a refueling place, they want to dock a warship there for refueling and stuff like that, and maintenance and stuff, refueling and restocking. We're using the Navy for money. You know how Navy ships pull in and they got to restock. That would boost the Liberian economy up. Because when a ship pulls in the port, or now what they do, they got to get restocked in supplies. I know Liberia will go for that. Restocking Navy ships that order all kinds of goods. That would spur manufacturing in Liberia, right? But just to say a U.S. Navy base, not based on it, no. But I tell you one thing, that would definitely work. I would push for that. if like let's say Halliburton or somebody like that want to build a logistics and supply thing where let's say United States could store everything from machinery on the free port duty free, and also purchase of goods and services like rice, whatever, for the ships, stuff like that, restocking the ships and everything. That would definitely that would create a business opportunity for us, over here. Because I always wanted to be a supplier to the Navy, right? I wanted to get into the ice cream supply business, right? And I wanted to get a contract with the Navy. They was like, man, there's one guy I knew, he basically had a contract with the Navy. The Navy ordered like 100 drums of ice cream. They was about to deploy one Navy ship, 100 drums of ice cream. And he got like around 30 of them. He supplied them like 30 of them. He won a bid. So the Navy is like, when they purchase, bro. So that right there could be a good game changer right there. If you have something like that, you would have a lot of Liberians and even African Americans opening businesses just for that reason, supplying the Navy with goods and services, Look at some of those wickedness, righteousness, error, they do something well. Look at Singapore connection, some of the wickedness, things. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Carl, I'm just basically saying that. Look at Singapore. They have worked with some of the wickedest nations, and they figure it out and they make things work. They just basically, and you know more about this than any of us, and they made it work to where they have one of the best economies in the world and one of the cleanest countries in the world. So I'm saying to people like, yo, no matter what odds are against us, we have to figure it out. Because at one point, when when Malaysia broke away from Singapore, Singapore felt like they were sitting duck. And then look at them; they even outdo Malaysia.
yeah. Yeah, they basically Lee Kuan Yew was 42 years old. He was tasked with a 42-year-old man tasked with building a nation. 42 years old.
Exactly, a great visionaries. So,
Yeah.
so
So
we
he
have
had,
to be these leaders. We have to be that leader type to push our agenda and galvanize our people and just be in that fight. I mean, I can't get up every day and just live in a world where I feel like that we're not going to accomplish anything or we're not going to get anywhere.
I have a lot of riding on the future. I already hedged my future with Liberia. I want to see Liberia grow. I'm encouraged by what I saw. Now you got these Liberians running around talking about Donald Trump's racist, what he said. What do you think about that, Lamont?
Yeah, I mean, the thing of it is, even some of the most like I've been hired by some of the like some of the most racist white people, but when I start talking to them and I see where they're coming from, I start telling them about my connection to the U.S. Navy, and next the whole subject change, and next
Right.
they're like, yes, we want to bring you on, and you're just trying to find ways to and sometimes when you just when you're in the situation that we're in, where everyone is in a dominant situation towards you, just find ways to angle yourself, and that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I like about President Bokai. This is deliverance. I know he's looking at oh man, I'm here sitting around this white racist devil, but I gotta find a way to bring some support for my country and build some kind of allegiance and things like that. And some people may not agree with these things, but it's like, what choices do we have? And then when we do get to the table, we got to make sure we make the right deals. And
Yeah.
that's why I brought up Singapore. I mean, because you talk about a little small, tiny island
Singapore was
that have
blessed because
outdone. I
they
mean, they
had,
have no natural resources.
yeah, dude. You know what they had? Their position. They were basically
Exactly.
straddling two regions in Asia and Southeast Asia, two oceans, the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, right? Singapore became the natural logistics area for Southeast Asia. If you want your business there, if you want a product packaged and sold in Southeast Asia, you ship it to Singapore. They will break it down, package it, brand it, whatever, and ship it to whatever part of Asia you want to. It was a place of business. And next thing you know, Singapore gained more money by doing logistics than countries in Africa by selling minerals. Logistics. Banking, real estate, shipping, and trading, and all stuff like that. Financing, all stuff like that. It became a business center. Particularly in shipping. Singapore has one of the largest merchant ships in the world. People don't know that.
Yes, they do. Because when I was in the U.S. Navy, the big aircraft carriers on pull right into Singapore, and we saw, we was amazed by the small island and what they was able to do. But
But
that's what we got to do, man. We got to be
did they
strategic. We got to be
refuel there?
tactical, and we got to just we got to will our power and have confidence that, hey, what I mean, I may be a small nation and I got to deal with all of these dictators and dominant nation, but I'm going to position myself in a position where you guys need me more than I need you. And and I really feel that way about Africa, that everyone else needs us in us more than we need them. And somehow we got to flip that script. But unfortunately, sometimes we have some weak leaders with no backbone. But that's why you have all the uprising going on in the country. And I truly believe when they replace some of these leaders with people like Ibram Traore, we have a fighting chance, because the youths of the Black world, whether it's in the African continent, everywhere else, we're all fed up with the foolishness going on. And like, I mean, so it's a fight, man, and we're looking at the turn of the future of Africa. That's a Mara fight going crazy, man.
Amar, your mic
We
is
gotta get
you wrong to mic.
My mic?
we gotta get you a better phone, man.
That ain't my mic, though.
It's
It
maybe
ain't my mic. It ain't mine.
it is.
Here's the mic.
I mute you. Now it's gone. Yeah, it was yours, bro.
Hey, man, I can get you an upgraded phone, man.
No, I got an upgraded phone. This is an iPhone.
You probably got a back.
You got a bug in there.
Amar, hang up.
No. This is an iPhone, bro. So I don't understand when.
Amar, you probably got a back. Go ahead and hang up and call back.
They got your phone bugged, man.
All right, I'll even come back.
Yeah, you come back.
But real talk, man. Bring on all of your other folks that you have on, man. Even 1776, man. We're gonna train them. We're gonna train them right, man. We're gonna get them to see the real side of things, because right now, Liberia has a promising future.
It does. I'm really bothered by these tribalists in Liberia, right? It is so frustrating me. I'm angry. I don't want to say, even though I'm evil calling now, I want to say something that that's irreversible. You got these people after George Weah screwed this country up big time. It's big time, right? You got people now, like they're building on Sincor. The Congo Town. They're building an overpass bridge there. Like you have in New York, where you have a highway on top of Tubman Boulevard. Boca brokered that, right? Japanese. They're trying to say that was George Weah. So they was just trying to say, oh, imagine if we get George Weah back in power, he's going to do way more development. Yo, bro, I'm telling you right now, Liberia, man, I can't wait to go there. It's developing so fast. I think that road to Grand Cape is going to be paved by next year, early next year. Probably, I think it's going to be paved by this October. So you're talking about a country, right? A country that's going to have good infrastructure, good everything, good electricity, all the things that we complain about in Africa. It's going to basically like that. And so, but Liberia's on a path because they have the right leadership and power, right? If something happens, for God forbid, right, and it resorts back to the George Weah, all this stuff will unravel. That's why I'm cautiously optimistic, right? I want to go all in Liberia, but I keep seeing these idiots on there protesting, making like what you saw with Boca, right? You got to see some of these Liberians, what they're saying. Right. He looked like a fool and whatnot. He looked stupid. He looked old, blah, blah, blah. He looked dumb and whatnot. He had that dumb hat. I'm saying to myself, and it gets frustrating. I said, man, this country is the answer, right? But you got these idiots online. All they do is sit back and talk negativity. They completely ignore all the good stuff that's going on. And then they showed a picture of George Weah. Well, George Weah met with Biden. Biden didn't even know who the hell he was and where he was. They put a picture of him and Biden. He went to go shake Biden's hand. Biden didn't know who that George Weah was. It wasn't even the White House. It was I forgot where it was. And he said, see, our guy was with a U.S. President Biden. And that's a problem in Africa and a lot of developing countries. They always have an opposition. What is the opposition there for? Not because they got better ideas. They simply want power. So what they do is, no matter what the people in power do, they're just gonna say, "Oh, they're stealing, they're robbing, whatever like that." They don't care about developing the country. That's what you're up against when you just say, "Let's just go to Africa." No, I can't do that. We need our own space in Africa where we could develop ourselves and build ourselves and protect ourselves, provide for ourselves, all stuff like that. Because other than that, you're gonna be caught up in this nonsense, and everything. I'm just, like I said, I want to do this thing in Liberia, man. I really want to build this community in Liberia, man. But I was thinking, man, if these people get back into power, and all these people, CDC, get back into power, I don't know what to do, man. It's like I've wasted all these years.
Brother, they had their time, man. Their time is up, and I mean, the youths are speaking across the African continent. They want changes. You see movements going on all over the continent. This is our time, and against all odds, the 1% visionaries versus the 99% of just people who have no vision, but at the same time too, once we just get things going, that 99% will reduce, and then and then our 1% will grow. I mean,
Yeah.
I gotta believe that I can't just get up every day in my life and just working hard to build something and don't believe that. But at the same time too, I believe we put work into it, and that's why it's so important to network with other brothers. I even reached out to you today about a brother that
Oh
we're
yeah,
dealing
yeah.
with that acted. And
I'm
I'm
glad,
not gonna
I'm
tell
glad
his
you
name
did.
because I got respect for him because he's my brother. Me personally, I look at all black men as my brother, whether you're in the Philippines or whether you're in South Africa. And it's not like I have anybody else to look at. I mean, we don't have a bunch. We can clearly see what everyone else is doing, whether it's the Europeans, the white Americans, or the Asians. They doing what they need to do for themselves. So I just believe in building networks with those of us and just humbling myself and then just letting people know, hey, we can do this, family, and we got to think about our children. We got to think about the future of the world. We got to think about when we're all dead and gone. What did we spend our time building? What did we do? Did we change the game, or did we just just get destroyed by everything that's going on? So
I'm glad I got
it's
a
all
model.
odds.
I got two models that I model: your community that you're doing, and also Mark Blanton. I think I could do both of them. I could build a community in Liberia, and also I could just build encourage real estate development and stuff like that, like Mark Blanton's doing.
Yeah, Liberia got great potential. Is this and you see from the beginning you have talked about Liberia, and you see one brother came out and they say, I'll work with you on this, and I'm still with you. That's almost saying I'm
Yeah.
still with you. It's I know it's rough sometimes, but we get kicked down and we just keep on fighting. That's why I'm trying to get Elvis to come on here because I just want to have a conversation with him, but I don't know. Like Elvis, I'm not here to insult or say anything bad to you, brother. It's like literally, we gotta figure this thing out. And I
Yeah,
want to know who's really down with us.
Elvis purports to care about Liberia, and if you care about Liberia, he'd be on here trying to say, Kala, how can we work together? He sees me go there every year and stuff like that. So I got to be serious. My wife's there, I
Absolutely.
have a long term commitment. Well, I mean, what more can you ask for? I got a long.
You're proving yourself, brother, and I'm with you. But I'm always wondering, where's the rest of the people to work with you? What I mean, that's why I tell you, man, try your best not to upset too many people because then they'll just
Yeah,
take it personal because we all make
I just gotta calm my temper because people say they know, like David said, yeah, people just get on there, they push your button, they know what to say.
yes, they do, man. Yeah.
And so when I lash out or when I get angry, I lash out, and I'm like, damn, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to say that. But my whole thing is, like I said, if you can't see right now, like you got Val Thomas, right?
All right.
Cynthia Blanford in Liberia, right? And you got large African Americans who are choosing, they can go to any part of the continent, right? But you got somebody major like Val Thomas. He said, man, the story, he bought into the story of Liberia, the love of liberty brought us here, right? Is from Liberia. He's going to connect Black America to Zambia and go. Think, bro, this is revolutionary. When I open up my office there and whatnot, and I'm connected with him with his office there, and we're going to build a telecommunication. I'm going to build a room with just nothing but computers in there, and all that the call center is going to be doing is making calls and contacts throughout the continent. I don't care where it is. It's just going to be a hodgepodge of names, everything like that, putting people together and everything like that. That's what we're going to do. And so therefore, Liberia is going to be the bridge between Black America and the subcontinent, the African continent. That's what our ancestors wanted. what comes after that, imagine, oh my God, this is just so great time. Like I said, people say, well, what about the coup of 1980? I said, man, maybe, I don't know, I'm not going to say it was a good thing, but think about it, Bomani. We're in the best position as far as Liberia because they're rebuilding, you know? I think if the coup never happened, you think we could have this opportunity right now? No, we would not have this opportunity that we have right now because Liberia went through that and everything. We're in an opportunity to do something, you know. So sometimes you look at situations like, okay, yeah, the coup happened, blah 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 blah, but look what come out of it, you know. These Liberians are basically saying, the government, president is saying that he wants African Americans to come there. He's making it easy for African Americans to get their residency and citizenship. That is freaking amazing. They also quoting the Constitution. They're saying the coup of 1980. They're also saying that they're looking at the Constitution and saying they have an obligation, brother, to basically encourage immigration of African Americans. Who knows? Boca could have had a backroom deal with Trump, saying, "Yo, man, you know, we could bring some of them." You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You never know. You know. So I'm just encouraged by all the good stuff I'm seeing right now. I'm encouraged by all this. I'm very happy about that. What I'm saying. So despite everything, man, I am very happy. The reason part of enjoy your graveyard shift. Yeah, Prince Be's at the Prince Be's at work, man. He's probably working at McDonald's overnight.
Yeah, there you go, man. I was taking jabs at people.
No, I'm just kidding, man. Jeez, man.
Yeah, the graveyard shift is it, man. I've worked every single shift, man.
Yeah,
I used to work the graveyard shift at
I did
Atlanta
graveyard shift
Airport.
doing
And,
security.
it's what it is. Yeah, even did that also. At the JFK Airport. Like I tell man, man got to make a living. I mean,
Anybody to me, like I said, any man that goes out there and gets a job is a good thing, man. I don't care what you are, what you're doing. Look, I don't care if you work at McDonald's. I see a lot of brothers working at McDonald's, man. This one brother I went to McDonald's a few years ago, right? And this brother says, at the time, he was much older than me, right? He was like, man, I talked to my boss. He gave me this raise. He was making good money, too. At the time, it was like 10 years ago. He was making like $15 an hour, right? He said, I wanted more money. I do this. I do that, blah, blah, blah. But he was an older brother. At the time, he was like in his late 40s, And I was like in my early 40s, so mid 40s, whatever. And he was like early 50s, whatever, like that. But he was like, man, blah 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 blah. And I was like, first I was like, oh, he's working. He said, man, my boss, he owns this place, whatever like that. He just said, yo, whatever you want, I'll give it to you, whatever like that. But he was just so proud of his job. He said, I got my apartment, I got my car, blah blah blah. I got my girl, whatever like that. He said he's happy, It dawned on me, man. I said, it ain't what the job you have, it's how you make it. What's your attitude? And he had a positive attitude, right? Because he was there, because he's doing a lot of cleaning, right? And he's always cleaning up the lobby and everything like that with a smile on his face, whatnot. He's just happy, And I said to myself, man, see, and some people are like, oh man, he's working at McDonald's looking that. Look, man, the bottom line, this brother was happy what he does. He's paying his bills and he's doing the honest work. Look at ZB come on, he's a failure. How's he a failure? He got a job.
hey, trust me, man.
Great.
Job is a great thing. I told my son earlier. I was like, son, I am a entrepreneur by default because I'm a well qualified person. I've built my technical background since a teenager, but when you're dealing with a world full of racist people and so on, and that's why a lot of times when I get in front of interviews, I use my military background, which usually gets me certain jobs, but it's one of those things where you got to get it how you can get it, and so like I'm always applying for these positions where they just end up always hiring somebody else, and I'm like, that person can't be more qualified than somebody that's been in this trade since a teenager as a technician. But but yeah, having a job is a great thing, and building a career is a great thing. We need people to do those things, and then when you build your career, and then you can get into entrepreneurship.
You know what I figured out, Bomani, that a lot of people realize that. Do you know? People underestimate this, right? Do you know people the average person who can work at a McDonald's, like behind that new cash register, computers and whatnot. Do you know if you really put them to the test in someplace like Africa and said, "Oh, you're gonna be hired for IBM, whatever like that," they can learn all. They're already at the level they can on the job training and be like that. Because the whole thing is this, and when you got in developing countries, the problem is you got to convince the people to give up fishing for a living to get an education to learn how to read and write, then take years to learn how to do computers and stuff like that. You have to convince them that's necessary. Then you got to teach them. But if you got a group of people that already got these basic skills, how to read and write, how to paper, how to measure, how to calculate and stuff like that. That's the advantage you have, So people, that's what you have, So all these countries that had to go, Singapore, you know what it was like, Singapore, to take the first generation to convince people that they can't just be in the rice paddies and fishing and rickshaw drivers to building a modern society. You know what it took to convince people? You had to re-educate people, people like this. People resisted, because I said, I don't want your education. I don't want your skill training. I don't want to learn like different languages. I don't want to learn how to speak this and whatever like that, right? But that's the advantage Black people in the West have. We have all these things in abundance. And we know how to live also you had to teach people, instead of living in a hut, a straw hut somewhere, right? You got to teach people now. You got to move to an apartment. They're like, "What the hell's an apartment?" They see an elevator. It's like, "What the hell's that box? That iron box? That's an elevator." You got to teach them the basics. I remember one time I saw this thing about the Vietnamese when they first came to America. Right, this lady put her stuff. Or she was terrified. That thing that puts your food down in a grocery store when you on the conveyor belt. This Asian lady was terrified what that was. Right. And when the guy calculated on that, right, she had the money in her hand, right? The guy took the money out of her hand and then gave her a change back. He was like, "This is what you get back." She didn't know what money was. She didn't know what the thing was that was moving her food or not. And she was like, "That's what they brought her from the jungles of South Vietnam, brought to America." She didn't know nothing about the modern world. That's what all these countries had to deal with 30, 40, 50 years ago. Now look at them. So please don't tell me we're not capable of building Afghanistan. I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. We are more than capable of building an advanced nation. I don't want to hear nothing anybody tells me anything different. I have yet to hear anybody come on here and explain to me why an Afghanistan is not the thing. Even though people don't support it, be like, "Well, I looked at it, called it. I think that's doable." Of course it's doable. I wouldn't be saying if it wasn't. It's probably the most realistic thing Black America can face in the future is building a new homeland, a state, whatever. Like, if they did it in Dubai, they did it in all these other places like that. Why the hell we can't do it? Working with a host country in Africa with several allied country partners like Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, Kenya. Or if we have the support of the African continent, yeah, it'll work. That's why all of us going to different countries in Africa, right? Because I'm going to call on everybody in Africa. Mark Blanton, I'm going to say, "Look, bro, you're in South Africa. I need this, I need that, and I need a person for this, blah, 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 blah. I need connection with this. Can you help me out?" That's the sort of thing we're trying to build in Liberia, where people are connected, connected globally, And if you think, if you want to live in Korea, South Korea, Singapore, hey, you want to connect with this global pipeline we're trying to build? Hey, plug right on in. That's the whole idea. If you want to be anywhere in the world, you say maybe you don't want to live in Africa, you want to stay in America. That's fine too. People misconstrue that. I think everybody needs to just jump on a boat tomorrow and go to Africa. That's not what we're trying to do. You might be a better use staying here in America.
Absolutely, most people need to stay in America. I think 1776 want to join a panel. Let him in, man, so we can conversate. I got I'm with you tonight, man. I got your back, man, like I always have, man.
All right.
So,
all this nonsense.
sometimes I feel bad just being here working and listening to everybody tag teaming you.
Oh, you be laughing. I know you might get cracking up.
I'll be here rolling, man. I'll be here rolling, man. Just getting work done overnight.
Yeah, he said, "Boy, hey, Colin," because you know when people say stuff against me and whatnot, you're like, I know Colin's pissed about that shit. You know, yeah. What you call it makes
1776.
1776.
Remember, Colin. 1776 make 100K. So he got money to pay for to pay for several trips to Liberia for the next several years,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
and
man.
then also he's gonna recruit people from the DMV area to assist us in making our move to Liberia. And I really believe it. He's turning a new leaf little by little. You know what I'm saying? So even people like himself who have a certain, I've listened to him and sometimes he upset me and sometimes he just make me laugh. But it's like I really believe we just we find people and once we put our energy on them. Like I remember people used to tell me all the time, you know, I got nothing to do with Africa and all kind of stuff. Next, they calling me 10 years later and they're like, hey, I'm coming with you. I mean, I've played that long game, where, you literally build relationship over a period of time and then you prove yourself to people and then, you're not going to get all of them, but some of them will turn a new leaf and say, you know what, this brother is really consistent. Just like I heard you talk about Liberia for many years. And then next, me and you are working together in Liberia. And I never thought I'd even show up in Liberia.
Right.
But
That was powerful.
yeah. So it's like, it's like those things, but yeah, but
Yeah, like I said, man. I have fun when I go over there and everything. I see the potential and everything like that. And so I said, like to myself, because the whole thing is this: you need some place in Africa where we can have access to the whole entire continent. Because we can't go to Zambia. You know how far Zambia is, right? But if we could basically have Zambia has an embassy or something we got to encourage all these countries to have an embassy and stuff like that in Liberia. That's what I'm gonna work on.
And I promise you, when they do make the move here to Atlanta and have that conference and so on, I will be joining them and I will be connecting.
If it's September, I'm gonna try to come down. Depending on how everything goes. If everything goes good, man, I might be going down there to see with you, bro. I might go in with you.
That's how I used to build. That's how I built my business over a period of time. I used to hang out with a whole lot of people, and sometimes you're the only person from somewhere else, and you just you humble yourself, and next you're networking with people, and they feel you. But that's been my approach. I can't speak for everybody else's approach, but it's we got to find ways to make things work.
Yeah. So the main thing is connecting. Connecting and shaking hands, having business cards and exchanging numbers and whatnot, communicating and whatnot. That eventually builds bonds of affection and bonds of friendship.
Focus on our common goals because we have a lot of things that we can be here fighting about, our division and so on. But
those people that do all that, like I said, I want to tell everybody, the FBA people do not speak for us. Do not speak for me. I'm like this. Look, let me tell you something. I would rather lose Essence Magazine, all that, than to lose the connection to my mother continent and my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. I'd rather have it all because as long as it's owned by black people, that's all I care about. And they call me a traitor for thinking like that. I don't give two shits. But did you hear what I said about Essence Magazine back in the 2000s?
Oh, no. You can just repeat it.
Bro. Back in the days, back in the 90s, Essence was good. Then somewhere around 2000, 2001, it started to change, right? You start seeing weird articles, women talk about exploring their options or shit like that. Let me tell you something. Ebony Magazine was a window into Black America. The thought process. Ebony Magazine talked about African kingdoms. It talked about the civil rights movement. It talked about the Black Power movement. It talked about the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X. Everything that went on in Black America was in Ebony Magazine. And the most powerful thing in Ebony Magazine is letters to the editor. That's when you really knew what was going on. Because back in the days, I never forget, people started buying into this idea that the Cosby era, they did an article on this, right? It said, has America changed? Blah, 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 blah. Man, when they had the Cosby Show on the cover, man, the letters to the editor, bro. They're like, man, if you believe blah, 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 white doctor and a lawyer, man, and blah blah blah. Have those kids. When I said, man, this is fantasy. The reality of what black people thought about the Cosby Show was in goddamn the letters to the editor, all that shit, And they were basically, if you were half stepping and cooning, that letters to the editor fucking just lit your ass up, So bottom line is, Ebony Magazine had a thing, Bomani, called Black America top 100 influential Black Americans, And so therefore, if you weren't on that list, right, nobody listened to you, If you were not on that thing, like I said, somebody like 1776, he didn't have a prayer. To be
Oh, there you go, man. The thing I put it, brother, I remember when we were in Jamaica and we used to watch the Cosby Show, and we used to watch we were like inspired, man. I'm telling folks in America, I do get it. Some of our people from different parts of the Caribbean community in Africa, they talk a little crazy, but trust me, a lot of us really appreciate the example that's been set by Black America, and that's so it's like, but yeah, some of us are gonna come and act crazy, but like I mentioned earlier about some of my family members talking about me going to Africa, and he's all into this Africa stuff and everything. But then next thing you know, I got a bunch of other people in my family traveling to Africa with me, and it's that's why we got to be strong enough in the game to hold tight and like read bunch of other people in my family traveling to Africa with me. And,
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You have a little.
Yeah, you got to turn your background the thing off.
Let me know if you want me to send your operator phone.
Ho. Yeah, I need that.
Complain.
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Yes, man. Yo, I also meant to tell you, man.
Hey, what's going on, man? Today was a wonderful day, man. I could see the future for Liberia, man. That partnership with the United States, man. I like in my mind's eye, man. I could see.
What partnership?
No. I was looking at the chat. A lot of Liberians are excited of Liberia probably becoming the headquarter of AFRICOM, of America excavating for rare earth minerals, like what they was talking about, bauxite, minerals that we need, to keep keep us going. So they was talking about like the ultimate goal is a Navy base and having that can dock an aircraft carrier and renovated airport. So man, Liberia is the future.
That's not going to happen, bro. That's not going to happen. Right?
No, I'm just telling you what the natives are talking about. So
that's not going to happen. I'm in powerful Liberian circles. I know Liberia. That's not going to happen.
I'm telling you, President Donald Trump, our beloved.
I think you got it wrong. Liberia is almost as old as the United States, right? It does not see America as this big country, the mother country. They don't see America like that, bro. I'm telling you.
Like Liberia is pretty much the manifestation of the Black 1776.
No,
they adopted our constitution. They adopted our flag. They adopted our court system. They adopted English.
Tell me, Liberian Constitution was very unique in the fact that, unlike the American Constitution, which denied Native people land and rights and whatnot, Liberian Constitution enshrined the protection of its indigenous people.
Yeah, that was pretty much the only amendment that the Liberian Constitution had.
How you gonna say Liberia was the same as America, right? As America,
they adopted the Stars and Stripes. They drive on the right side of the road like us.
The Stars and Stripes. First of all, if you understand American history, right, the American flag right here was something that was only used with the U.S. Navy for shipping purposes, the U.S. maritime thing. It didn't become the official national flag until like the 1920s, where Henry Ford, said this is our flag, Pledge of Allegiance.
But they have counties. They adopted counties from us. No other African country has counties. No other country has a bicameral legislature.
Hold up, bro. See, that's what I'm talking about, right? First of all, Liberia, America, Black Americans that went to Liberians and Caribbeans went to Liberia lived in this country of North America, right? So basically, the only thing they knew for 200 something years is the system here. All they did was take a system that they already knew that worked and went to Africa. But it had nothing to do with America, because if America is so great, they wouldn't have had to go to Liberia in the first place. They said the love of liberty
Yeah,
brought us here.
we understand that, but Liberia
Listen,
is the black iteration of America.
listen to that. Listen to that seal. The love of liberty brought us here. You know what that means? That means where they came from was hell on earth, right? And so they wanted liberty, right? And so they said, this is a place where we can finally have liberty. We could never have liberty in America, you know? So they went to Liberia and said, Liberia is basically a rebuke of America. That's all it is, you know? It's always been a rebuke of America, you know? So I don't know why you could make it like there's some friendly relationship between Liberia and America, right? The
I think
country
he's
in
talking about
Liberia
a connection. I think he's talking about a connection. We can't deny there's a connection, I guess. And I mean, there's similar things, right? I'm not trying to jump on his bandwagon or anything.
No,
I think,
well, hold on. The thing is, I would say like this, right? A lot of the people that came to Liberia, right? Like Joseph Jenkins Roberts was educated, right? Wilmot Blyden was educated. He's from the Virgin Islands, right? Dr. Elford McGill, he was the first Pan-Africanist, right? His student was Edward Wilmot Blyden, right? And the Africanus McGill and Uranius McGill, they
See,
founded
but
the
I
Chesapeake
don't.
Liberian Trading Company, right? And they founded the merchant princesses of Liberia. They were some of the richest men in the world at the time. They were trading goods between the United States and Liberia. And also
But
Liberia.
I don't mean to interject, but that seal that Liberia has comes from the Massachusetts state seal that
Yeah,
says,
hold
by
on,
the sword we seek peace, but peace only under liberty. So all these men,
hold on. This seal says the love of liberty brought us where?
yeah.
Here, right?
And I don't want to get real deep. I don't want to really split your head with information, but Liberia was the second iteration of a black iteration of America, and it was a Freemason experiment.
No, it's not.
You know, all the Liberian founders were free and accepted
Hold
Masons.
on. What about the Caribbeans that settled there? Were they?
Yeah, they were Masons too. They all came.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. You know what I'm saying? So, give me a name of a Caribbean family.
Like you said, Blyden. He was from the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Biden was from America. He was from the Virgin Islands at the time, and he moved to.
Yeah, but the Liberia is the ultimate Freemason experiment.
No, it's not a Freemason like that. Liberia was
just like the Freemasons signed our Declaration of Independence. The same thing with Liberia.
It was the first Afghanistan. That's what I say. It was a black state. You know, there was no white Freemasons.
Yeah, but Liberia drives on the right side of the road. We drive on the right side of the road. You know.
And what? You know.
Right.
I'm telling you. Look, I've been there many times, bro. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, but you can't deny that Liberia came out of the loins or the balls of America.
This is what you understand, right? You're half right. Liberia comes from Black America. You don't understand. There was actually a Black America in America. All Liberia was a duplication of the communities that they left. We had communities in America. We had communities with town halls and some of everything in America. We had our own churches and everything. All we did was
Black America is an amalgamation of 1776 culture.
No, Black Americas were basically their own community for at least 400 years. 200 years before Liberia was community. We had communities in Boston, Nantucket.
Okay, but this is what I get on you for, because I've read Liberian history books. The natives, the 16 tribes, were endeavoring to push the settlers into the sea, and the U.S. Navy under Admiral, I forgot his name, came to the defense of the natives, and through the cannon was able to preserve that settlement. So the U.S. Navy has an integral role with Liberia.
The U.S. Navy was not doing that. U.S. Navy, all the U.S. Navy did was protect the coastline, as it was mandated to do, from slave traders and people on the coast.
And also Elvis people. Elvis people was trying to destroy the settlement from day one. So the U.S. Navy preserved that.
The United States Navy basically like, look, I'll give credit to where it's due, but you don't understand something. That was agreement between two sovereign nations, right? You try to make it seem like because whatever America did, it entitles it to Liberia. Liberia will tell you they're a sovereign country. And I'm going to tell you a story, right? To be perfectly honest with you, right? I'm going to tell a story. I told one time on this story before, right? Maybe you don't get it, right? There was two incidents in Liberia in the 1920s that showed you what I'm talking about. It was a Sanamani incident and the Worley incident. Two incidents. involving
Those were
white.
aberrations. Those were simple aberrations.
No,
But
no,
from
no.
1822 to 1847, 25 years,
Simple.
The American Navy preserved Liberia from being overran by the 16
Look,
tribes.
16 adorations my fucking ass, you know? The Sanamani incident happened when this American Liberian Sanamani was in the interior, and the area was now Lofa, and he was abusing the natives, right? There was no doubt about it. He was abusing the natives, right? He was keeping government money that he was taxing the natives with tax rate. He was keeping for himself, and he also kept native girls as concubines, whatever like that. He was an evil man, you know. So anyway, this man, I forgot to hold on. Let me read the whole thing. Let me find this blog.
Yeah, while you find it, man. Yeah, 76 seem like you've done a lot of research. You
Yeah,
may not be
yeah.
accurate on all the things, but this is where
But
we talk to a brother like this and find some commonality to connect with him. I mean, you may think
like
I'm
I would,
crazy, Kala, but it's what it is. And but brother, I want to know. You have a passport, right? Because
yeah. And I had one. I went to Jamaica
you had a passport.
before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
gotta get your passport renewed, man. It's because I know you have this beautiful obsession with Kala because you appreciate him also, and at the same time too, you guys got this love hate relationship going. But
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
sure if you're single or you're married, but we'll
The
definitely
thing is, I'm willing.
get you a Liberian wife. We gotta connect the cultures together.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of Liberians in the
All right,
DMV.
okay. I just found my blog.
There you go.
Hold up. What I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna send it there. I'm gonna read it so you guys read it together. This is one my early blog. I wrote this blog in 2011. I wrote this in
Yeah, can you do a screen sharing so we can see some of the words?
I'm gonna do a screen share. Let me send it first by email.
Hey, but Bomani, I know you're a Navy guy, but I was telling Kyla, if the U.S. Navy comes set up a base, you know how many jobs that's going to provide for the people of Liberia? It's going to aid in modernization of modern hospitals. You know,
You don't know Liberia
Kala,
very well.
You gotta. I mean, even if you don't agree with what he's talking about, let's try to hear him out because I've seen where the Navy aircraft carrier I was on CV 64, the Constellation, pulled up into Singapore, and
I
literally
have no problem with
I
that.
started seeing what that was in 1999. I was like, this is a smart nation. They choose to work with the wickedest white devil nation ever, and they make it work. You know what I mean?
whoa on that. Yeah.
He's talking
You know,
about.
you know what? I don't like nobody calling the nation the devil,
Oh,
but
that's what you're gonna get, man. We
Well,
call.
I mean,
but Bomani, but look at how many.
I mean, in 1776, when when everyone was celebrating independence, we were literally in a die-hard struggle, and but you just got to call it what it is. So that's a work of
Yeah,
devil
yeah,
stuff,
but
but at the same time, too, America's
would you admit that the Declaration of Independence was one of the greatest documents ever written by men outside of the Bible?
yeah, as far as the
The
founding fathers and what
Yeah,
they've
because
written, I got to give them
yeah,
credit for
it,
building
it was a
something because
great document. It was
they were
it
colonies. I
implemented.
went
Was
from
it?
13 colonies to 50 states and dominance of the world. So yeah, I can give them their respect. And while we're looking at what they
Yeah,
have built, we're looking at what we can build as a people.
yeah, and that document provided the foundation for the civil rights movement, because when you put something on paper, right, and you say this is how it's supposed to be, and it's not that way, then you could work to make change, right? But if those people never said that all men were created equal, they could have easily said all white men are created equal, but they didn't say that. They
Yeah,
could
but
have said that only white people could be in the government. They never said that, right? So you have to give the founding fathers credit that they didn't exclude black people, although they did,
they have
because they
equal.
could have written it down like the Confederate Constitution, right? They said black men wasn't shit, right? But the founding fathers never said that.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna give him credit. Bottom line is this: black people will never become full citizens of this country, man. So until but it's still not. It's still not. We're still not full. We're still like hey, like that. So we don't.
We're totally integrated into the society in every aspect of the society, from
We don't
truck
think so.
drivers to the president. From the
I don't
truck
think.
drivers to the president. We
I
have
don't think
senators,
so.
we have congressmen, we have mayors, We have county councilmen. We have sheriff, state police. You know, we're part and parcel of this country.
You're in your side, but that's the whole thing. That has nothing to do with America, though. That's has to do with just people, you know.
But America has improved significantly. You know, has improved significantly. Every decade we've
I don't
gotten
believe
better.
there is such a thing called. I don't believe there is such a thing called America. You believe it? I don't. I think it's a myth.
It's not a thing. It's a spirit. It's a spirit. It's a spirit that inhabits all of us.
America's a myth. Okay, hold up. Let me put this blog up. Hold up. You know,
That's what I'm saying. You guys have this like love-hate relationship on your views.
No, it's more hate.
But I'm like President Booyaka, as he said, Booyaka, as he said, he wants to strengthen the relationship with America. You know,
they always say
Donald Trump. But hey, Bomani, peep this. They took a picture with Donald Trump and Booyaka, right? Donald Trump is towering over him. He's like 6'4". Right?
Hold on. Why you dissing the man's
President
name?
Bokai, right? So President they both did a thumbs up. Donald Trump is like 6'4", he's like 5'5", right? But that's that symbolic of America being the big brother and the little brother coming together in perfect harmony. You know,
Liberia is not the little brother. Liberia at one time was the most powerful country on the African continent. It was the number one place of dominance. It had actually when Tubman was. I'm gonna show you a video of Tubman meeting with Kennedy. You know, when Tubman met with Kennedy, Tubman was one of the most powerful men in the world. When he met with Kennedy, he looked at Kennedy like, "Well, you're a president. You're my junior. You're my son." He basically son JFK. What are you talking about? You know, Liberia. These are some of the best states the world's ever seen.
See, when you fantasize, you escape reality. You know,
nothing.
like you can't live in a Pan-African Alice in Wonderland, man.
So you gonna tell me that you think Donald Trump's on the level of Tubman, the former president of Liberia?
You said it's Tubman?
Tubman, President William Tubman. You know. So the bottom line is this: no, he was not. Donald Trump was not. He couldn't hold a candle to Tubman. Tubman was a real statesman. Now he was a man. You know. So anyway, here's the article right here. It says Liberia. Let me read the article. Liberia was founded as a haven for Africans in the West seeking freedom and independence. The whole point of Liberia was to have a place where the African Americans could build themselves up without interference from whites. It was clear to many thinkers during the time period, and I wrote this 14 years ago. It was clear to the time that that blacks needed to sever ties with white America in order to become a people. White paternalism was even more dangerous than brutality because it confirmed the notion that blacks were the children and they needed guidance from white benefactors. In Liberia, by the end of World War II, many generations of African Americans grew up being governed by fellow blacks. Many had never been called the N-word. None were ever massacred like in the Tulsa or Black Wall Street, Rosewood. They were used to seeing their leaders at the League of Nations, sitting down like other sovereign people, safe within their borders. This is what freedom is all about. And this is what I tell you. Liberians are never going to give up this freedom, bro. So your idea of building a U.S. building, that's never going to happen. You know.
What Jai's agreeing with him is that he's making some strong point. And
because
Bomani, it's not
Bomani,
exactly
look at this. Bomani, look at this. If the Navy base in Norfolk leaves Norfolk, you know how many jobs will be lost? Norfolk would go under tonight, right?
Virginia is literally a military town, and you can see
exactly
the growth of Virginia.
But the whole thing is this. Yes,
if that base moves to Philly,
why don't America start with parking some of its merchant ships to Liberia instead of talking about Navy? You know, so you don't need to with somebody's Navy. You know, okay. Let me finish reading this, right? And that was a preamble to what I'm talking about. I said this was the freedom about. Now, when you yield any part of that, you give up your sovereignty. That's why I said I studied Liberia. Liberia was a proud black republic, and the Sanamani and worldly incidents are going to show what happens when white supremacy is brought to a free, plowed, black African state, the Kalagenesis, right? That was a preamble. Now, I copied this verbatim out of a book that I had, called Black Colonization. Okay, the first negative reaction between the American activities came in February of 1918 when a revolt by the Goje and the Konga clans of the Gola broke out against the government. Secretary of the Interior John Morris was sent to investigate the situation. After 2 months stay in the northwestern part of the country, that's where Lofa is right now, Morris came to the conclusion that one of the main factors was leading to the revolt was the conduct of administration officials. He noted that a particular behavior among two African Americans or American Liberian officials, Henry J. Howard and Henry J. Howard and Henry J. Howard and James Howard, who had abused their authority by collecting large sums of money and generally mistreating the native population, especially the Gola. Morris, we find ourselves in an awful predicament. The whole interior is fermenting as a result of these rule the rule of these commissioners. It is only extremely carefully handling that one may hope to restore the decency. I'm just copying this as from the book we're reading. This quotes. So to restore decency of state of affairs, the rule of commissioners, right? To end the rule of commissioners. It is only extremely carefully one way to hope to resolve the state of affairs. On the face of it, there was no connection between the Americans serving in Liberia. There was Americans serving in Liberia, white Americans, and some African American Buffalo Soldiers. And the outbreak of the Gola Revolt. Morris' report on the face devoted a full 9 pages to description of the Howards' misdeeds, appointments, and Morris argued that has been a mistake from the beginning. Since Howard had been the Major Young's personal choice for the position, there was in fact a line drawn between the U.S. officials and the Gola outbreak. Morris had probably come to the conclusion that the reforms forced upon the government by the military attaché, financial advisor, and the American minister had led to neither the strengthening of the American Liberian rule nor established effective administration on the thing. In other words, they let the American military come in there and they screwed the situation up. Liberians remember this, And so, therefore, the Americans, in his opinion, were to blame for the situation, no less than the Liberians, since the Liberians had the authority in the Northwest. The Americans, in his opinion, U.S. officials in Liberia had attributed to the failure of Liberians alone without taking any responsibility among themselves. The Liberians remember the United States coming in. It wasn't pretty, And so, in addition, the U.S. officials had attributed to the failure of Liberians, along with this taking any responsibility themselves and pursuing things. So, yet another leading factor was the resentment of the Americans was high-handed matter. The Americans officials, American officials, in other words, basically, he's talking about this part. He's talking about how one of the men, they chained the guy and brought him to the thing, and they said, "Wait a minute here. That's something that only happens in America, not Liberia, where a white man could chain a Liberian and bring him thing. That's something that thing. This most serious dispute was between Sanamani, involved three people. A guy named Mitchell, an American District Administration, A.H.A. Sawyer, an American Liberian Mission in the area, and a border of the French territories, an additional district, the Garma and Sawyer, an American Liberian. In 1920, Sawyer accused Sanamani of keeping slaves. taking government money and transferring government property to his name. As a consequence of these actions, Mitchell sent a note announcing Sotomayor's dismissal and ordered the commissioner to present himself immediately in Monrovia. Sawyer, who carried out these messages, was ordered to chain Sotomayor if he had resisted. Okay. Upon arrival in Monrovia, Sotomayor reported to his superior, the Secretary of Interior.
Hey, can I?
Hold on, let me finish this. Complaint is almost done. Complained that Sawyer had taken advantage of the situation and ordered him chained without justification. As a result, Sotomayor had been led all the way to Monrovia, a 12-day journey in chains, humiliated and degraded. Such behavior expressed the will that white Americans wanted to control Liberia. Sotomayor added that while on the way to Saniquelli, I could hear the surprise of natives making the remark that now we know the white man has taken the country away from the black people in Monrovia. See, the white man had put the district commissioner in chains and sending him out of the country, right? So, basically, what I'm saying, this incident basically caused riots in Liberia, and this guy Mitchell was driven out of the country. I'm just telling you.
But wait a second. The object of the show is to be informative and to build. So I'm gonna give you a book to read. It's called 2 Centuries of U.S. Military Operations in Liberia. We're talking real stuff tonight, right? We're not.
And also, yeah,
That's the book you need to read.
Hold on. The United States was only in Liberia during World War II, and that was a thing. That was it. During the war. That was it.
The United States built the deep port in Liberia.
Yeah,
it was built by America.
Hold on. First of all, you got to understand what that was built. That was broken by African Americans, and the funds would come. What was the act that allowed that to happen? Do you know?
What you said?
What was the law that allowed the deep port to be Liberia to be port? What did Roosevelt use?
The land lease.
Oh yeah, okay, you got something there. The land lease program, and the bottom line is this: Roosevelt had the loan Liberia the money to build a deep port, and also the Roberts airport, right? And also they built the base in Robertsport. That was just to transport goods, and the soldiers that were in Liberia weren't white; they were black. They were African American soldiers there, stationed there, and so therefore it was basically transporting goods and soldiers to the enemy line. To the front line in the North African theater. That was all Liberia was used for during World War II. And for that, they got a port built and they got an airport built. That was it.
But we're talking about the future. We respect the past, but we're looking at the future.
Liberia's not at war. Liberia's not at war with anybody. So what they need?
But what I'm saying, like Bomani, I don't know if Bomani's here, but the U.S. Navy brings $15.8 billion to Norfolk, Virginia, right?
Hold on.
So if
Hold on. This is what I'm talking about, right? I don't mind people getting involved with Liberia, but what I am not going to do is I am not going to have some Liberian passing by my channel, right? And you say that and make it seem like I support that. I will be kicked out of Liberia forever because I know the average Liberian. They're not going to hear about no white people in America, U.S. military in Liberia. Because
if you read this book called 2 Centuries of U.S. Military Operations in Liberia, it shows you from 1941 to 1989.
Who was the author? I'm gonna tell you right now, it's garbage. Who's the author?
His name is Niels Hahn. Niels Hahn.
Let me look the book up. I bet most of the books written.
It starts from its origin, from the origin, military intervention from its origin to the frontier force.
200 years of what?
Is 2 centuries of U.S. military operations in Liberia, challenges of resistance and compliance.
Centuries of U.S. Hey, you try to make it seem like the United States was in fucking Liberia military. You're fucking lying, bro. The only troops that went in Liberia were black soldiers.
I mean, you gotta read the book. I can't read it for you.
Bro. I got more black books on Liberia than you'll ever read.
It was there from day one with the establishment of the American colonies in West Africa.
Hold on. Well, America didn't have any colonies in West Africa. You know that, right?
It had Liberia. That was the first colony that it had.
Liberia was not an American colony.
From 1822 to 1847, it was an American colony.
First of all, American colonization was a private organization. It was not a government institution.
Under the auspices of the United States government. It was under the auspices.
America had no friggin' interest in Liberia. You know, what are you talking about? It was never colonized. Liberia is known as the only country in
America
Africa
had a vested interest in Liberia because if Lincoln had stayed alive, most African Americans would have ended up there.
Hold on. Liberia, what you're trying to do is you're trying to make it seem like Liberia was America's colony. It never was. You know,
like once you read that book, 2 Centuries of U.S. Military Operations in Liberia,
I know that people
you'll understand. The money that was used to purchase that stretch of land in Liberia came from the United States government through the American Colonization Society.
And what? And so what? What's that got to do with
right?
The American colonization? American colonization was a private organization. Was that the US
when
government?
the United States saw that the Liberians were mature, they told them to.
So that's a fucking lie. Hillary Teague basically condemned the ACS by saying it was a useless organization, and they kicked them out. You know,
listen.
They said
from 1822, it was they called it a 25-year plan, right? From 1822 to 1847.
First of all, you're not gonna sit here and tell me about Liberia. Tell me about the Mississippi settlement and the Maryland settlement. They're two different things. You know that.
The Sino, the Maryland, we all know that.
Two different settlements that had nothing to do with the ACS.
You had the Louisiana, like all this stuff, man.
Louisiana settlement was on the St. Paul River. That was just a small settlement. You know?
Yeah, we're not talking geography today. We're talking about how instrumental America was
understand Liberia. You understand
in the founding, the establishment, and the sustenance of Liberia. Without America,
the remark about Liberia is they sustained themselves. They didn't need the help of the United States from the United States.
No, they needed there was a 25-year plan.
Look. Initially,
1847, where the ACS wanted them to mature.
You read Hillary Teague Declaration of Independence, which you never did, right? He said the reason for independence is because we've been dumped on the shores, neglected by the United States because they're racist. We were denied rights in America, and you guys say his words of the thing. I played on Bomani show one time, you know.
Okay. What about the Buffalo Soldiers being on ground? The United States sent the Buffalo Soldiers to preserve the colony.
Liberian government, basically, just like I told you, when
the Liberian government was about to be overran, and America had to intervene to preserve the settlement.
Those were African American soldiers. Those were American soldiers.
But they're still American. African Americans are American. They wasn't no independent people.
Were they allowed to move freely around America, live where they want to live? No.
But black people enjoyed living amongst themselves. African Americans never really wanted to integrate.
Don't try to claim their valor.
Listen, when the Stars and Stripes hit that ground and the Buffalo Soldiers started marching,
the Stripes did not hit no ground. Liberia never.
Listen, from when they got off the boats, they said "Urtan Hunt," right? The U.S. flag went up, right? And the Buffalo Soldiers brought.
Get the hell out of here! That never happened on Liberian soil, bro. What are you talking about? You know?
Okay, man.
It not happened on no damn Liberian soil. You're lying. You know? I know Liberian history. You know?
You know how many regiments?
It was just a one regiment, and they basically helped Liberia build a frontier force. That was about it, you know. And so that's all about it.
Okay.
Those people
soldiers came.
A lot of those soldiers stayed in Liberia too. They ain't go back to the United States. So
okay,
that's what you're talking about. A lot of them became Liberians, you know. So you make it seem like they're America. America's not that important, bro. Trust me. You know, it's not.
Without America,
I tell you, America is not.
Liberia would have got pushed into the sea in 1823.
Whatever. First of all, if you understand anything, you should talk to my good brother, Great African, which we call the Ma people, the Mono people, right? They're the ones that had our back in the interior, right? They was one that held the French down. Them and the people in Lofa. They stood and raised the Liberian flag on that soil, said we stand with Monrovia.
I'm just happy that the president, the honorable president of Liberia, doesn't think like you, and he's going to rekindle those relationships that Liberia had.
Yeah, look, You gotta say Liberia has a long relationship with the United States, and they know, like, throughout the years, America has never done anything substantial in the country, right? People who do substantial, China, right? China's doing good work. Japan's doing good work in there. Germany's doing good work in Liberia. When America's really never done nothing since like the 1940s, you know. So they'll come here now talk about what America's gonna do, man. Nobody's buying that shit, you know. Nobody's buying that shit with America. America got to prove itself to Liberia or whatnot. You know, oh
Okay.
America, but I think you got the wrong country, man. I think you better go to Sierra
All right.
Leone with that nonsense. Whatnot. Liberians are something else, man. Liberians don't bow to nobody. You know, they're proud people. They don't bow to nobody. You know, they're like this. You know, they surely don't bow to Black Americans, and they don't bow to white Americans. You
Well,
know,
let's find out what President Bokai is talking with President Trump about, because it seems
Oh,
like there's going to be a
yeah,
connection.
yeah, Bomani.
yeah,
Before we go to that,
but he makes it think like Boca said.
Bomani. Before we go to that, like I'm trying to explain to Kala. See, we talking serious. We talking like grown men tonight, right? We not. It's no poppy show like the Jamaicans say, right? We talking real stuff tonight. And
I'm talking real
the
stuff.
United States Navy brings $15 billion to Norfolk between
Hold up. It doesn't matter.
$15
Okay,
billion.
let me ask you a question.
Imagine $15 billion being in Liberia
Hold up. Let me
and the
ask you a
type of
question.
modernization that can happen.
Let me
Well,
ask you a
the thing of
question.
it is that when you look at Qatar and you look at United Arab Emirates, they have their setup there, and
Yeah, but
those
Liberia
nations,
Liberia is
Yeah.
not like
that's what I'm
these.
And
saying.
imagine, but
Those
Bonnie,
nations
when
make
the
it work. So
ships dock, right?
it may not be
Okay,
the
let me
worst
ask you a
thing.
question. Let me ask
Wait,
you a
wait, wait, wait,
question.
wait. Hey, let me build for one
Hold
second
on. How come they don't use Accra? Accra is way more
because they don't
developed.
have. I don't think Accra has like a deep sea
Oh yeah,
port
yes
that
it
can.
does. Yes it does. You know. And so,
Well,
okay, they
well,
can use
well
Legos. They can use Legos. They can use like this. They got so many ports. You really
but
think
that's
they're gonna Liberia's
but
gonna
but
they
but
can go
but
all throughout the
Nigeria is under the Commonwealth
They can
of.
go home. Look, Luanda got a deep port, you know, and
But
they go.
Tyler, we're talking about the future, right? $15 billion
Look,
in a
you don't understand
cash-strapped
something.
nation,
Hold on.
No,
right?
you may not agree with the brother. We don't all have to agree,
Hold
but
on. That's not gonna no. The
And
average
then you have young African American soldiers who
the thing is,
intermingle with the young women there.
the bottom line. Hold on, the
Tyler, you
bottom line
can't
is
speak for the
hold
nation
up.
of you can't speak for the
Liberia's not
nation
a
of
whorehouse,
Liberia.
bro.
You know, it's like governments have to deal with governments, and sometimes these are things that go down. I look at
Right,
Qatar.
I agree with that, but I'm saying the fact of the matter is, when America, if it was about that, it would have been doing that for the last 100 years.
Well,
It
no,
has
I
never
mean
done anything.
a lot changed over a period of time, so that may not be the worst thing.
But the thing
I'm
is,
not
though,
saying
the thing is, though, if
that's what has to
America was
happen,
going to
but
do
Hey,
something,
it may not be the worst thing. I mean,
if America,
we have to start
I
looking at
think so.
economic
I
hey,
disagree.
opportunities.
hey,
Disagree.
hey, Bomani, when you get a chance, look up this book.
Yeah,
It's two centuries.
Oh, yeah, it's a bunch of
I posted the
propaganda
book name
bullshit,
and
you
everything.
know.
I got it on Amazon actually.
The
Oh,
bottom line is,
you already read it?
the
No, I
bottom line
didn't read it. I was trying to
It's
find a
not.
video on the book
But
because
No, it's free. It's free online.
all I know is you can talk about that, but I'm trying to tell you, I know Liberia. I know the
I
people.
mean,
And I
You know,
think,
I mean, you can say you know Liberia, but if Bokai and Trump sit down and
but
they
it's
make
not
a
gonna be
deal,
no military stuff like
you
that.
and
Oh,
none of
that
them, you and nobody else in Liberia can stop that from
check
going
us
on.
out. But I will say this,
I'm not
bro.
saying that it's gonna happen or anything, but it's
but
like
then,
Check
you're
us out.
denying something
Hold
that
on.
can possibly happen.
They proposed that.
When
Well,
I look at when I
they
look at the map of
proposed
West
that.
Africa, Liberia is an ideal place to get into
Yeah,
maritime
ideal.
we
The
operations.
don't need
temp
no fucking
and the
United
thing
And
about
States.
Liberia is not too hot. It's not overbearing
Yeah,
heat.
it's not. What are you
the
talking about?
reality of it is, we may have to make some moves. I mean, we can't
Oh yeah,
just
I know
sit
that,
around
but
like sitting
we
ducks
don't
and
have to
just like
sell our
hope and
soul
pray
to the
that things
devil, man.
change. You may have to work with the people that you
We don't
elect.
have to fucking sell
Especially,
our
And
soul.
when those
and I'm
boats
not trying
dock,
to be on this bandwagon.
when those
Agree with
boats
me.
dock and those African American men get to
Oh
mix with
yeah,
the natives,
yeah.
that's
You
going to
keep
be a new.
look, 1776. Keep dreaming.
What's up?
Keep
All
keep
right,
I
man.
mean,
My
dreaming.
dream might come
listen.
through. My dream might come.
Yeah, okay.
My dream might come through in
We
10 years.
we can all dream. You can all
I mean,
dream.
Okay.
Keep on saying dream, but that may be an opportunity that can work. It may be. I'm not like saying it will and it can happen, but it may be. But it's like we gotta stop limiting ourselves to opportunities and then things like that. The same reason why I brought up Singapore and brought up the United Arab
I
Emirates
would
and
much
Qatar
rather see America build.
and other nations. When you look at the
Hey,
even Both
Bomani.
you see operations going on there. You know,
I
Bahrain got
would much rather
Hey,
see
Bomani,
like I
one
said,
thing I could
I
say,
can't all talk, so I'm gonna mute
upgrade
hey,
myself.
and built.
hey,
If America built a port, America and China built
Bomani,
the Sino, took the Sino port and modernized the Sino port, made it a free trade zone. That would be, and also build a rail
but
line to the interior to connect the Burkina Faso with the coast. That's a game changer. That stuff you're talking about right there. Liberia wants to build that railway to the interior.
but see, you didn't even listen to the press conference. You didn't listen to the press conference or what the people were
I
saying,
know that. Hold up, but he did
right?
not offer
Well,
no thing.
perfect. Can we watch a video so we can because I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
watching
yeah,
videos. Can we watch one of the
yeah.
videos?
But yeah,
All right,
before you watch the video, because I'm about to step out. One thing I like about the Liberian
I mean,
president, and
if you have
he
a
buttered
video,
up. He
76, can we see the video so we can just
I'll
take a
look
look
for
at
it.
what they're saying?
all right. I'm about to step out for a second. I'm gonna step.
But if you have a video, you know, maybe we can watch the video and then see what they're saying because
It
we can't.
it was on C-SPAN. It was on C-SPAN. I don't know how to get that. It was on C-SPAN.
Yeah, I've
I'll
seen
look
a few
for it.
different videos, but
Yeah, but he was buttering up Donald Trump, playing to his ego. And you know, once you butter
No,
Donald Trump up, he'll give you anything you want.
everybody told me
that's what I'm saying.
just the
So
opposite.
sometimes governments got to deal with deal with certain people, and they got to make strategic moves. We got to be strategic and tactical. We can't just look at things like and
Well, I mean, we can all do that, but I'm on record saying I ain't approving that shit.
But
You know?
even if you're not approving it, you don't have any power of what the country does as far as bringing in opportunities and bringing in investments. And I'm not saying it can't literally be the worst thing. It's just we got to make sure we position ourselves to make sure we reward the benefits and not be at a detriment, like
But
we've always been in West Africa, where we have all the resources and bad deals are made. But we got to think about
but
the generation of young men that looking for opportunities. I got guys in Ghana telling me that they're about to join the damn Russian military. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So I mean, we have to start looking at things and being tactical.
and
I'm not saying
the thing is, if you have a $15 billion investment, right, with a country that has 70% unemployment, man, that's an uplift,
You
right?
know, 7% unemployment. We told you
Yeah,
so.
they have.
most
You
African
have to look at the
nations
you have to look at the human
unemployment.
index.
It's that
The
bad.
human index.
Bottom line, hold up. If you really think that the Sahel region and all these countries are going to let the United States build a base in
But
ECOWAS,
America had out of all the
I
in
mean,
Africa,
ECOWAS is
America
going
has a relation with Liberia.
if you think ECOWAS is going to let all the African Union,
ECOWAS can't do anything about that.
hold
If
on,
the
hold on.
deal
If you
No,
goes
think
down,
the African Union, all these countries in Africa are going to let, look, you know what
well,
Tolbert
I mean,
said?
they can't be. I mean, they're letting the Chinese come in and do things.
Hold
I
on,
mean,
hold
and
on.
the
Let me say
Chinese
this.
are just
For
ruthless
mine, let me say this.
and nasty.
Let me say this. Back in the days, right? The United States, when Tolbert went to bet with Nixon, whatever like that, the United States was waging a war in Angola, right? And basically, Tolbert was the president of the African OAU, Organization of African Unity, right? He said, Tolbert said this is on record. Everybody knows. He said the West was trying to pressure him to
and
approve
yeah,
a
and that's
bill.
why Tolbert got a bullet in his ass too. He should have stayed out of that situation. And the American Liberians would still be in
So we
power.
don't
He
care about
started
that.
bucking the system,
Tolbert said, as long as I'm heading the OAU, they'll never
and
have
that's
it.
why he got his ass blown away. You know,
So like I say, you sound like an enemy of Africa, bro.
No, I
You
mean,
want the white?
no, I'm
look at
not
the
an enemy of Africa. I just want to see.
Hold on.
Middle East.
Bottom line is
They're
this.
working.
Hold on.
They're working
We're
with
in
the
the
American
fucking
government, and their
we're in the
countries are
fucking
growing.
race war. We're in the freaking race war. So
Oh
the
my
bottom line is
goodness.
this.
Yeah.
I don't care about
We
your
got to be a little more
opinion.
tactical and strategic. We can't just look at
We have
everything
to
as
be
I know
pragmatic.
that.
Carla, you have to be pragmatic, man. You have to be pragmatic, right?
Hold up. Yeah, you can be pragmatic all you want, but you don't let nobody pull no friggin' the West, your worst enemy, put a fucking
Do you
military base.
know when American excavators go there looking for rare minerals, right?
I would prove Russia base there in America. That's
All
what I
right,
think.
man.
Right? I
brother,
would rather
if we
see
got
Putin.
Africans trying to join European military just so they can get opportunities, why not bring the
Yeah,
opportunities?
it's 70% unemployment.
I agree with that, man. Let's bring Russia there. Let's bring
No,
Russia.
I didn't say Russia. I'm just saying. Let me just be clear. I have associates and friends in Ghana, and they are literally saying there's nothing going on in my country. I'm gonna sign up to join the Russian military.
Russian
So I'm
Spetsnaz.
No
saying
problem with people going to
if
Russia.
America builds bases and build opportunities in Africa, it may not be the worst thing. I mean, at least you don't gotta leave
15.
out and run to Russia. I mean, that is
Yeah,
crazy. Going to
15.
Russia to join a military.
Listen, man. Hey, Bomani, now you're talking as an
Okay,
adult, right? If
where you
America
been?
goes to Liberia
Where
and
you been?
terraform that country,
Where you
and you
been
have
with numbers from?
Chick-fil-A, KFC, right?
Hold on.
Everything that the Navy is accustomed to.
Hold on. Did you say KFC?
I said everything we have here will be over
We don't
there.
want
When the
everything.
Navy base,
Man, shut the fuck up, man. We don't
Yeah,
want
Kala,
everything we got in America. In America and Liberia. That's
yeah,
the whole
Kala.
problem.
I
I might
mean,
as well stay the
you
fuck
may not,
here.
you can't speak for the whole country, and I mean, you dropped the brother, and we're trying to have a
No, but I think
conversation.
he's trolling. I don't think he's serious.
I mean, he may not. It doesn't sound like he's trolling. That's the thing of it. And I mean, he's not even joking or laughing or anything, or
If he's serious about
I don't know.
his whole thing is we're gonna go bring America and we're gonna bring KFC to fucking Liberia.
You keep on you keep on talking over him. I mean, I don't know what to say, brother. I'm just trying to work with you so we can talk about some solutions and some things. And I mean,
hey, listen,
I don't want to cause any problems.
listen.
Why
Why do you think that there's 500,000 Liberians in America? If we bring America there, there will be no need for them to come here. Right? Those people, those 500,000 people that are educated in America can go back there and be leaders of Liberia once the Navy goes there. $15 billion investment, you new modern hospitals, you have franchises to go there, and then it would rekindle that bond that African Americans had with Liberia in the past.
We heard this before.
Every time he talks, you just talk right over him. So I don't know if I can even hear what he's trying to say. And I mean, I
heard what he said.
But by the time he's in the middle of a conversation, like most people just cut them. We not always, just like you and I, we talk all the time. We don't always agree, and sometimes we still gotta have conversations because we're talking about opportunities and things, and people listen to what we're talking about. And I can't say that. I mean, I haven't talked to all of the people in Liberia, and maybe all of them is not against it. I mean, maybe the ones you talk about is against it, but when the reason my family left Jamaica is the lack of opportunities because the opportunities are limited and you got to score in like the top 90% to even get certain things. So sometimes we have to be open to, open our governments, and other nations have to be open to something. I mean, but they just have to make sure they make the right deals so the people benefit.
Bomani, before the Civil War, Americans would frequently go to Liberia. It was a vacation spot for Americans. Colin knows it, right? So with a Navy base coming to Liberia, $15 billion in investment, with a population that's 70% unemployed, the Navy brings auxiliary jobs, right? From the mess hall to, it's so many things that go with the Navy, man. Like that, if the Navy leaves Norfolk, that whole economy would implode, right? So if the United States
depends on the Navy, I mean not the Navy, the U.S. military in general, and that's one of the things that does stand out. I mean, that's why Virginia just got a lot going for itself. I mean, that's a big part of the economy.
And if the base is open there, you might have Liberians that join the U.S. Navy, right? That economic uplift in 20 years would renovate that whole country and make it the true Lone Star of Africa. I mean, I'm telling you.
Then you also have skills transfer. As a matter of fact, we have a native-born Liberian here.
Airplane mechanics, all that.
Let's hear what he has to say. I mean, and
all right.
Elvis, what's your thought on it? What we're talking about?
Yeah, I think.
I think Elvis might be Monrovia.
I think
Elvis, do I need to get your upgraded phone also?
Oh, you're not getting me?
We can hear you now.
All right, I had to disconnect from my earpiece. But I'm just saying, like what 1776 is saying is on point, right? And what Kala is saying, because in his mind, Liberia is ideal against, the white supremacy power, structure. And I understand that, Kala, but the reality on the ground is that people need jobs. Like the brother is saying, that number is probably more like 80% unemployment in the country. So yes, it's not ideal as a Pan-Africanist or as somebody who wants to stand in the face of the West. But there could be a lot of opportunities for Liberians on the ground for employment, for
and
development.
skills transfer too.
One of the largest
I'll be like this. You know what's
employer outside
happens
of government is
if
NGOs,
Liberians ever want to get rid
non-governmental
of me,
agencies
if
or
you ever want to
organizations.
get rid of
Yeah,
And a
me,
lot
Kala,
of
you're
Liberians,
you're the one talking.
covet,
He just
they
let's
covet
tell
those
at least
jobs
get him
because
for
they're
that.
such high-paying jobs relative to other jobs. And most of these companies are American companies, like the Carter Center, Jimmy Carter Center for Democracy. A lot of Liberian working there. They get paid good money. When the UN was there, a lot of people work with the UN. So they're qualified Liberians who can all fit in government, especially if the political alignment is not with the current government. So I think it's opportunities. I'm not sure if this is going to materialize, but you know, conversation within this infancy that this could be a possibility. I know Kyla would see that as an affront to his kingsmen who helped fund the country. But our current situation, might necessitate that we get
you
something
guys will be all right.
of an
You guys will be
investment from
all
the
right.
United
You guys
States.
will
And
be
like
all right.
1776 said,
You
most of
guys will
our
be all
big
right, Elvis. You
infrastructure in
guys
our
will be all
country,
right. Your
like our
people will
airport,
be all right. Your people will be all right. Yeah.
No, bro, they're not gonna be all right. It's not that
quid pro
simple.
quo.
When you're coming from
You
a
let us
nation,
refuel our,
you need opportunities. You need something going
our
for yourself. Other than
planes in your country, and in return, we'll give you certain investments. And they did that. So if they're asking us for certain military, base, they're going to give us a tremendous amount of development relative to what we have now. So I get it, Kyle. I get
And I
your
think
point, but at the same time, people are suffering, bro. People are dying. You can't
Yeah,
be
but
idealistic
I'll
when
be
people
just
need jobs and people need
I'll be
investments
you
to
have
come
to
to
disrespecting
the country.
start.
Pan-Africanism in
So I'll
Liberia.
pass the mic back to you, Kyle. Maybe you want to respond.
Well, all I'm saying is that sounds good, beautiful. There's a whole Boca got to weigh the fact that if he does go that right, then he's been doing a lot to reach out to the black community in Atlanta and stuff like that, connecting. So if he goes that route, then there goes.
Wait, not to cut you off, Kyla. Not to cut you off. I seen Trump meet with a lot of people, and he really don't like him. He really likes this guy, right? And he respects him. Unlike the South African president that he shitted on, he didn't shit on Liberia's president.
Well, like I said,
yeah, good
why
point.
not?
He did ask him where he learned how to speak English and where did he go to school at,
Yeah, because
And
he was speaking like a dude from Harlem.
our president did call him sir. So it was a little bit of a cringe movement there, but overall they're gonna have the real talk behind closed doors. And hopefully the president will brief the country when he gets back and what they talked about.
Elvis, African Goddess has a good question for you. She said, "Is any evidence anywhere that American military base will result in development?" That's what I said.
Yes,
Okay, Bomani just told you
I
about
can
Dubai and the
I can
UAE.
Yeah, but
I
those
can
people are
testify.
already developed. Those people are already developed, though.
No, American
I
business.
can testify that I was on a ship for 6 months. We went everywhere in the Pacific area, and all the nations that they connect with. I'm not saying they were all thriving, but it created an economic boom, and
So,
and also the government of those nations made sure
Hey,
that they had
Bomani,
strong leaders
tell him about Guam.
Hold on. Let me just tell African goddess since you asked that question, right? Let me answer that question. When the United Nations came into Liberia after our war in 2003, they infused $500 million into our economy annually. Annually. They hire a bunch of drivers, they hire a lot of people for different kinds of work, they rented homes, they employ people to do certain kind of jobs. Liberia, when they left in 2017, it took $500 million from our economy overnight. And that's just the United Nations. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be. I can't predict the future, but definitely they're going to infuse some cash into our economy for sure.
Absolutely. What you don't want is a Chinese military base. That's what you don't want.
what
You
about
don't want
Michael
that.
O'Malley saying Liberia's president was just in the White House begging Trump for a welfare check, and Collins here talking
He's lying. He
Liberia's
Mike. He's trolling. He's not being serious.
The man knows the situation of his countrymen and his young nation, and he's trying to break her a deal. And that's why I appreciate the brother humbleness, because you're dealing with someone that is on the world stage as this big dictator, dominant figure, and I need to work with somebody, because the thing of it is, Liberia is standing there alone. It's not like Ghana or Nigeria is trying to work with Liberia. We have to do what we have to do.
Yeah, and
All right. Hey,
one of the things our
Bomani.
president said. 1 second. one of the things our president said, which is kind of embarrassing, but I guess kind of straightforward. He said that we have a lot of minerals, but he wants the United States to go in there and try to help us discover some of those minerals, you know,
through the
and that way,
Geological Society.
yeah, that way we can, do business with private companies but again, it's just, I think our government could spend money, $30 million or something and hire some of these companies to go in there and do an independent evaluation, of our minerals, and then we can sell it. But if you have America coming and doing the excavation and trying to do the valuation of our resources, they can lowball us. So that was kind of a weak point in his
But
presentation today.
what he was talking about is restarting. I think Liberia had a geological society with the country that used to do that past. So he was talking about rekindling that, looking for rare earth minerals and different stuff like that. So he's trying to build that bridge, man. And I'm ready to cross the bridge too.
I mean, Kyler, will you see that as an affront to what the pioneers of the country was trying to get away from if we ever had a Navy base or outpost from the United States in Liberia? Are you
Exactly what
there, Kyler?
that's what exactly. Can you imagine them building a a military base in Grand Jita with white soldiers walking around? Yeah, can you
Well, I
imagine
mean,
those?
you also have
I
black
mean,
people.
Kyler, they have military
You also
base
have black people. You
in
also have black people in the
Qatar.
military.
They have it in Kuwait. They have it in
Yeah, that's them.
Singapore, in
That's them.
Germany. America is
Hold on. My
everywhere, bro.
ancestors that founded Liberia, they did not want that. They did not want white.
Tyler,
I
they,
mean,
they had a they had a temporary
are they gonna
military
are they gonna
base during World War II in Liberia,
Yeah, no, it was
Tyler.
temporary,
Yeah,
temporary.
but that's what I'm
You
saying.
know,
So it's not something that is
it was like
ongoing.
temporary. So, and those were mostly African American soldiers too.
Oh, okay, but it
and
was
then
a base there.
the same thing in the U.S. military.
Hey,
You have a whole lot of black people, and maybe some of those black people want to position themselves to be there in Liberia. I mean, you gotta look at
and
possibilities.
everything happened.
Wait, you're breaking up, bro.
Bro,
You're
you're
breaking up.
breaking
Guys are
up.
using some
You're
cheap
breaking up, bro.
Bluetooth earpiece, man. That's disconnect the Bluetooth and just use your phone or use a microphone.
Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
Nah, I said on those Navy ships, you're gonna have some young collars, man, that's looking for a wife, and that's also a
Dude,
bridge,
shut the hell up, man. Just shut up.
Yo,
I'm
hey,
not in the mood.
that may not be the
Yeah,
worst thing.
don't be personal with Tyler, man.
I mean,
Tyler is actually
the
worried about
reality of
that shit
this.
happening. He
I
won't
mean,
like it.
let me give you a great idea. Think about Vietnam. Think about all these. The brothers went over there, and that's why you have all of these. Sometimes you see
like
a Korean
I don't
woman.
want to see Liberian women degraded like that, like Vietnamese.
I knew that's what it was. Tyler don't want to see no Liberian with no white guy. He
I
want
mean,
all the women for himself.
I'm talking about the black men that went to Vietnam. They went they went to the different Asian nations and they spread their seeds. But now you talk about black men in Africa connecting with other black women or black folks in general. That's what I'm saying. It may not be the
Tyler,
worst
would you have a problem if it was all black Americans on that base?
One, I know if Donald Trump's involved with it, Keith Hegseth's involved with it, you're gonna have fucking these white supremacist motherfuckers like they're
Well,
doing.
Tyler, these are the people that you wanted. These are
Hold
your
on,
people
hold
that
on, I
you
don't
voted
look.
for,
Hold
bro.
on, hold on. I voted for Donald Trump because he has
hey,
no interest in Africa. I thought
He,
Africa was.
he lied to you, bro. He bamboozled you.
You know what I'm saying?
Now he's going to set up a base on
I
but
thought
but
Donald
Tom.
Trump was just
Bomani,
uh, getting rid of transgenders and gays and whatnot and leaving Africa alone.
Yeah, you went for the trivia.
yeah, Donald Trump kicked the gays out of the Navy, so you're gonna have straight
You
men
went
going
for
there,
the trivia thing. The real thing now is the thing that you have no power to
Bottom
stop,
line
and that's what
is,
he's
I
going to
don't.
do.
I mean, the thought of white men, in Africa, in Liberia. I don't care about other countries, but Liberia.
Bomani, would you
You're not
tell
gonna stop
Kyla
it.
that Guam, the Northern Marianas,
Yeah, they're gonna be
Hawaii,
there. Yo,
right?
I don't
These
care
these
about those
countries would
places.
go under
Look, I
if
don't care.
America
I don't
wasn't
really care.
there.
I
I
would
mean,
rather
Puerto
listen.
see
Rico,
Liberia starve.
Look at the
Puerto Rico
I'd
would
rather
go
see
under.
folks
Liberia
in the
starve than
Philippines.
give it
Look at
to
the
the United
connection of the
States.
Philippines. I mean, that's it's
Yeah,
And we
brothers
lose
is all over
Liberia,
the
we
place.
lost everything.
Filipinos can come
We
over
lost
here.
everything.
I mean,
Kyler,
look,
You lost that
having
in
a U.S.
1980,
military
Carl. What the
base,
hell are you talking about?
having a U.S. military base is not a deal, but it doesn't take away your sovereignty, brother. Just how you saw what happened
No, it
in
doesn't take.
Niger when they became discontent, they kicked them out. It could happen if they're abusing us and exploiting us. We can kick them
They
out. It's
will
not.
abuse you and extort you. You haven't learned your lesson.
No, I mean we can make these moves, but at the same time, too,
Now,
we have
you
to
guys,
think
some
of
people
man.
are just glutton for punishment,
So
man.
I mean, kind of, we're desperate people. What do you expect us to do, man? It is what it is.
and then the thing of it is, all we have to do is come to the table correct. You know what I mean?
I
And
am, man. I'm gonna give an
make it
African
work.
step
Just like all
proposal.
the other nations I mentioned, they came to the table correct with
But
the U.S.
I'm
government,
gonna give
Bomani, he doesn't
I'm gonna give
understand.
President
and they make
Boca
it
an
work.
African stand
So as long as we have good
proposal.
leadership to make it work, and I'm wishing the best for Bokai. Right now, he's probably making a nice deal that's gonna help Liberia grow. And it's like, what are our options? It's not like a bunch of other countries in Africa is
And
reaching
then
out.
it could
They want to do it
it could
like this.
modernize the fishing industry. Like,
1776. I had a question for you, bro. I mean,
hey,
you
what's up?
saying this? We're hearing whispers of this base possibly happening.
Yeah,
What concrete evidence do you have that it's going to happen?
nah, I'm saying like if you had to give me a percentage, I'm thinking it's like 65% go. You
Really?
know, I think it's like a 65%,
What
a
what's your
65%
rebuttal on
go.
that information? Where are you getting that information from?
Nah, I get a lot of
Soon
information
as
from
the
Spoon
chance
Talk,
present.
man, and
Oh, come
some
on.
C-SPAN and different stuff like that.
Spoon talk.
Yeah, the brother seemed like he does his research. Got to give we got to give him some kind of credit. I mean, got to give him some level of credit. He's not, I mean, he makes some funny jokes about many things. You know what I mean, but sometimes we just have to have real conversations also.
Nah, but Bomani, in the country itself, we're not hearing anything concrete that there is going to be a base definitively. It's just little whispers about it. So I don't know where he's so confident that it's going to happen for sure. They're supposed to have a meeting, I think, in July with
Yeah, we talk about the
you know
He doesn't
the
understand
AFRICOM in
Liberia.
Liberia.
we're
He
talking about the
doesn't.
possibilities
70
and
doesn't understand
what
Liberia.
the possibilities can mean. Because we right now,
Listen,
as I mentioned
Elvis, I
earlier,
hate to be.
Oh,
we got
hold
our
on,
people talking about they want
Elvis.
to join a Russian
What do you
military.
think
We got to think
will happen
big things.
with the opposition? What the opposition, Yeka and all them will do if they announce that they're gonna take it and friggin' McGill, all these people, they're gonna have riots in the country. You know, all these. You already got a large number of people in Liberia, young people who are screaming for Ibram Traore
Listen,
to
man.
take over Liberia. That's what they
Well,
got.
Ibrahim, well, the thing of it is,
Listen,
I appreciate the brother.
see, time out, Bomani. Let me build right here because this guy is so immature, man.
I
If you
appreciate. Go ahead. No,
okay,
go ahead.
this guy's immature. If America comes to build a Navy base in Liberia and they offer people $30 an hour job, man, no, the whole country will be down with it, man. The whole country will be down to get a $30 an hour job building that base.
You think so?
Man, I'll move there.
I'm like, yeah, man, shit. Me too.
Okay.
I'm a,
We gotta look
you
at
know,
possibilities because, like as I mentioned, it's not like the rest of Africa is just storming to say, Liberia is the first republic. It's a great example, and we want to connect with Liberia to do things. It's like
listen.
everybody is just basically. It's like even ECOWAS, you don't see much
I
energy
keep it
going
real.
toward anything in Liberia. So it's like you may have to work with
Tell you something.
with other nations. We gotta do something to figure things out, and
Maybe
then
like control because all those other African countries, they gonna be trying to get the fuck to Liberia, man, to get one of them jobs, man. So
absolutely.
it's a up and up. And if something's a whisper in the West, it's a reality.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see.
Just
I
think
know.
about
I know.
let's be positive and think about the positive
Oh, I'm thinking of
possibilities, the
positive.
positive possibilities, because it's not like you and I are in a position to create a great economy in Liberia
I
and
know
create
that. But let
job
me say,
security and
but mine.
opportunities. So they
Let me
may,
say
go
this.
ahead.
Let me say this. Right. Right now, President Boca is building a overextension bridge in Liberia. He's doing a lot of stuff like that in Liberia. The opposition is still, despite all this stuff. Let's say all the stuff you say is right. Create jobs, whatnot. But you don't understand Liberian politics, right? They'll take any situation, right? They only care about it and turn it to their advantage. They'll say something like, suddenly every Liberian become a black nationalist Pan-Africanist. oh, he let the white man come in our country and whatnot, and we got white people. Next thing you know, they're gonna have white people as citizens, and white man's gonna run this government. Look. I'm telling you, I know these people.
That's a negative point right there. I mean, you're not looking at
but that's exactly what they're gonna do.
I mean,
Why?
so the guys
Because
that are harassing you to send them money and things like that, they want opportunities. And if we can't provide it for them, they may have to look at other avenues. And so that's what I'm saying. It's not the worst thing.
And you know that.
And the people there in the country, trust me, if opportunities like that come through, they'll be open to it.
Well,
and just like all the other nations in Asia and the Middle East, they made it work. So why can't we make it work? Other than that, what is our opportunity for growth?
Let's say I agree with you, right? But the facts to remain, right? You got an opposition that wants power. Elvis knows. And the bottom line, you could have a thing where every Liberian is making $100 an hour, right? They're gonna find a way how to twist this shit, right? And galvanize. They even went after George Weah when he was in power. He had to send out the water trucks up on people. He had Henry Cossin on. Elvis remembers this. You don't understand these people.
Well, if people don't have any jobs and opportunities come in, I mean, they're going to be thankful for those opportunities.
Yes.
I mean, that's
you don't understand what 70%.
That's why people flee the Caribbean community and flee the African continent, because it's not like they have an issue with the country that they're living in. Like I tell people, I love Jamaica, and I talk to many of my other brothers in many other places. They love their country, but their government is not working to create opportunities so they can live in their country. So they do what they have to do. That's why so many people flee to South Africa. We just got to create more opportunities in Africa by any means, and then we have to have the right people at the table to make the right deal. So we, as a people, the working class, the young youths, benefit. Look at what they're doing. I love Kenya. I just came from Kenya a few months ago in April, and then I came back, and then I see all this things going on, and all I see is a bunch of young black men in their 20s. And they're complaining that they don't have opportunities, that whatever goes on in the government, it doesn't translate to them having opportunities. So we have to figure out ways, and if as bad as people may see Trump as, maybe deals can be made to create opportunities. And yes, maybe you have to trade some of your resources, but that's not the worst thing, because last I remember, we don't get much for our resources anyway. So maybe if we make better deals, that will work out. So Bokai is a smart man. He's been around for a long time as an elder. And maybe he's the one that can make those things work. Just like the rest of the West African representative, they sat there humble, and they're like, "Yo, I got a whole." In their minds, this is what I'm thinking. They're like, "I have a whole generation of young black men and women that don't have opportunities. I may have to represent my country and make some better deals, because after a while, that's what we have to do." And as great as Ibrahim Traoré is, he is working on what he needs to do in Burkina Faso, but that does not translate to making Liberia grow and boom.
Facts. Because 70% unemployment is, listen, man, you would see, like, if 70% of Americans were unemployed, you think January 6th was something? People would turn up.
It'd be all out war.
Listen, man.
All kind of shit. Everything would be burning. I mean, people don't. Who wants to suffer? I mean, we all want opportunities. That's why I mentioned. That's why you see this influx of immigrants in America, because it's what it is. People are looking for the best countries to make a good living and live a certain way. And we can't deny people opportunities. So if the African continent don't start making better deals to create opportunities, I mean, we see craziness going in Togo, Cameroon, and like several other nations. The young generations is tired of suffering, so we may have to make better deals. So maybe that's why the West African representative is meeting with Trump, because they don't really have good avenues to create opportunities. So it's something that we have to think about, that we can't count out. We may have to just look at all options and make a better deal.
The bottom line is Trump loves money, and he's into construction, So, hey, man, sometimes you just got to make a deal.
Yo, wait a minute. Hold on. Broody, are you on crack? He says, I'm confused about the ideology interface between. There's no damn ideology interface between me 1776. None whatsoever. Both non. Look, I'm not Pan-Africanist. In other words, basically, I don't believe in Black America being cuckolded in Pan-Africanism. Look, let me tell you something, Baruti. Let me put it to you as a thing. When I go back in the days when I used to go to parties, right? I wanted to at least get my goddamn dick sucked. So if I didn't, I felt like I didn't go to the party. Fuck that
Oh
shit,
my
you know.
goodness, the language, brother, the
Well,
language.
I'm sorry to put it to you like that, but it's pissing me off. Look, I am sick and tired of being. I don't want to be the dude that sits there while everybody's hooking up. You just sitting in the corner. Well, how you ever always have a good time, but you're sitting there with nobody. No,
But,
that's the
but
black man in America. Everybody else
hey,
is hooking up
but
and making
Bomani,
deals, and we're sitting there with nothing. If that's your idea of Pan Africanism, I don't want it.
Bom- Bomani, the thing I can see in my mind's eye, because I like to envision things, America coming to Liberia, they can terraform that place into the new Miami of Africa, man. They have a nice beach, man. You can line that with Marriott,
So,
Hilton's,
how don't we don't
all
need
those
we
type of
don't need you
hotels
telling we don't
that
need you
brings.
tell us about Liberia's beach. We've been on the beach. Me and Bomani been on Liberia beaches, and we know all about Liberia.
And then when we went to the beaches, think about it. Like we was at Labasa. What is the next resort by Labasa? Nothing. What is the next resort on the left or the right side? Nothing. What's the resort behind it? Nothing. And then when you go
Yeah,
to when we go to Robertsport, the same thing. We was on one resort, and then there's no other resorts like miles
But
away.
there's
right,
a couple.
because
There's a couple of
because
them that
Bomani, remember when Trump
We gotta
told
rethink.
that he
We
wanted
gotta
to build? Remember when he said about Gaza? He said he wanted to build what he said, something in Gaza, like hotels and
A
everything.
Riviera.
Yeah, yeah. So, but Liberia is perfect for a Riviera. All those beaches, all those hotels, resorts, man, shit could get popping, man. I'm excited, man. I'm excited, man.
Well, why don't you try?
You
Why
know,
don't you try convincing Trump to go to Ghana? You know,
uh,
I would like to
As
see
you
I
can
mean,
see,
Ghana.
brother, Ghana was not
hey,
at the
but
table. Ghana was not at the table, but a few other West African countries are at the table. Liberia is an ideal place to do a lot of business. I mean, the coastline is incredible. When I write itineraries, Liberia is the only country I've ever written an itinerary where we actually like have three resorts on different parts of the country on the coast on beach resorts. I thought that was impressive because if I go to other countries and write
yeah,
itinerary, I'm limited on they have an incredible coastline, so we can't just like sit on having an incredible
yeah,
coastline
that's what I was. That's what I
and
was
then
telling
nothing else
Kyle.
to develop.
That's what I
The
was telling Kyla.
West African countries are not coming. Sorry, the other African countries are not coming to build anything. And then so where do we go from here? Do we just like hang out as a sitting ducks while our young generation get frustrated and
And
ready to
then
overthrow the government?
you get like 10, 15, 20 hotels on that beach. Man, people from Australia, all across the world will be coming, man, to Liberia. It's perfect for fishing, surfing, all that good stuff, man. Shit, man. I see
Not to mention,
Miami in Africa, man.
the country got incredible potential, but you need investors. So if America military is not going to invest in it, or America not going to invest in it, how are we going to get investment? So I mean, what are the other options? Kala, you can share with us. Let us know some good options because
Well, I was like this. I would say like this. One is 10 years ago, Angola invested $35 billion in its former colony of Portugal, but Angola has no political or diplomatic ties with Liberia. That's an answer right there.
I always hear about Angola, but Angola is like out there by themselves, and they don't seem to connect with the rest of us
Because of the
in
Yeah, and
language.
they
The
don't
language
speak
barrier.
English. They don't speak English. They
Well,
don't
they can.
speak
Well,
English, you know. So,
think about the Asian nations. I was in Asian countries, and they usually recruit American English teachers to come to different Asian
Well,
nations.
Angola is too. Angola is too. That's one of the highest paid
We have to
jobs
make some
in
serious moves. We
teaching
can't
English.
just like be sitting ducks while our young generation are ready to overthrow our government. Because trust me, if I was in one of the other countries also and I see nothing is going on, I'll be organizing people to overthrow my government also.
facts. Yeah, but Liberia has perfect beaches, man.
Yeah,
Perfect
so
beaches,
Tyler,
man.
you still gotta like tell us what are the other options? Because if
Well,
we
I say like that. Look, hold on, me
because
and Val Thomas.
Angola is still not coming. I mean, they've been there for a long time, and they had
You
all of West. Angola could have worked with all of West Africa, but
you have
I don't
iron
see
ore,
it happening. So I
diamonds,
mean,
Well,
America
gold,
is a great partner with
rubber.
other African
I would
countries.
say if we was building Like, let me give you an example. President Booker talked to Rosenthal about building a smart city in Liberia, right? That's the answer right there, building a smart city.
And who's gonna fund it and who's gonna invest in
Well,
it?
the gold bullion banks,
Yeah, we're gonna
Liberia got gold. The gold
until they
bullion
make
banks.
certain moves. We can keep on hearing about all the nice things that they want to do and Angola want to do, but it's like
Yeah,
something
yeah.
gotta move
A
because
lot,
right
a lot of
now
the stuff you
what we
talk
do
about,
have is
Kala, comes from AI.
a whole lot of civil unrest in Africa. The young generation is tired of it. They're tired of it, and they're taking it to the streets now. And I've never seen so many craziness go on in Africa. But it's like I'm realizing that when I look at all of the men out there, they're all young boys. They're like they're all young boys and they're suffering. So it's like, what do? We gotta,
Yeah.
and people like myself, I would love to do more, but I don't have the financial resources to do certain things. So it's like,
Shoot.
and one of the things that we can always do,
But
honestly, is we
Liberia,
can always do black corporate economics.
But what about if people like somebody keep hyping people up? People actually believe that the United States will come there and billions of dollars, and it never materialize.
listen,
It
man.
can it can happen. I mean, because the examples are out there of other
It can't.
nations that they came.
Well, should we get the people in Liberia's hopes up?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to get their hopes up. The right deals have to
Yeah.
be made so the young generation benefit. Just like the young generation in all the other countries I mentioned benefit somewhat to where they're not uprising or trying to overthrow their government. Like I don't see the people
Like
of Qatar or UAE or other nations or Bahrain or so on trying to overthrow their government. So obviously, it's
and
smart
the thing
people get
about
to the table. Guide.
the thing about sailors, Navy sailors in the U.S. military, sometimes they get attracted to certain countries and they go there. They move there to live. I know people that live in Singapore, Thailand, and all those places that they went to in the Navy. So I think it's a win-win situation if it happens. I just hope it happens in the next 10 years.
Yeah, we just gotta make better deals. I see something that somebody said. What the? It's because of Western deals, bro. Don't blame African leadership. It is African leadership. Whenever you sit at the table, if you sit at the table with with dominant nations, and you only think about you and your government and your brothers and your friends, and not think about the people, yes, things are gonna go left.
Yeah.
But the other nations
And
obviously thought about their people in their country because they have a higher standard of living, and it translates to people getting opportunities and
look what Nigeria did. They took
everything is based on leadership and management. Leadership and management get together and make the right deals, even with the worst nations, they can benefit. But when leadership get together and they meet and then they only think about themselves and not the young men and women in their country, that's when things go left. So we have to do better in Africa in general.
And look what happened in Nigeria. They took the naira away from the dollar, trying to be independent. And look at that country; it plummeted. The Nigerian naira is like toilet paper; it's worthless. So President Bokai from Liberia, he's doing the right thing to tether to America and use it, to uplift his country. President Trump was impressed by the education system in Liberia. So if America comes there and you have free education throughout the country, that raises the intellectual capital, that country is gonna be the star of Africa, man.
Liberia used to be great before America. It had the university. It was Liberia always tethered to African American HBCUs. University of Liberia was an HBCU. We've always been involved with Liberia from the beginning. So it wasn't no America; it was Black America. I'm trying to tell you that it wasn't.
But it's still America. Black America is America. You can't.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Differentiate.
No, it's not. Look. White people got
Black America is not disparate from America.
Hold up. That's so disingenuous. When I go to Liberia, I'm not promoting America. I'm promoting Black America.
Yeah, but you bring the full force of America. You have the U.S. embassy, right? The way they treat you, the way they interact with you is because you're American. If you was from Tobago, they would give you no respect, Kala. But you're from America. You bring in that 1776 spirit with you,
bro. When I'm in Liberia, right? I don't say nobody even cares that I'm from America. To tell you the truth, nobody cares about that shit. I'll say exactly the management. Look, the bottom line is this: Liberia was always tethered his education system, the sorority. Next thing you know, you're gonna tell me the Qs, the Alpha, the
Yeah,
Omegas.
Zeta Phi Beta is in Liberia.
You're gonna
They have a chapter in Liberia. The Freemasons reactivated the chapter.
You're gonna tell me those are
Let
American
me
orders?
build, Kyla. The Freemasons had a big ceremony for Tubman over there, right?
Hold on, the Masons of
Phi
Liberia.
Beta Sigma and Zeta Phi Beta is there on the ground.
Hold on. Liberian Masons were called the African Masonic Order. You know, they said they were African.
No, but they got their charter from Massachusetts.
Just like you had the African Methodist Episcopal Church, right? The African Missionary Baptist Church.
See, you fetishize Liberia and try to disassociate Liberia from America when Liberia is like a U.S. territory, just like Puerto Rico.
I'm telling the truth. You know, Liberia is not Puerto Rico. You know, Liberia has its own history.
It's a sort of. It's almost a territory. There's bonds of fellowship between America and Liberia.
Right. You know,
okay.
What do you want, crack?
Okay, you know, so the CIA wasn't present in Liberia from 1941 to 89. Like, come on, man. They have a big CIA tower in Liberia, right?
They don't have no CIA
like, come on,
tower.
man.
That was an Omega tower.
You're fetishizing this country and not knowing what this country needs to get better.
One is I'm like 2 seconds for kicking you off my platform. You know, you don't want to tell me about freaking a country I've been studying for years. You just now Googling stuff and think like you know. You don't know this country.
I gotta step out. Y'all brothers be blessed, man. Stay strong.
Get out of here. You know, you're not gonna sit here trying to rewrite history. You know, I know this country. I know this country like the back of my hand. You know, people think they go learn something new and try to tell me about this country when the only person that could probably talk to me about Liberia is Elvis. You know, this guy don't know what the hell he's talking about. He don't know Liberians. I know Liberians. You can come there and say we're going to create $50 an hour jobs. The people in Liberia, for the most part, the structure is all about politics. Liberians are the most politicized. My boy Aham Vajita said he'd been traveling. He went to Southeast Asia. He said the only country in the world where the youth are highly politicized is Liberia. Liberians care about politics. That's all they care about. It's a culture of Liberia. Everything is politics in Liberia.
They care about politics. They don't care about eating and having a quality of life.
Bro, all they care about is, look, I never seen anything like this. Like, they can be starving as long as their guy is in office. That's the way
the people that reach out to us, they're reaching out for economics, right?
So, yeah, but the whole thing, that's only a few people like Ross and people like that. But the majority of them, all they care about is who's it. If their guys in all like right now, you see all these.
Tell me people want to starve and just care about that their leaders in place,
bro. That's what
I'm just trying to get us to be realistic on thoughts and things.
Ramani, I'm telling you, that's how it is. Elvis knows. Long as their guy is in office,
that true? You know? I mean, let him speak for himself.
Yeah, Elvis.
Yeah, I mean,
the people that want economic opportunities are the only thing they care about is politics.
Go ahead, Elvis. Speak.
I did. I said we're highly politicized. That's true. I agree with you.
Yeah, I told you that. I know this.
The other thing is, do people want economic opportunities, or are they just more focused on politics? Do people want to have a quality of life, or are they just all into politics and nothing else?
Well, it's a combination. People see that the side that they align with, they're in political power, they're going to get some job opportunities. So they use that as a gateway to employment. So they harp on politics, hoping that their person of choice get into an office, and that way they can get some kind of crumbs by working in government. You know, that's the whole thing.
I'm telling you, that's how it is. You can come there with the best deal, Bomani, but if your guy is not in power, whatever like that, it's like, dude, we would say the private sector, they don't somehow having a government job, or basically, let's say you sitting around, you could be working for, working for a government agency is more prestigious than working for MTN and Orange, stuff like that. You know, it's something about having a government job in Liberia that just like they would rather have a government job than you paying them $30 an hour.
So how many people are realistically going to get government job? I mean, I come from Jamaica and it's the same craziness but the majority of people want economic opportunities.
Yeah, they do. But the bottom line, there's nothing like, you know who told me this? Steve Tolbert. You know, before he passed away. You told me he passed away. I was right.
Yeah, it's been like 2 years since he passed.
Oh yeah, I met him. I got his video. Matter of fact, that's another video I got to post to the internet. Bomani. Yeah, I got to post his interview. I interviewed him in Liberia. You know, I hope I didn't delete it. Anyway, he told me, he says his father was Richard Tolbert, right? He died in a plane crash. He found the Maserati group of companies, right? He was going to be Africa's first billionaire. You know, he actually had an operation in Nigeria, which he sold. The first Nigerian millionaire came from the fact that Tolbert sold the operations and got bailed out of Nigeria during the Biafra War. They just left, you know, so they left it with Nigeria. It was a whole bunch of holdings they left, they abandoned. Anyway, I was talking about. He said, "Well, doing business is not as sexy as political office in Liberia." That's what he told me. You know, he said, his father was a tycoon. Was Liberia's first tycoon. He owned a Maserati group of companies. He owned cement works. He owned all stuff like that. But he had no status to a friggin' person who was like a superintendent or a congressperson, and he was a multimillionaire. That's the mentality you're dealing with. Somehow people love somebody in office. And you know, Tubman, him being the president, he was like God. You know, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people who see that presidency as somebody divine, you know, and they see a senator as like angels and plus like that. And it all trickles down to the average person. They don't think their life is worth anything unless they got their whole political office. You know, that's the way they do. Or it's somebody in their tribe or their connection like that. That's what they do. So I tell 17, he don't understand Liberia. You know, they think, oh, they're gonna have jobs, and they don't want a bunch of foreigners walking around their country. I'm telling you, I know Liberians. You know, they don't like foreigners in their country for some reason. You know, particularly white Americans. They don't like a lot of people in their country. You know,
Well, perfect. So let all the other black people in the world create opportunities so they can have opportunities with just all black people. Because
that's what they want. That's what they want. They
so
tell.
I mean, how many decades and generations is going to go by where
they tell me, the Liberians tell me, only thing they want is black people from the diaspora coming there to build. That's what they're comfortable with.
And they are not coming. It's just like you've been talking about Liberia. And where's all the black Americans supporting you and making big moves with you in Liberia?
Now, I would say like this. If we get a breakthrough, you know, I would say like this. When people talk about Richard Lou Dennis, am I saying it right, Elvis? Right? Now, if somebody with Liberian origin came back to Liberia, right? He could bring black people from America to Liberia. You know, somebody like that. Somebody like a Tyler Perry. So like that. We just need 1 or 2 people. Oprah. You know, Oprah is Liberian by ancestry. She abandoned Liberia and went to South Africa. If you could ever get one of these people, celebrities, to say, look, we're going to make Liberia a base and blah, 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 yeah, it will kick it off, you know? But you got other countries in Africa everybody goes to and stuff like that. So Liberia's never got that break. Yeah, it's late in the game, you know? But I do believe things will turn around when people discover this country, you know? You know, one thing you don't want to be tainted with as an outpost of, you know how black people are, you know? Oh man, I knew Liberia was a puppet of the West. I knew the United States colonization, blah, 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 blah. Liberia did not want that reputation, you know, as an outpost of white supremacy and racism in the country. That's exactly what the opposition was spinning it as. Oh, you let the Bunker brought the white man here and blah, blah, blah. I know them, you know? They don't care how much jobs they'll create. When they ain't looking at that, they're just looking at a time to score political points. You know, that's how they are, you know? Booker's doing great things, and they're still bashing him every day. You know, they basically show Booker shaking hands with Trump. They all on the internet showing George Wade shaking hands with Joe Biden. You know, well, our guys, we had a president. That all it's about is opposition. That's not just Liberia. That's all of Africa. You heard Lewis out here when Muhammad, whatever his name is, in power. Nana Adu was a man. Like, Lewis, why the fuck do I care? Why are you telling me about your Ghanaian politics? African politics is so redundant, you know? As soon as your guy gets in power, right, everything's good. When your power's out of power, right? So like Lewis, this guy Muhammad's doing good things. He's like, man, this guy's not doing nothing right. He stole money, and when they make up lies and stuff like this, that's just African politics. I've seen it all across the continent. It's the same thing, you know. It's like Africans care about politics and whatnot. They have never built a private sector and everything. They have never built a social system, you know, where the private sector, people doing their own thing, everything is wrapped up in power and politics because they don't have institutions. If they had institutions and whatnot, like either entertainment institutions and stuff like that, political institutions and cultural institutions and whatnot, they wouldn't be so wrapped up in politics in Africa, you know? But everything in Africa is politics. That's a problem. Everything in Africa is politics, you know, and toxic politics, you know. So it is what it is. I try to tell 1776. You cannot tell me. I've been studying Liberia for years. I've been around them. I know how they think, you know. Somebody Milan says not Africans, but no, it's South African politics. This Southern, maybe not South Africa, but it's African politics, man. Everybody in Africa is politicized, you know. Unless you got like Zimbabwe where they got one party state, you know. But look at the Congo, you know, that's all about politics, you know. One person, they don't get in power, they next thing you know, they're M23 rebels, you know. Paul Kagame, he's doing an excellent job. We could all agree, right? The opposition, man, it's time for him to go. What for? What are you going to do better? No, it's just our time to rule. That's Africa, you know. It's all over the damn continent. When your party's not in power, you go overseas, right, and spread dirt about the country that you come from, you know, to Western media. That's what happened in Iraq with Ahmed Chalabi. He spread so much dirt about Saddam Hussein, and then by the time came, he was just waiting for his time so that America could install him into power. That's been going on for the longest time. The Shah of Iran, they convinced America that they're the rightful rulers, the Shah's family, you know? And America overthrew a democratically elected country to put the Shah into power. It's all over the continent. It's all over the damn world, you know?
Well, brother, the whole continent is going to burn because I have a whole young generation of people that I talk with, and they are ready to set the whole damn continent on fire unless
exactly what needs to happen.
Unless they figure out some ways to create economic opportunities and skills transfer. So what we were talking about earlier was possibilities. That was it.
Yeah, you know I mean? I agree. Look, I agree with you. You know, I agree with you 100%.
So, if no possibilities get created, the whole continent is going to burn because I still can't even believe what's going on in damn Kenya, Togo. Togo is one of the most peaceful countries that that I went to. They are fed up with this crazy stuff about politics and the people in government that they trust that don't turn. And
that dude anointed himself president for life. What do you think was going to happen? You know, in Togo, he says.
Well, I mean, I'm fine. I'm like some of the best governments in the world are dictators and monarchs and stuff.
Yeah, but when you're a thief and crook, you know.
Like example, look at we both went to Morocco. That's another country that we have in common.
Oh yeah,
we both went to Morocco.
I love it.
And the monarch or the dictator, whatever they want to call the government there, they make sure that there's some level of opportunities where they reduce some level of the unemployment.
Well, you know, in Black Africa, they don't give a shit. They're like, all right.
Well, we're gonna have to figure something out because my young brothers there in the continent, they're because when you go to all the countries and you meet young brothers, they talk with you. They're just ready to set the whole continent on fire because they don't know. They actually don't even know what else to do because they're so frustrated. Yeah, because they know that opportunities could be created, and they know that the countries that they live in, whether it's West Africa or whether it's Central Africa, they know that there's resources that's in their country that could be traded to where they can get something. But even when they realize nothing is working out for them, and all they see is the people in politics and their friends getting rich, and they're suffering. So somehow that suffering has to end, or the whole continent is going to burn.
Just check it out, Principe, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
What is he saying?
Switched the Constitution to basically gave himself life in prison, life president. You know, they'll say that. Yeah, he switched the Parliament, and the Parliament switched the Constitution to basically make him uncontested, so he could run for life. You know, he's like, that's why they rose up in Togo.
But I mean, even if you're gonna tell me that you want to be a dictator or president for life, as long as me and my family can eat and live well, we're good. We're, you
But
know what I'm saying?
they don't look at it like
We could
that in
be.
Africa.
I mean, that's what do you think is more important to people in general in the world? Making a living,
Eating, but the bottom line in African countries, they don't do that. They're like,
so the people in Africa just rather starve and struggle than and be happy that their political party is in power, and they just happy just to have a political party in power, and they
yeah,
have no real
because they
power
get
and they have no real
they
economic.
get a few more scraps in
I mean,
everybody else.
you're basically just condemning the whole continent, like all of the people are just fools. Because
Well,
it's
I
a
wouldn't
similar
go
thing in
that
Jamaica
far.
too. Yeah, you have people into politics and stuff like that, but the majority of people want to eat and they want to have a quality of life. They want to be able to take their
But
girlfriends
here's
out.
the thing, though, Bomani. Here's the thing, though. Everybody like feel like they, but when it comes down to it, it's fear. You know, it's fear of the unknown. And also, like I told you, in Africa, the culture is you don't question people in authority. That's what it's in Africa. You
So I'm
don't
supposed to
question.
sit here and starve and my family struggle and we don't have quality places to take our family and
That's the
we got
African way,
and
man.
then we
That's the
just
African way.
I mean, none of me and you weren't born in Africa. We can't just like speak for all of the people who want opportunities. Because when I talk to people there in the continent and the different countries, because the young brothers always gravitate towards me because I'm cool and and they'll see me come up to them and introduce myself and try to see what I can. That's why I wish I was one of the richest men in the world. So because I believe in sharing wealth and creating opportunities for a
If I
young
was a
generation.
billionaire, man,
And,
we'd all be
and people like
straight.
myself are limited. You're doing tourism, but there's only so many people you can employ, and there's so many people your business you can support, and you just wish you could do more. And what I feel from them is they want those opportunities, and so somehow along the line, man, these things got to be figured out, man. Because the
Well,
whole
guess this,
continent is
every
gonna
last
burn.
single country in Africa has the resources to give everybody. If they managed it right and had the right business model, they could give everybody a decent standard of living, money, food, everything like that, and pull millions of people in the middle class. But the powers that be in Africa choose not to. That's the sad part. They choose not to. You know.
And that's why I said everything is about leadership and management, and the young generation has to be in thoughts of those deals to bring economic opportunities. And the black government has to do better. Other than that, they all gonna get overthrown.
Yeah. There's also so yeah.
And that's why it may not be a bad thing with all of the uprising going on, but something has to change.
Yeah,
So
I
whether
agree.
they
I
make
agree.
the deals with
I
other
agree.
African nations, or make deals with Black America, or make deals with other Black people, or make deals with European governments, they got to make some kind of deal.
I
And they
tell
got
you,
to make it, and then
I
whatever
tell
deal that's made, regardless of whatever deal, it has to translate to economic opportunity, skills transfer,
I
and so
put
many
it like
things.
this. I put it like this, right? What Africa needs is a break. If every last single African country adopted the African model and say, look, we got Cameroon got coastline, Gabon got coastline, Angola got coastline, all these countries got coastline. Let's build new city states, smart cities. Okay, and let's draw like Dubai. Do you think they thought that when they started building Dubai, it was all desert, right? But they had an idea. If we could build this, millions of people would come, and they were right, So why is it Africans don't have that same vision? Let's bring millions of people. We got almost 300 million black people in the diaspora, right? How come we can't bring them home? Let's just let them establish banks, business, and whatnot. Let's build new cities. All of a sudden, they will be purchasing our goods. Our economy will boom. If we build it, that's what Dubai is. They built Dubai. They got a concentration of wealth and business in that region, in their shores, which was once a freaking backward desert place. Now has one of the richest cities in the world on the shores.
Absolutely.
Why Africans can't do that? That's the only way that's going to Africans going to think. If you had like around 10, like what we call micro Africans all over the continent, whatnot, where millions of people could to go to and live and whatnot. Some Africans that live abroad could come back home. African Americans come, Canadians come, Afro Mexicans come. All these people and whatnot. You would have an endless growth forever.
And that's why I feel that the West African government that represented that meeting with Donald Trump, I feel like that's what they're looking at, because they're also looking at, I don't want to be the next Togo or the next Cameroon or the next Kenya.
I hope that's what they're looking at. But like I said, this guy
Because
right
at
here,
some point they're gonna have to change the game. So
yeah,
I think
1776.
that's why they came there humble. What about him?
In 1776, I'm talking about building an African. He's talking about you building a U.S. Navy base. You can't have both. If
It's
these
not like you
countries
can't
say,
have
"Look,
both,
we're
but
going to build an
the
African,"
concept of what you have, we need serious investors, and that's why I always talk about that.
the African will create
That's why we
more
have to
investors
play the
than
role to market ourselves properly and present ourselves properly, so we can attract the people, the black people with certain visions and certain resources to connect with us.
I'm got to the point where now, where when we talk about the African, I'm willing to work with anybody. That guy, if you got a $1 billion portfolio, that Japanese guy that invests $500 billion into United States, a bank, one bank, whatever his name is, or whatever bank, I forgot the name of the bank. But I'm saying this: I'm willing to talk to anybody that wants to invest. I don't care anymore. I think we should back America. We should build up our stock exchange, build our own stock. I've been saying that for months. So far, Big Black, all these people say they do all stuff like that. No one's got back in touch with me. I said, if you know how to build a trading platform or good at that, I just want to talk to you. Let's have a conversation,
We have plenty of well-educated black people in this country, but we don't ever connect with them because we have to do better at marketing ourselves and building better relationships with them. And some of them are bougie as hell, and some of them are many different things. And that's the purpose of why we have to humble ourselves and build relationship with people. That's one we have options, but we got to use some of our options, because we have options, and then those options lead to possibilities.
We need our own exchange so we can pool our capital together. You should be able to invest in Africa from your app, your phone on your app. You got this stock and whatnot. That's what we should be at right now. So the bottom line is this:
Someone said a link is expired. They want you to post
this
the StreamYard link.
1776. What do I really want? Oh Lord, man, why y'all do?
He's not the worst person. He's not the worst mindset. I mean, he makes his jokes. I mean, I remember when he was talking about Jamaicans and credit score. Like, I laugh at some of those things. I don't take it
Yeah,
personally.
Tyler, you got to give him a chance. He's starting to learn about Liberia. You got somebody else you can talk to Liberia about. Give him a chance, man.
Yeah, and because the network that you have, like example, your BAIO members, are any of them on this call? I mean, are any of them on this call? Are any
No,
of them
I
making
haven't done that. So I got to start reaching out to. Man, I got people inboxing me from the social network site, but like I said, once I get off Streamyard, I'm gonna start basically all the videos that I put up on YouTube. I'm gonna send it out in the social network. I'm gonna start talking about chapter meetings and stuff like that again. I'm gonna start doing. Remember we used to do the conference calls. Remember that?
Yeah, absolutely. And
I'm gonna start
same
doing
thing I
that
tell
again.
you about that, we have to be consistent. We got to do all of these things.
I was doing a
And
conference call
that's
twice
what I
a
spend
week.
most of my days doing, beyond just working. You spend, you cut some of your time, and you build relationship, you follow up with people, and I have a small business out, but that's how it has grown from nothing, from just building it from scratch, building both of them from scratch. And and if people have, and I got a lot. I have I have people here in Georgia that they're so focused on America and so blinded by many things, where they oversee what people like myself present, and it's rough. But you still just fighting, trying to just build relationships. And it's like after the first year, then now I'm telling them it's been 10 years, 20 years. We're still in this move to Africa, and we need your support so we can make this move, and it's going to benefit all of us. You know. And that's the beauty I love about this, being in Africa. That's the spirit of the young generation. But you can see that
There's a
the hunger
spirit
of
of being
opportunity is
someplace
there.
where you don't got no white people staring at you. That's what I love about it. That's the whole thing, man. You're someplace
But
the where the white man is not. I love it. I love when I go
and
there.
it's beautiful to be there. But all of us, including the people that travel me, they want to see some kind of growth. I mean, they're fine with coming and supporting, but they're like, okay, well, we can't keep doing this over and over. And it's like, where's the economic growth for the generation? Because everybody see the same thing too. Because when the young brothers get around them, and they you have sometimes, I have somebody calling me saying, "Yeah, man, one of the young guys. I'm 50 years old, and he's 20 years old, and he's trying to marry me and things like that." People just end up just being desperate to where they just open to anything. Like I was saying earlier about, I got a few brothers talking about they want to join the Russian military, and it's like, who am I to tell them not to do that? I mean, I don't want to see them do that, but I don't, like I tell them, I don't have any economic opportunity for you outside of whatever we do in the country while
But
we're there, and that's on a small
the,
scale.
si- the situation the
My guy,
situation is beyond desperate. The The situation is beyond desperate, man. You have people fleeing to Europe, man, going through, perils,
Yeah, but
almost look like slaves,
yo, that's not.
packed in a
There's
ship
not.
like sardines trying to get to
There's,
Europe.
They're
but you don't
selling
see
their souls
Liberians
down
do
in
that.
the ocean or being snatched up by Arabs and being put into
Yeah,
slavery by
yeah, and these ships are shoddy. They're
they're
laying,
hungry.
they're laying on top of each
They want
other.
to know. They like.
They're being
I
abused
don't
by the
have a choice.
Libyans. They're being
I rather try and die than to stay in my country and suffer. And I feel them, and sometimes I just want to break down and cry because I'm like, I got a generation of people in America that can
Yeah, you
transform
definitely
Africa,
you
but
definitely
our black
empathize with
people
what you
here. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, you definitely empathize with what they're going through, man. I was watching this documentary when they left, I think, was it Cameroon? Then they went, some Libyan pirates, they had to work for him for like 2 months, just to get the fare, being abused by Libyans, trying to make it to Europe, man. The situation is desperate. It's beyond desperate, And Kala, I think he kind of fetishizes Africa as this, kind of like, Rasta men do, like the Rastas do. They fetishize things and they
I
don't
don't
understand the
understand that. Yo, I
reality.
ain't criticized. I've been there before, bro. My wife is in Liberia right now. You know. I got a white wife that fusses me out every day. I was just on the phone with her if I did this show or not. Tell you
What's she
something. I'm
fussing
living
with you?
this
What's she
African
fussing
type.
with you about?
What?
What's she fussing with you
Oh,
about?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Oh,
You
no,
know. It's always she'll find something. It's like, God dang. That's why people say you could have more than one. What the heck? I would need more than one wife for? She's enough, man. Her mouth is enough. You know.
Yeah,
A lot of my.
and the woman that loves
Yeah,
us and
man.
everything, they want us to be there, and and you tell them, hey, I gotta be here working and making a living,
That's what I'm
so I
saying,
can.
man. I can't be there with you. I understand you're lonely,
So
but the
that's
heck.
why we have to transfer.
But
Yeah,
what I would
these
encourage you, Kala, is to try to get a degree in IT where you can work remotely from Liberia,
Bro,
because
if I want to work remote, I can. If I want to, I do. Look, I do work with computers every day. Mine knows what I do for a living. If I
yeah,
don't, look.
because I really want to see. I
Hold
want
up,
you to
hold up,
put
hold up,
boots on the
hold up,
ground, man.
hold up, bro. My business. I have a staff, right? I have agents under me. I gotta be here at my office every day because I have 8 people that depend on me to make a living. I can't just get
But
up
what
and
you
do
gotta,
it myself.
I'm
I can't
I'm
do it
I'm
myself.
I'm gonna give you an anecdotal story. The
You don't know.
founding
You
fathers
don't
had
know.
to give up
You
everything
don't
to
know what
start
the
this
hell I do.
country, man.
You don't know what the hell I do for a living. I can't just freaking operate something like what I'm
But
doing
but
right for a
but
living.
being a pioneer and a frontiersman, sometimes you have to just go.
I don't sell coupons. Look, don't tell me what I need to do, bro. You
And
worry about
Jesus said you
yourself.
have to abandon everything and follow Him. So
Now you're trolling. You're trolling.
no, I'm not trolling.
What you're trying to do is say that I'm not serious about this because if
No, no,
I
I'm
was,
just saying. Sometimes like
I don't think
this
he's saying
old.
that. He's saying
you
that
shut the
sometimes you
fuck
have to
up.
just
I
make
told
those
you that I'm not
sacrifices,
moving there right now.
and a
That's
lot
what
of
be
us who want
quiet
to make
about.
those moves, but but part of not making those moves is because the infrastructure that we need to have to run our business and be there is not there. So it's like if those things could be
As much as I
transformed,
love the
it'll be
country, when I can't do my business
Yeah,
here,
like my pastor told me
not yet
sometimes you got
though.
to
But
step out on faith.
I don't
If
mean
you
step
move to
out.
Liberia and
Hold on.
let God
Hold on.
take care of you.
This is why I tell you, you're talking bullshit, right? We don't
why
talk
is it?
about step out on faith, right? That don't work, right, in the real world. And also, you talking about it's not saying about a freaking navy. Well, that's bullshit too. You're
You
just
know,
trolling, man.
1776. I'm gonna come see you in the DMV, and we're gonna make some moves because I got to look at some
Oh
options
man,
to get some connections for my brothers and sisters in Africa because I want to do more for my brothers
yeah, the
there, but
DMV.
like I don't have I need to build a better connection and build a bigger network. So I'm spending my time trying to build relationships with folks. But we have a lot of successful Black people here in Georgia, but you know year after year, whatever presentation I make to them is like they just focus on what they focus on here, and somehow we have to figure out to get the right people in. I've not figured that all out, but that is the goal, man. To make these moves work, and maybe you say the brother is trolling, but the brother made some good points. And 1776, we're gonna get your updated passport, and me and
Well,
you gonna go to
look, if
Liberia.
you knew
We're
anything
gonna go to
about
Liberia. And we're gonna look at
Liberia,
the
if
possibilities,
you
and we're
knew
gonna get some of
anything
our
about
business people in
Liberia,
America to work with us and do
look,
some good stuff.
all I'm
If-
trying to tell him is that he's all zealous about the United States coming in when I.
yeah, I mean,
If
the
you
brother,
do anything
I
about
mean,
how
the,
these
the brother
people
can
think,
make a quality of life living here, and I mean, I can understand why people love America because at least when you see all the suffering going on in the world, you tend to like, well, I'm thankful for just like I'm thankful for being here and having opportunities because we didn't have those opportunities in Jamaica, and I love Jamaica and I would love to live there and do more, but I got to make we had to do what we had to do. I mean, so it's and the same thing with our brothers trying to. When I go to Ghana and I'm driving by the Du Bois Center, I look at the American embassy. I see a whole lot of Ghanaians lined up, and maybe 1 out of 100 would get a visa. But people are just that desperate. People are hungry.
That's
People just don't know what to do. So they're trying all and
Yeah.
everything. And if we can find ways to make things happen in Africa for them, I mean, we just have to look at every single option and make the best options and work with who we can work with. Just like the brother mentioned about the Black Caucus. Yeah, we can call them the Coon Caucus and everything, but I'm sure there's 1 or 2 people there that we can connect with. And I'm trying to find people, and I'm trying to this even Atlanta. I'm trying to get out my neighborhood and try to resurface back in Atlanta. Black Chamber of Commerce, so on. I'm like, yo, let me just not even limit anything and just try to just do what I need to do because I feel the pain of my brothers there, man. I feel them, they be calling you, texting you, asking you what's up, checking on you and everything. And it's like, man, I wish I was there in the content with them so we can do some good stuff, but I just don't have it to make those moves. And I gotta figure out some way to do it. That's why I try to do my best to link up with you, Kala, and any brothers and sisters out there that say, hey, let's do something together.
Hey, but why? Let me say this.
Sure.
Somebody named Farah wants to come up. This is a person that came in last night. Let me tell you, if you don't put your camera on, let me see your face, whatever like that. I'm not letting you up.
And the ideal thing is, everyone has to at least have a picture of yourself that look actually like you there. I mean, no one should be. I mean, unless you have one of those jobs where
You know what happens? People get up here and just be like some AI videos of people jerking off, and I had to
yeah,
delete.
that's the yeah. So what they have to do is literally when in the
that's
back
sick,
chat
man.
when they're in the back chat they literally have to turn their camera on and
Yeah,
verify.
that's what I do. I make them turn the camera on and either peace sign or give me the middle finger or wave. I tell them, if you're not, can't do one of those 3 things, then
And some of you brothers can't be cowards, man. Why are you scared to show your face? Like my
no,
address,
because
my
I know
information
it's
is
a
all
white
public.
troll. I know it's a white troll trying to get up here to try to dox my show and when I get it taken
Yeah,
down.
you probably say some things that frustrate them. You know what I mean?
I don't care about them.
Like,
So like I said, I don't care.
Bamani, there's 500,000 Liberians in America, right?
Well,
Because
hold on.
they're here for opportunity,
Start with
So
the one. Start with the one on the platform, Elvis. Ask him if
not
your idea
he's a,
would he go? Would he
like
go?
sometimes he bought into the dream, man, the American dream, the 1776 dream. Elvis is American,
Well,
you
he's a
know,
leftist. So let me
because
ask you a question. Why don't you ask Elvis, right? Well, is he down with your plan? Will he sign a petition for Donald Trump to build a base in Liberia? Ask
I
Elvis.
mean, Bill, not only the base, you talk about the base.
Hold on. What I'm saying is,
Wait. The Liberian lumber, business is defunct,
hold on.
right? They need help starting that.
Hold
The
on.
rubber plantation,
We already got rubber plant. What the hell are you talking about?
like expanding it.
Hold on.
We have small
I mean,
industries
look.
in Africa that need to
First of
be
The
all, I've
iron.
been basically
Listen,
organized for years.
listen, man.
Look,
The
if
one
you
part
go,
of Liberia can turn into Pittsburgh. It's so much iron ore that needs to be.
Yeah, look, Monty. They've been trying to get Americans to put a tire making factory over there for like 80 years. It's never happened. So what makes you think it's gonna happen now?
Because
Yeah,
Donald Trump's in there. He's a
Oh,
businessman. If you're
Donald
giving
Trump.
him, if
Donald
you're
Trump.
giving him a 20% cut, he,
Whatever.
he
Whatever.
he's a.
I mean, Khaled, keep on saying you have to look at the possibilities. I mean, I don't think the brother is completely trolling. I mean, we got to look at these points, man. Especially since we share
Let me
information
see
with a group of
see
people.
what my good friend Kidola has to say about it.
Kidola, what's up, brother? Come on in.
What's up, K Dog?
Because you know me,
Kidola.
I stay off the YouTube live and things. But I just make sure.
What's up, K Dog? What's up, man?
Kidola believes that
Kidola,
Donald
can
Trump
you
is gonna
put on
build a base in
can you put on your camera or put on a picture of yourself so we can see how you really look? I want to make sure you don't really look like a gorilla.
Look,
He
I'm a
he, he
very
no.
hold
Kadola
on.
looks like Patrick Ewing.
What you looking for my ugly ass for? I'm a very ugly man.
Yeah, you sound
black
like one too, man. But
men are not
brother,
made
why
black
can't you have a profile photo of yourself?
black
I
men are
mean,
not made to be
no,
very
I
beautiful.
mean, Kidola, I'm dead serious, and that's the thing. I'm just like,
If you
if,
if you if
why can't you show yourself and
if
be
you want
proud
to
of
see
who you
me,
are?
go to my if you want to see
Even
me,
if
go
you
to
do
my
look like a gorilla,
hold
be
on.
proud of how you look.
If you want to see me, go to my Instagram. You
I
see
mean,
me
nobody knows your damn Instagram, and nobody knows any of those things. It's a
then you
simple
see my
thing,
business.
just like
Hold on.
Elvis.
No,
Elvis got this beautiful picture of himself, looking like a
go to my
professional businessman.
Instagram. Go to my Instagram. You see my faces
Now,
and
first of
see
all,
my
post
real
your
face over
Instagram
there.
so I can see. But what my point is, it's a quick question. It's an honest question. Why don't you have a profile photo just like the other people? Come on, why don't you have a profile photo to show who you are? What is so bad about you showing who you are? Are you? Is somebody chasing you? Are you on a run? Or or something going on? No, I mean, it's honestly, brother. I mean, it's a simple thing. It's easy to do.
I got you. No,
You
no, no.
click on a button, and then you add one of your pictures. Even if
I
you just
got
add
you.
a picture of you 20 years ago when you was handsome.
No. I don't do fake. I do real.
I mean, so
You know?
what are you running from? I mean, it's
50
an
years.
honest question. What
Look,
are you running from to
look,
where you don't have
look,
a profile
look.
photo? Because we need to also know how people look.
Look,
Nah, the thing is, you got to understand. You have to understand African superstition.
Unless you have a job that's gonna fire you because you're on color live.
Bomani. You see, I'm not this new cat. At least I don't do fake. I'm from the real reality. I'm 50 something years old. Okay, I'm 55. I don't do no damn fucking fake. Feel me? When I talk, I talk. I'm a 6 foot. I'm a 6'8" tall dude
We've
without
talked for a
shoes.
long time, and we don't even know how you look. I mean,
Okay,
at least a profile
I
photo.
don't. I'm not a good looking guy. I'm a very
It
ugly
doesn't
looking guy.
matter. I mean, even if you look like a gorilla, be proud that you look like a gorilla. We have to be
Though I
proud
can
of
never look
ourselves.
like a girl. I'm a man. Don't say that. We don't compare men to be like a female. I'm a
That's
man.
why I
I'm an
can't do it
African
on this
man.
YouTube live, man, because we never know who the hell we're talking to.
Don't get scared. I'm not gonna catch you.
Y'all guys missed the
Yeah,
point.
1776. How come we don't see a picture?
Well, Kala,
I mean,
what's
he does
what?
have a picture. He has a
No,
picture.
Kala, hold on. What's cooking, man? What's going on?
Oh yeah, no, I was saying no. We'll talk about the Liberian president meeting with Donald Trump today. What do you think, Kidola?
I think it's two leaders meeting, one for United States, one for Liberia. That I don't know. Maybe they're discussing business. You know what I mean, from their own interest.
Do you think? What would you say if Liberia decides to host a U.S. Army base and Navy in its territory?
Uh, huh.
That
I
wouldn't go
think
down too well in West Africa.
no. I think you see, West Africa's union, the where Liberia is very important member of it. That would be a very big problem for the rest of the leaders there. It might not be a problem now, but might be a problem later. So I think
I
nobody
mean,
really.
can you explain why it would be a problem? Because I don't see Nigeria companies running to Liberia to invest in this beautiful coastline that they have with all this beautiful tropical land. I mean, it's an incredibly beautiful country, great possibilities. But I don't see Ghana, and Nigeria, which is just like the two most popular countries that got a lot going on, caring about Liberia.
But
So
man,
it's
you're
like,
right. But that's what I always try to champion. Africans, West Africa. I call West Africa because that is a region. I think we have to. They have to invest more in each other's country. Liberia is a very beautiful place, nice people. The people are extremely very nice. When you talk about friendly people to Nigeria, even Liberia is one of the most friendly people to Nigeria. You understand me? So I think Liberia is a very big. It's a valuable place to invest your money on. You can make also money too over there. I
so
think the
why is
world.
the rest of West Africa not investing in this? One of the most incredible countries right there on that coast
I
with,
think
with
I
this
think
with
I
virgin
think
land
I think
everywhere.
I think the leaders have to decide that in the ECOMOS that they have to share some business also around because that's the only way you can create
So it's
job
bad leadership
for
and
everybody.
bad management, like I talked about earlier. And then people not thinking about the young generation. I'm telling you, man, brother. If West Africa don't get it right, the whole region is gonna burn just like the rest of Africa. Because my young brothers, they're like sick and tired of this stuff, and they're about to go. They're about to go buck wild if somebody don't make a decision to create some opportunities for them. So whether it's the rest of Africa or other black nations investing in each other, or whether they making partnerships with the other people out in the world,
Hold on,
something
how
got to
come
go
the
down.
day?
And then when they do make opportunities, they got to be able to get a quality of
What's
life. They can't be working for slave
what set
wages.
Liberia? Look. What set Liberia backward was the Civil War. Before the Civil War, the country was a beacon of success, in terms of anything, businesses, educationalist things, missionary. I know Liberia through.
There's no civil war there, and I was
No,
able
yeah, I
to
understand,
walk around
but
Monrovia and enjoy
but
myself
yeah,
and everything. So
I said that
the
was
country
set
is
them
very
back.
peaceful and safe right now. So
Yeah,
what's
Liberia
stopping
is very
people from
safe.
making moves there?
Liberia is a very safe place to invest business. So you understand, but this things take time, slowly.
I mean, brother,
Slowly.
what are we gonna wait for 100 years? We're gonna wait for more generations. It's
Not that
If things don't change in the next 5 years, the whole continent is gonna burn.
you see, West Africa go like a trend. Things will happen there one day. You just think like they are fine beaches, they are fine territories. It's a very beautiful, very beautiful people, very beautiful country. And they have a lot of potential. They are everything there you could do business with. They're very honest people. They're very friendly. They're not really hostile like that. So I think slowly things will jump into what I think Liberia will be the top market in a very short time. They have a very huge land. The population is not so large like that. They have talented people over there. You have to start Kala. People that built Nollywood came from Liberia also. When you hear sometimes Nollywood, people think, oh, only Nigeria owns Nollywood. Nollywood is just West Africa people who have talent, and Liberia play a very important role in that aspect. So, because everybody speak English, or we try to straight the English up so that can set to the other side. That's why people mistakenly don't know a lot of Liberia people in that Nollywood. You understand? I like the people. It's one of my friendly people. I think in West Africa can say yes. These people are, I'm not for them. I like them a lot. That's just all, bro. We're brothers. All West Africans are brothers. We kind of like immigrate, turn around again, and that's just all. Until Liberia did more. I think Liberia might get. I don't know for Donald Trump. I think doing business with the United States is also in the best interest of Liberia. Also, they speak similar language. They have similar type of settings, similar type of food. Due to the Africans that return back from Liberia. And yeah, I think if you know that place more, I think if I were Black Americans, they'll be more going there to invest even, do more even because they have already foothold over there, Carla, because they know much about the culture there. Some of their population is already there, blend with the natives, things will pop up.
Well, somebody said, when you're hungry, beautiful beaches don't matter, and I'm with you on that. We have beautiful beaches in Jamaica, but when you're hungry, the hell with the beautiful beaches. You know what I mean? You're trying to feed your family.
No,
Yeah, I think.
so tourists can come up. How do you think
Hey,
Kenya is making it? Tourists can be
hey,
there, so things can get set up. You know what I mean? They
that's
have a very
Cadola.
large
That's what I was
beach.
saying, man. In my mind's eye, I see Miami and Africa, man. You can fit 15 to 20 hotels on those beaches, man. That's going to provide jobs, opportunities, man. Liberia is ripe, man. Like what do they say in Nigeria? When the mango's ripe, you got to eat it. You know what I mean? So it's ready, man.
You're 70 to 76. I'm gonna come up there to DMV, and we're gonna connect, and we're gonna get
Oh,
some of your
man.
rich. We're gonna get some of your rich black people in the DMV area, and we're gonna make some investment.
Oh, man, it's
I'm
a lot of
depending on you
collars,
and
a lot of collars in the DMV that have a bleeding heart for Africa, man. So yeah, you gonna make moves in the DMV, man. It's a
Bomani,
lot of HBCUs up here and everything. So there's a lot of people that have love for Africa. So I think
you
that's a
see,
good move.
we want that love to turn into black cooperative economics of investment
what,
because
but
if we
that
don't
what
want
you
the foreigners to come and do
that
certain
what you
things, then
see
we can
now
do
with
it. Black
the
cooperative economics.
that what you see now with the guy that bought assets from the white man. The guy that bought assets from the white man is a Liberian man, and then what did he do? He incorporated it into almost kind of like African Union type of thing. You understand? What one thing I don't say about is this, because I say, Carla, can you permit me please just to give 2 cents to these issues? And
You
what
talking
I
about,
see
you talking
YouTube,
about Essence magazine?
yes, that SS
Now,
dude,
did
you
you
know, but
see Essence and Ebony back in the days, Kidola?
yeah, I don't do. Yeah, but I want to see beautiful people, beautiful dresses, because they used to have like group pictures over there. They used to, everybody used to show the beauty skin of every black people in everybody magazine. So when I want to see how black people dress, you have to start. You you tender towards your people that look like you. So when I want to see the t-shirts, the long sleeve t-shirts, the jeans, and how beautiful our skin color can be and shiny. You just talk to Ebony magazine at that time. You just will see the other blacks, the other blacks apart from you. When I run, look, Peter Tosh came to my village. You understand me? When Peter Tosh came to my village, he come with a bicycle with just one leg, with one wheel. He was riding around, you understand me? We were running after him because it was Peter Tosh. We like him because we listen to some of his music. So Africans always gravitate towards to see how the other blacks are doing. You know what I mean? So what I hear in this something, Ebony magazine is one of the most best-selling magazine in Africa. If you have Ebony magazine, you're almost like an elite because it's very expensive to buy. So sometimes I can go to my friend's house just to read Ebony magazines.
Yeah,
You
Ebony was
know,
the business, man. Absolutely. Ebony and Jet was like my favorite thing back in the days. And Black Enterprise magazine out of Atlanta. All that stuff was great, man. And
Carla, this
but then you don't really see them around anymore. So we
you
have
don't
to
see
keep
them around anymore.
gotta
The,
keep things
the
going.
Like I said, check this out. Back in the days, right? You had the Ebony. Ebony had this powerful thing called the top 100 influential black people in America, right? Remember one year Minister Farrakhan made it, right? And everybody thought it was the Minister Farrakhan made it. He said, what was Malcolm X's whole title? National spokesman. I mean, like I said, national spokesman of the Nation of Islam, national spokesman of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Nation of
Carla,
Islam. Yeah. And Farrakhan, they were so proud that Farrakhan made the 100. That was right
Carla,
after
Ebony
he
was also given what
think,
called
let me
educational
say this.
line.
Let me say now, since that's not around, soon as that stopped being a thing, where that lady, that John Johnson's daughter took over and screwed the magazine over, right away we start getting weird people coming out in popular. Michael Eric Dyson, this motherfucker came out of nowhere. Mark Lamont Hill, who the fuck are these people? Ta-Nehisi Coates. Before, if you wasn't on that list, man, you could not speak for Black America. Now you got people like Yvette Carnell. I mean, forgetting
I
which
mean, that's because there's a void, man. And when there's a void, you have coons and all kind of people. Just like you have that picture that I sent you today. That dude think he's a Pan Africanist, and and so on.
oh
There's,
man, our friend,
Ca- ca-
our
ca-
good friend. We're not
Carla,
gonna
if you want to
be
watch
because
Ebony
he might
magazine,
my,
dark
my
skin,
newest number one hater. Yeah.
people like Yvette Carnell will not ever appear in the Ebony magazine.
Well,
If you want to watch,
let me get on because I
I
want to
agree.
get
Yeah, none of these
I want
people
to
would
get
ever
this
make
other
it.
thing, Kidola.
That's how watered down our black leadership
e-
Yeah,
has
what you
gotten.
call it? Let me get Kwame on. Go ahead, Kwame.
Kwame, greetings, my Jamaican brother. Greetings.
Peace, peace. I say to the
Uh oh,
panel. I say to
uh
the panel.
oh, we got two Jamaicans. It's about to be a reggae concert.
Now, trust me, brother. One thing about me, I don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man with a vision, I'm down with you. And some of us are
Listen,
not down with that vision, but you're still my brothers and
listen.
everything. The only thing I tell people is that you know, work where you can work at. You know what I mean?
and
Hey,
the great words of Peter Tosh, man. No matter where you from, you are African.
Yes,
let me ask you
brethren.
a question. Kwame, let me ask Kwame a question. Kwame, did
What's
you
up,
see
Baba?
Buckeye? What's up, bro? Meeting with Donald Trump today.
Oh, I seen part of it when he was talking about where you learn English from. I just seen that clip. I
Now,
ain't really.
our good friend 1776 has zeal that a U.S. military base might be coming soon in Liberia and stuff like that. What do you think? Knowing
I
Liberia,
I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
yeah.
I mean that sound like 1776. He want America to take over Africa and things like that. But I doubt Liberia is one of the spots.
Yeah, you have to. You probably be Ghana, maybe Nigeria. But not Liberia. I just know Liberia. It's not
I was
that.
Well,
kind of shocked.
Ghana and Nigeria was not at the meeting.
I was
Yeah,
kind of shocked the president of Senegal was there because I know he's more closer to the
he was.
Sahel countries.
I know. I was shocked too.
No, you know what that meeting was about, really. Everybody was having talk shows trying to figure it out. I think there are strategic countries that the United States have foreign interest in. For example, right, a country like Guinea-Bissau, which is a transitory point for drug trafficking in West Africa. It has been a nuisance to the United States global, war on drugs. So I think that's one of the reasons Guinea-Bissau was there to talk about that. You had a country like Senegal, which is one of the most stable countries when it comes to democracy in the region, and now they're going through transition. They have certain interests that the United States wants to foster.
But
On the
why
issue of
everybody?
Liberia,
And
Why
hold on
everybody?
one second.
all of them have great coastline from Mauritania all the way down. Great coastline. So those are
Why
all
Yeah,
everybody?
on
Why?
on
Go
the
ahead,
issue of
Elvin.
Liberia, right? There is a company called, I think we talked about this, but that's a big deal. I'm sure you know this lady called Laura Loomer, who has some influence with President Trump. She even spoke about this, but there's a company called HPX who had supported our now President Boyka when he was running, gave him heavy support, and he assured them that when he get in the office, he's going to allow them to use this railroad or railway that connects from Guinea. They're going to build it all the way down to Guinea,
Going
and
on
then
for
and
like
then they're going to take the iron ore and bring it through Liberia and use our ports and ship it out of West Africa.
that.
But now,
For
but
like
kind of let me finish saying it, right. Now you have a company like ArcelorMittal, which has been in Liberia since 2006 and has been in for a long time.
they gotta go.
I mean, Carla, Bomani been trying to tell you to let other people speak.
All right.
They've been in the country for a while and they've invested a lot of money, but again, with all the money that they invested, you can't really see it, in places like Nimba County and Yikipa and so forth. So I think these two companies are fighting and trying to get control of that railroad. And because HPS is a competitor to ArcelorMittal. And I think the United States is trying to use President Trump to put his finger on the scale to kind of tip things in their balance. So I think he brought President Boyka to talk about other things, but most importantly to try to get that deal passed so that HPS can benefit and that ArcelorMittal can be, that railroad can be taken away from them.
That's
So I
as
think
far as
that's the key thing there.
76. They might upgrade the Port of Buchanan. That's all that's gonna probably happen.
The port of Granville, and China.
You think they're gonna use they're gonna go all the way down to
They
side?
all, they already used the port in Buchanan. ArcelorMittal used that port from Nimba
I thought
down to Buchanan.
they're gonna add extra tracks and use the Port of Buchanan. That's what
No,
I
I'm
think.
saying that's what HPS want. But if they really want to have a multi-share agreement, they probably have to build up the port in Greenville so that they can have their own port that they can ship out of. Because ArcelorMittal is already using the port in Buchanan.
Yeah, but
So that's the thing.
look,
great point, brother. Great
that
point.
is all that's gonna happen, right? In the United States, if the United States builds a free trade zone right there, yeah, you talk about billions and
Hey,
billions of
Kyla,
Liberia.
was you in the meeting?
No, but I know Liberia. I know what they want. For years they've been saying the same thing. And it ain't no
But
US They want trade,
listen,
you know.
all those countries that was invited to the White House, America has interest in those countries.
Now,
That
so,
we were looking forward to manifest.
so hold on. Look, the Sahel, West Africa is a volatile region.
Listen, man, it's so much iron ore in Liberia. We can turn that into Pittsburgh, man.
It's not
Like
hold on,
hard.
no,
They got
look. Let me tell you something, right? The largest investment in Black Africa in 1960 was the Bong Mines. They opened up.
Kyla. We in 2025. Why you keep going back to shit from the 50s and 40s, man?
That was that
Yeah,
was basically
seriously, let's talk about the future
Yeah,
possibilities.
what I'm saying
We
is,
live, we
yeah.
live, we live
Liberia
too
has
much in
been
the
Liberia
past.
back then had a roadmap to not only Tolbert was trying to do is
But Kyla, you got it. There
no,
was a coup that happened. There was a civil war. We're in 2025, man.
hold on. Let me give you a little history lesson, right? The plan was by the 90s, Liberia start being and they secured deals with this West African what was it called? What's the West African pre-trade trade deal? It was called West African Power Pool, and there was something else. The Mono River Union. Okay, the Mono River Union was a union between all those states along the Mono River, Guinea, uh, uh, Liberia.
Guinea, Ivory Coast, Liberia, and
Wait,
Sierra
wait,
Leone.
wait, 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 wait. Let me say this. I don't know if y'all ever watched The Wire. Kala, you want it one way?
1776.
Hold on, hold on,
1776. Be quiet for a second. He's trying to make a point.
hold on. My point I'm trying to make is right. The plans, Buckeye is looking at the plans that are already on book for decades, right, to turn Liberia from iron ore exporting to steel manufacturing. But he had agreements with all these countries of Africa, from Nigeria, everything, to be a major steel producer, right? If Liberia, first of all, before you did it, they'll be creating United Africa Steel. And the bottom line is this: between Liberia, Nigeria, and all these other countries that put in Guinea, what they were going to create Africa was going to create its own steel industry. South Africa was in apartheid at the time, but the whole
Yeah,
thing.
but they didn't do that shit.
Hold
You
on.
want it one way, but it's the other.
They
You
had
know?
They had a coup in 1980, and they had years of civil war. But those blueprints, right? Those feasibility study blueprints are still there, and that's what they're going by. They have the ability to start producing Liberian-made steel, finished product. They're not trying to let the United States. Liberia's trying to move away from extraction industries. You're taking me back to 1940, bro. Liberia's moving away from extraction industries to basically manufacturing and industrialization. That's what they're trying to move to. So I don't know what your plan is, but Liberia's trying to move past just being an exporter of raw materials and shit like that. They want freaking people. The rubber industry. We've been trying for years to get the right people through Marshall down by Firestone, right there near Crocodile and all that there, Firestone, to build a processing plant to make tires and Rubbermaid products and whatnot. But still, it's never happened because it takes the private sector to do it and whatnot. So the bottom line is, if Donald Trump could come in and talk to his people in the industrial belt, say, "Look, you're gonna do this," then Liberia like this. But if he's not doing that, you could forget about building no military base there. Liberians are not stupid, They've been trying to get America to invest in the steel industry, the rubber industry for generations, and it's never happened. So
Well,
what makes
brother,
like
this is
change over
2025.
the
You have,
same?
a new sheriff in town, and that may be a possibility. They're dealing with somebody completely different now that want to make deals.
Maybe I
So
hope
I'm
so.
not saying that he's going to save
Man,
Africa.
do every African leader gotta kiss Trump's feet, man?
Tom is a young
I mean,
radical.
no, they don't. But when you have to make some kind of deals. I mean, people can't keep on going on the way. I mean, I'm sure if you see what's going on all over Africa, you have a young generation that want opportunity. So uh, they're probably there to put themselves in a better position because they know that they're the next set of governments that's going to get overthrown.
I'm very upset with the young synagogue leader, man. I thought he was.
Somebody's watching something. You got to mute. What did the Senegal leader do that made you upset, Kwame?
I don't think he should be at the White House with those. You know what I mean, I thought he was more aligned with the Sahel countries.
All right, man.
See,
It's about money,
see,
bro.
Yeah, but you can keep
y'all
on saying
have.
that the whole countries they have their own problems to worry about. None of them are trying to
See,
invest in the rest of Africa.
see, the thing is, Kwame, Kala, y'all have Pan-Africanist fantasies, man. Some militant, it's political masturbation, man. Y'all aren't rooted in reality. The reality is a lot of West African countries are suffering. They need intensive capital to make a difference. They need employment. They need modernization. Why do you think Africans come to America? Because they want to live good. The way they live in America, they should have that in Africa. The same way we wake up, get 3-4 meals a day, that's what Africans should have. But you guys fetishize that while you go on your yacht, while you live the good life in America, you want the Africans to suffer. Y'all ain't real Pan-African because you don't love Africa. You love your goddamn self.
Yeah,
No, I want Africa
we
to
have to
be
think
self
about it. We do have to
sufficient.
think about our brothers suffering, man. I mean, it's a serious deal, and people like myself know more than everybody else on this panel because I'm in Africa 3 to 4 times a year, different countries, and I try to build a network with brothers, and I'm limited to what I can do. So we gotta connect together. If we don't want to see them sitting at the table with the American government, then we have to come up with another solution of black cooperative economics and get the rich, successful black people who we do have here in numbers to invest in Africa. But you don't see any of them making any of those moves. So it's like they can't sit around like being sitting ducks and waiting for their young generation to overthrow them. They got to make something. So it's like, let's talk about some kind of solutions. If meeting with Trump is not the solution or not an option or a possibility, what are some of the options and possibilities that could be realistic? And where is all of the rich, successful black people that own companies and corporations and have access to resources? Where are they at? I've been waiting for 20 years for some of them to work with us, and none of them have shown up. So I'm opening up me personally, I'm opening up my options. And I'm a die-hard Pan-Africanist, but I also need to see opportunities for my brothers and sisters, especially like I mentioned earlier, like several times, that I got young brothers calling me, telling me that they're about to join the damn Russian military because they don't have no opportunities, and they say they can't even join the military in their own country because they got to come up with a bunch of money and they got to get sponsorship. So we're in a die-hard situation where we can't just like look past options. I mean, I thought Trump was sitting down, and it's not like he was just taking shots at all of these different governments. He said he had great interest in doing business with them. So that's business. So business is one of those things where, hey, that's why I said that we need to make sure that we have the right representation as far as leadership and management to make the deals work. Don't let and that's where we have went left on the African continent, making bad deals and governments being selfish. But now the governments can't be selfish anymore because they know they're going to be the next one to get overthrown if they don't figure something out very soon. Because I've never seen this much uprising in Africa going on consistently.
When have the West helped Africa develop
Come on.
into
You
a
keep on
great
talking
nation?
about when we're talking about leadership and management. Just like I mentioned earlier, you're talking about the Asian countries, the so-called Middle East countries. They're smart enough to sit down and make deals that benefit their generation of people. And so you don't see a bunch of overthrow of government going on all over all over those nations. So, and if that don't work, then that's fine. If we don't want to do that, that's absolutely fine. But then we have, all of us on this panel, we have to reach out to all these rich, successful black people and convince them to work with Africa. Because me and Kala can't be the two that's so passionate about Africa, going back and forth to Africa and trying to figure things out. We all need to figure things out together and make it work. We have people here that could make a difference in the investments in Africa. Like right now, Ghana is one of the countries where you have more and more people going and they're trying to do certain things, but it's still not the very rich and successful ones of us that could make.
But I think we in a time where people are willing to go back to Africa. I don't think is the 1960s or the 1950s.
That's what I'm saying. People are going, but they're limited. Just like myself, I'm going with the people I'm going with, but we're limited on our investments and the things that we can do. But we have populations of people here that can make a world of a difference. And so when we don't see those things happening, what are our options? What are we gonna do? Let's cut Donald Trump and the white nations out. What's our next move?
Self-sufficient. We have a lot of black people in the West, in England, Toronto, United States, the Caribbean.
But they're not putting their money together and making big investments and creating corporate buildings and factories and doing certain things. Yes, black corporate economics, like Amos Wilson wrote the book Blueprint for Black Power and explained to us how we can put our money together as a people and invest in Black America, invest in our Caribbean community, and invest in the African continent. But the man died in vain.
Yeah, but Amos Wilson laid out the blueprint, though. Laid out the blueprint.
So these are things that we have to follow, especially if we feel that we don't really want to deal with America or Europe or whoever. But it's like at the same time, too, other nations deal with them. Like we mentioned.
But the thing is, see, when you're being politically naive and you're being childish and immature, let me tell you something. Vietnam deals with America, and we fought a war with Vietnam for 15 years, and we have relations with Vietnam. We have relations with all a bunch of different countries in the world,
I mean,
because it's
Japan
about
was
making
lost.
money.
They people dealt with nuclear waste and you know, and so on, and they still make deals. I mean, you have military bases out. When I was on an aircraft carrier, the aircraft carrier pulled up to one of the third largest military bases, naval bases in the world, right there in Japan. The same
Right
country
there in
that
Japan.
they bombed their people.
Yeah, one of my
But
friends, he's
Tyler,
in
let
Japan.
me just
So
make
I
this
mean,
point, right?
let's be realistic on these situations.
It's
Everybody else
called being politically mature.
Everybody
Let
else
me
is
let me
making
make
these
this point
deals,
real quick.
and they are making things happen with their nations. And we sit in West Africa and
So
we just
so a few months ago, right? A similar thing will happen with China. China called a bunch of African leaders to Beijing and had a meeting with them. You know, I don't see Kala or other people who are Pan Africanists or lean that way criticizing African leaders for going to Beijing and having a meeting with the Chinese.
great
The
point.
reality is, when it comes to morality, and again, we live in America. We know America has done some effed up things around the world. But I'd rather be aligned with the United States than Russia or China. I just
Elvis, I don't
think
mean to cut you off, but America never killed 80 million people like Mao
look,
Zedong, man.
and that's one of the things I'm saying.
And
Look,
China never enslaved Africans.
hold on, bro. Let me say this, right? Like Carter knows a lot about Liberia. I give him credit for that, right? But on a day to day, up to today, what's happening in the country, he's a little behind. I'll give you the synopsis of our budget. Our budget is heavily funded by the United States. There was something that Elon Musk was making fun of Liberia because the United States spent like $17 million on voters' morale during the election. And what that really meant was that they gave people money to go out there and do registration, to do voters awareness in these different villages. I'm sure some of that money was probably siphoned off and stolen. But the point is that America does a lot of good in our country, especially with the NGOs, the USAID. They do a lot of good in the country, regardless of what you want to
Hey,
say about
hey,
them as a
Elvis,
nation.
say that a little bit louder for Kyla.
No, no, Colin
America
knows
does
this.
what?
I get it. Man, don't. I'm not your fucking echo box. I just said what I said. America does a lot of good on the continent, especially in our country. They help fund our budget. I don't know if it's like that for other African countries, but especially in my country, they do a lot of good. They bring a lot of NGOs, a lot of hospitals, and a lot of workers from the United States that come and help budgets our healthcare system. So America is a force for good. When you kind of even things out, it's a net positive. So I don't get this whole thing that we should be running to China and running to Russia. These are countries that are equally as racist, if not more racist, than the United States. But they're not willing to put out the amount of money that the United States put out to help us and try to influence us. China will try to take more from you than they give to you. The United States usually try to give you more and try to gain influence with you with their soft power. They really don't want anything from Liberia in terms of commerce. We have a trade. The United States have a trade deficit with us. Because they buy more from us than we buy from them. We don't have the purchasing power to buy anything substantial from the United States. So they've been infusing money into our country, whether it's through commerce or whether through aid. So overall, I think the United States is good for our country. I get the geopolitics of it, but overall, I think Liberian will tell you that they love the United States. I don't know how it is in Nigeria or in Ghana, but that's what it is. I'll pass the mic. I'll pass the mic. Somebody want to speak?
I think Elvis, what you talk about is almost look. Nigeria might prefer United States. Let me say the southern part of Nigeria, right? But in terms of business, Nigeria is just really doing a lot with China now. A lot with China, India, in the terms of business. But apart from that, because United States able to get a visa to United States is very, very hard. So Nigeria is not really going to. Do you know what is popular in Nigeria? The Chinese cars. The Chinese luxurious cars are now becoming something else in Nigeria right now. Money, so it's all about the business. You don't have to wait for a country to develop your country. If you think you have opportunity for the other country to help yourself, good. The Chinese provides because we have shortage of light and everything. Chinese have a fan now that you can charge maybe that can last you for about 8 hours. Fan that look like AC. We own them. They're very, very good. Chinese TV. I use Chinese TV in my house right now. You know, If you just say Google, the Chinese TV, the whole thing will come down himself, you know. So Americans are not providing these things anymore. You know, what we were just saying about America is about their military. The military don't feed nobody. The military don't make you developed. You know, somehow that military base can even be a source of your own weakness. If America can have a business opportunity like what the Chinese are doing, that's what the African need. I think that's what Liberia also need also. You know, business, investment.
Well,
Um,
1776 explained to
Yo,
Kidola
what you live
again.
in a broom closet? What is that?
Well, 1776 explained to Kidola what an investment of a naval base does to a country.
$15 billion. I repeat, $15 billion. You know, it can
if you
change your
get that
country
money,
overnight.
my
What'd
bro,
you
if you
say?
get that
Around,
money,
look
if
around to
you
all
get
the
that
other
money,
nations where they have relationships with. Those nations are not suffering like that.
And
but
the thing
in
is,
the end, the
Japan
same
has a
everything to
relationship
America.
with America, and we dropped two nuclear bombs on their skulls, right? But they're mature and they understand. Look,
And they let America
let
build the
bygones be
third largest
bygones.
naval base in their country, the third largest naval base in their country. And I was there in 1959.
Yeah, and they have a Marine base there, Okinawa. The Third Marine Division is in Japan. You know, I've been there, right? So you gotta live in reality, political reality, man. I understand y'all. You know, you want get back against the white man. You envision yourself like Rambo. You know, walking around. Nah, that's bullshit. It's never gonna happen. It's time to get money and move on.
Oh, bro, it's all about the investment. America base, sometimes you might think that base is coming for free or kind of like investment. Sometimes the host country sometimes have to even pay for that base to be there. You know, sooner or later they will turn around. Yeah, if you want us to be here, you have to pay us to be here. You know, and you have to understand. Yeah, they can employ a couple of few might be like people to work in that base, but most of the things Americans are eating or what they're bringing, they have their own supermarket in some of all of these bases.
I mean,
Sometimes they
come
might
on,
even ship
brother.
their own water. You know, so it's not about check what
Come on,
Germans are
brother.
doing right now.
I was on a naval ship, and when that ship pulls up, the amount of goods that come from that country on the ship. I used to
It's
work in a store.
ridiculous.
I used to work in a store on the ship before I got before they put me on a flight line to work on my aircraft, and I saw the amount of goods that came in from every country that you docked to. That's trade. That's
A
commerce.
lot.
That's business. I mean,
But they
I'm
don't
not trying
understand how
to.
many
I'm not
people.
trying to
But Monty,
glorify
tell them how many
Libya.
people is on a carrier. Tell them how many people is on a carrier.
5,000, and we all gotta eat.
Facts.
And so when we out there, if you're out there for 6 months, the food is not coming from America nowhere. It's coming from every single port that you go to. And even when you're out there at sea, the food is coming from that port to the closest, and another ship is coming in to drop off your goods and the things that you need. It's commerce, it's business. It's not the worst thing because so far no one has been able to tell me what's the next best option other than just glorifying things that we can maybe do or so. Uh, I'm hoping that meeting goes well, and I'm hoping that Trump is sitting and talking to those, the president representing those countries, and I'm hoping that they're smart enough to not make bad deals like we have made in Africa in the past, and I'm hoping that this is a day to where they can make some moves because right now we need some moves in Africa, man. Because I'd say that the continent is going to be on fire, and governments are going to be getting overthrown if this young generation don't start getting some opportunities and start getting, what I'm saying, getting some food because. I
Look,
mean,
but man, you have to.
most of us are eating 2, 3, 4 meals a day, and we're enjoying life and things like that. But then some of our brothers
Four,
they have nothing. So he's like, who are us?
four,
Who are we to tell to say, hey, they
four
shouldn't
meals and three desserts.
do this, and they should sit around as sitting ducks and just hoping and praying
Which result you talking about?
that we're gonna have all kind of black investors in America, the rich, successful ones, which we have plenty in this country, are gonna come there and do something for them. Like me personally, I can't sit around and wait no more. I'm just like tired of just waiting and tired of trying to just convince
Yeah.
folks to do something. So I'm trying to make deals with
It's
whoever I can make deals with.
fantasizing.
I can assist my brothers and sisters on the continent.
It's like sitting around and waiting for Umar Johnson School to open. It's just after so much time that goes by, it just becomes fantasy, you know.
Yeah, I think we just caught up into a fantasy world. And black corporate economics is our greatest potential, but that has not materialized. Because if it did materialize, it would materialize in America. I left Brooklyn in 1996, and I said, "This place is hell." And then I came back 4.5 years later, and then that's when the whole gentrification
Where you was at? You
operation
was in
went out.
Flatbush?
The neighborhoods in Flatbush, and before I was
He
in
was in Bed-Stuy.
before I was in East New York.
Nigga, where
Now
are
I
you
came
at? You
back.
see your
Now I
walls, nigga? Them
now I
shits is
came back,
dirty.
and I still can't even believe it. I was in Brooklyn last month, and I still can't believe like raggedy ass places that none of us would want to live in is literally just they got rid of all of the prostitutes, the pimps, the drug dealers, or whoever, and it's livable. But we didn't put our money together to make those things
Million
happen.
dollar property.
Other
Yeah.
investors came in and put their money together. And then we all saw about gentrification and talking about certain things. We got to get into some grown people business and start talking about economics. I'm all about Pan-Africanism, but we got to add some economics to it. It can't be like a feel-good talk anymore.
Okay, but
It's too many
money. That's
bums.
what I try to. That's what I was talking before. Is that when I see YouTube, sometime I see people crying.
Yo, Migo,
Oh,
you need a cash
Yeah,
app,
shut
bro?
up, nigga. You
You
seen
need a
your
cash
walls?
app?
You seen your walls? Turn your camera on again. Show everybody how you really
You
live.
on vacation with
Show your
$500,
shelter
bro?
you
I
was
know you
just
need
in,
some
bro.
help,
Show them
bro.
yellow ass walls. Them shits is dirty. Them buttery ass walls you
What do you
living
want
in,
to see?
bro.
What do you
Nigga,
want to see?
you
What
have
do you
a
want to see?
fucking
What do you want to
look at
see?
that. Yeah, that
Show,
shit dirty,
show,
bro. What
show,
the fuck
show,
is that?
show a band. Show a
Nah. Come
band.
on. Show
Show
you
a
how you
thousand
All
living.
right,
dollars.
Show how
all
you
right,
living.
fellas, yo,
Show a
fellas,
thousand
Yo,
you
dollars
Colin,
right
look what he
now.
living in though. What is that? What the
Show a
come
fuck?
on.
thousand dollars right now.
Yeah,
Hey,
Show
you
a
brother, look
living
thousand
at
some
dollars. I just pulled this
bullshit,
out
bro.
my
What
before
the
you throw
pocket.
fuck?
that money, brother. Cash
Bro,
out my brother Kala because
Look,
bro, you
Kwame,
should
money
cash
can't
out
Kwame,
be
I
Colin.
got
You
cashed
some
sent
out.
words,
niggas
man. I don't
$1.
get scared, man. Just game
If
in.
anybody want to hit my
We
That
BMO,
nigga's walls is
we
so yellow. You could tell you been living in there since you was 50, bro. You grown as
who's
hell
that,
trying to compete
Kwame?
with a nigga
Show,
26.
show,
Get your money up,
show.
man.
I
Please.
know you on vacation with
But
five hundred
listen,
dollars.
you
I know
like
you need
40.
help.
How old are you? How old are you? Do you even
I'm
have a car? I
I'm
don't think you have a
31.
car, bro.
What are
Exactly.
you?
You're
Nah,
Are you
31.
crazy?
Why don't you? Yeah, you don't have a car, bro. I don't think
Show
you.
your
he
Go
has
get
a
a
bus
hotel.
car right
pass.
now and
That's
start
all
it up.
he
I don't think
needs.
you
Let's see
could
your
do that.
hotel. Let's see your
I don't
hotel,
think you can
bro.
do that.
Show your hotel,
All
bro.
he when you live in
Okay,
New
I
York,
got
you
you.
don't need a car.
Nah. My shit nice, nigga. Stop hating,
You
bum
in a
ass old bitch.
you in a
My shit
motel,
nice
bro.
though, nigga. You see how
You
you
got on
living? Your
camera to
shit's some
flex five hundred
bullshit.
dollars.
You needing some
Who are these
bullshit though. You see
degenerates
how
in
you live? You
disclosure? We're
can't
trying
even
to have
show
some
your
grown
crib,
man
nigga. Your
conversation.
shit
What's up with
dirty as
all this?
fuck, nigga. You ain't clean shit in there.
Your collar, can you drop
Them
some of this
dirty ass
nonsense,
walls,
man?
Why would
nigga.
I
Man?
My
dox?
shit
Why would
nice.
I dox my house?
Nigga, cause your shit's dirty, nigga. That's
Why you
why.
got
The
on
fuck
camera
you
to
mean,
show?
nigga?
Why you
You
got on
don't
camera to
Why
clean.
show
can't you
five
tell
hundred
You
us?
don't
dollars?
clean, nigga. You're a
All right,
bum.
you
That's
guys,
why.
man, yo, you
Show it.
guys,
Now I'm
Why
just
can't
saying,
enough
come
two
on,
enough.
brothers
Kyla.
call
Like you
each
saw
other,
that
talk to
nigga's
each other?
house. Come on, what the
Yo,
fuck is
enough
that?
is enough, man. Come
It's,
on.
I'm just
it's
saying, man.
okay,
That
man.
dude is dirty,
You gotta use
man.
the drop button, man.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
a
I'm at
dirty
Yo,
nigga.
Migo, you need 500. I'll send you $500, bro.
I mean,
let me
how we
drop,
gonna build anything
let me
calling each
drop.
other dirty
Oh,
ends and
wait a
things
minute.
like that? I mean, come on, man.
Wrong
What kind of
person.
what kind of and
Wrong
this
person. I'll let these
yeah,
guys
and
cool off.
this
I'll
is
let
why we're
these
not
brothers
building
cool off a
anything.
little bit,
We're
cool
trying
off.
to talk about economics and y'all talking about dirty walls and stuff. And the person who showed that cash, send some to my brother Kala because you know you're taking up his time.
Yeah, and Kyle got to get monetized before we can start sending them donations in.
Yeah, Kala, you got to get that Cash App right or that PayPal
Well,
something.
no, Cash
Hey,
App
Zell
told
Pay
me.
work, man. Don't be
Cash
lazy,
App told
family.
me
Yeah.
once the
Zell Pay my
decision is
brother.
final, once it's final, that's final. So you ever get the Cash App, spend it. That's it. They don't go back on it. It was something I did years ago. I was a victim of a scam, and
Kyle, you always the victim, man.
yeah.
Become an overcomer, man.
Okay,
Seriously,
I
man.
was a victim of it wasn't a scam, but it was just a thing that went bad. It was a flip.
Carla, you know you
Vic-
send somebody your cash app and they
you know,
request a refund
victim of the
fraudulently.
slave trade,
That's why you do a
victim
real
of Cash
man.
App.
No,
God damn.
so I can't use Cash App. I got Venmo and I don't use PayPal. I just use Venmo.
Hey,
You
you get one of those secondary phones and create your fresh new Cash App, and you're
No,
good to go.
I said
Yeah.
I think they go by your social security. That's what somebody said.
Kala,
Oh no, your phone number is it, man. You get a new phone, you create a new account,
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna try that.
or you can
yeah,
always create an account using your email address.
I
Yeah,
tried
yeah.
different email address and whatnot. As long as I had my phone number, it just kicked it out.
And if you did something wrong, just ask God to forgive you, man. He's able to do so, and just move
I don't
on.
care about
You
Cash
know.
App. I don't care. They don't want to use me and shit. Fuck them. What I got money in the bank for, and I don't need that shit. So it is what it is. When I get monetized on here, if people want to donate, they can. I'll put it to good use in Liberia, and it won't be for myself. Be for my right. Bomani will tell you. Mine tell you. I got a lot of stuff in Liberia that I'm.
Well, the stream yard is not free. You know what I mean, that's what I used to tell people when you and I was on
Yeah,
there. I
I
was
know.
like, this thing ain't free, man, and our time is not free. You know what I mean?
So, like I said, I'll give people. Like I said, how many
Got
subscribers?
800 subscribers, $10, $20. It makes a difference.
Oh no, you got to get freaking monetized. You got to have 1,000. So.
Yeah, so you got to tell all your friends so they can literally subscribe. 1776, you seem like you have a lot of friends, man. Get about 100 of your friends to this subscribe, and then
Hey,
he'll be
man.
right there at 1,000.
Hey, I try to keep my friends under what Jesus had. He had 12, and he got messed up. So I ain't trying to get that many friends.
Oh, it is what it is. So I got to the end of this month, man. The end of the month. If I don't get
Man,
100,
Kyla, man, that's the thing about cats from Virginia. Y'all always throw the towel in, man.
no, I'm
Damn.
not throwing a towel in, bro. I'll still be doing YouTube, but I ain't gonna be doing StreamYard. I'm not gonna be doing live streams because I'm just gonna be able to do videos. You can still listen to me. I'm gonna be doing live, but
It's
for
gonna be
you,
like me uploading videos and doing conference calls. That's
yeah,
all you
that's
get.
what I'm saying.
That's all you. That's the only
I'm gonna
thing
start
people gonna get
getting
from
back
me.
to my
Nothing else.
conference calls.
That way
I
nobody
actually have
control
conference
me.
call. Look, I had my conference call so well. I had organized a group to go to Angola 5 years ago. I had organized a group, but the COVID shit happened. But I tell you, I organized a group, a fiber optics guy, computer guy, all stuff like that. It was whole construction. Had one guy, Quentin, was like a freaking genius engineer. I had a whole team that was going to go to like Angola. When COVID-19 happened. Messed everything up. The bottom line is I was doing conference calls. I wasn't wasting my time on these platforms. I was doing conference calls, sending out blast emails on my social network, whatnot. People come in, I got shit organized. I'm gonna get back to that. Doing conference calls. And start doing stuff like that, and then do uploading videos, stuff like that. I might even take some of the conference calls and put them on YouTube so people can see what we were talking about.
Yes, brother. That's all people get from me nowadays. That's it. Nothing else.
I'm telling you, with that deep port in Liberia, if they build them hotels on the beach, carnival ships come in, man. Man,
Look,
Liberia could be
first of all, they already got
like,
carnival ships coming in. You think you're telling some people already thought of, bro? We already thought of that shit. We got a carnival ship coming in from England. It comes in.
So that's what we gotta do, Kala. Since we gotta lobby the beautiful energy in Black America to invest in a country that they have connection with, which is a better connection
Mamani,
than
you
I'm
made
like
up.
this.
You
I'm at the
made,
point now where I'm at the point now where I'm gonna lobby white Americans, right? And Negroes always follow white people. I'm gonna say, yo, look, man, there's opportunity here. White people, the Negro. I said, as long as you bring black people over here, that's the way. I would say, as long as you're hiring black people, whatever, like they're hiring black Americans and Liberians, we're good. Because the bottom line is this: I ain't waiting on Negroes with money. That's gonna be forever.
Yeah,
You
well,
know.
we got to do like the Jewish folks do, man. They got a beautiful lobbying setup. I
Oh yeah, I
mean,
am gonna do. I'm
and
gonna
then
have lobbyists and
just growing
everything.
up in Brooklyn, man. Just from crap weather, in Crown Heights, they're making their moves into where every month or so they're knocking on my parents' door trying to buy the house for $1 million in Flatbush, and they're going around getting other people also. I mean, we got to get out there and strengthen numbers and petition our folks.
Yeah, I can't wait. Yo, look,
That's
bro,
why I got to
Bomani, I
galvanize some
can't
energy in
wait. I
Atlanta and
can't
just
wait
make
till
stronger moves,
next
man.
month, bro. Next month when I'm doing conference calls again, man. Remember those? You know, we used to record those. Is there another big thing in free conference calls, Bomani? What do you use now? You use Skype, right? Zoom, right?
Yeah, Zoom is like $20 a
I
month or
might
so.
use my business.
Zoom is like, yeah, nothing is gonna be free with these
Well,
software
I have Ring
companies.
Central. I have Ring Central, right? I just might use that.
Yeah, I use Zoom and just pay them the money, and and it just works good. I
So I
mean, you
might
gotta
just
pay
use
you
my
gotta
Ring
pay
Central.
somebody if you want to, you want a professional platform, whether it's
Yeah.
StreamYard or whether it's Zoom or something. So
I gotta. I'm just gonna use my Ring Central. Fuck it. My business.
Hey, Bomani, what's the unemployment rate in Ghana?
that is a great question. The numbers are up there. The numbers are up there all over Africa. I don't know the specific number. Maybe 30-40%, maybe higher. Some people are small scale business people, so you may count them or may not count them, because everybody out there hustling, whether they're getting goods from their village and they're selling it to tourists or so on. So people find a way to make a living, but as far as jobs, very limited. And that's why I mentioned to you that people call me with some crazy ideas. Whether they're trying to get on boats to go to Europe, or whether they're trying to join other people's military, or whether they're trying to just flee out the country some kind of way. So it represents some real hard struggles where we have to figure something out. So lobbying black business people here is a great idea. So since the other conversations of what me and 776 talk about don't seem to be well with people, let's lobby some of our successful black people and build relationships with them and get them to connect with us in Africa. And I'm
Yeah.
trying to do my best here in Georgia, but some of these Negroes here, they got more money than sense, and I'm telling some of them that the enterprises that they have here, they could do so much better in Africa, and they can expand
Hey,
their
did
network.
did you see what Khalees is doing in Kenya?
Oh yes,
She's
absolutely, man.
she's been doing really well.
I was literally shocked. I was like, this sister's grown and came a long way.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I want for Kyler, man. I want him to get boots on the ground, and be our Che
No,
Guevara, man.
hold on.
Lead,
Just
lead
say
the
stuff
way.
like that one more time and kick you off here.
Brother,
I don't need you telling me what I need to do. You're not in my organization.
but that's the
You're
thing
not
of it is
nothing.
we have to look at things that we have to try different, because
I
we
know
can't
what I'm doing.
we
I don't
can't
need
we
him
can't we,
telling me. I
we
don't
can't
need him
keep on we
telling me what
can't
I'm doing because
so,
all he's doing
somehow
is he's not
the
being
things that we're doing
sincere.
is not the things that we're doing, as great as it is, it's not getting us to certain
Yeah, I
places.
know,
We
but
may
hold
have
up,
to
bro.
make
Hold
some
up,
upgrades and things like that.
hold up. He's somebody that's never been to Africa. I'm not listening to him.
Well,
So
he's coming to Liberia with us. You know
no,
what
he's
I'm saying?
not. No, he's not. He's just wait. He's just playing with you, man.
He's
Guy
gonna
ain't
get his
serious.
passport together, and he's
This
gonna
guy
invite
ain't
about
serious. He ain't. But mind, these guys ain't just.
hey
He ain't serious about
1776. We
shit.
need 10 people. You know what I'm saying? And you
He
live in the
ain't serious
DMV.
about shit. He ain't
Just 10
serious
people.
about
You
shit.
said under 12, so all I'm asking for is 10.
I said he ain't serious about
And
shit.
if
He
you're a
can't
single
waste my
man,
fucking time.
I'll guarantee you at least 3 Liberian wives.
He's just here
Jeez,
playing
And as a
games.
matter of fact, I can even bring 1 or 2 from Ghana for you.
jeez,
This guy ain't serious
man. All
about
that
shit.
rice they eat, I'm gonna get fat, man. Too
This
much
guy ain't
rice.
serious about
Trust
shit.
me, brother. I've been around the world, man, and some of the finest women I've ever seen in my life is right there on African
Yeah, there's
continent,
a lot of beautiful women in the DMV.
and they
A lot
are
of beautiful Liberian women in
they
the
are
DMV.
humble women that want to. They're looking for
Oh, jeez.
they're looking for a businessman like you to.
Businessman. Okay. Right.
Yeah, I mean that's why he's on here, because he has to be a businessman.
This guy's a
He's not telling
bullshitter.
us that he got to go to work in the morning.
This guy's a bullshitter. That bullshit.
Oh, man.
Sometimes, honestly, we just have to have better faith in people and build relationships. Right now, he's turning a leaf to where
He ain't
he's more
sorry, like,
so
he's
he's
just
more
fucking
so
trolling. He
looking to
ain't
connect
serious.
and
The
work
thing
with
with
us.
Africa, you see hope and you see suffering. When you watch a lot of
Well, you could be a millionaire. You just don't know. It might be a ticket to Liberia, man.
Right, whatever. Hey, well, why don't you be your ticket to Liberia?
listen,
Hey, yeah, how you got this 77? Why don't you work with Elvis? You guys get together.
nah, but me and Elvis were waiting for the same thing, man.
Let's go. You and Elvis work together.
Yeah,
He
we
could
all
take
need to
you over
work
there
together.
and
We all need to
show you
work together and
everything.
figure it out. That's why we're having this grown man conversation. That's why you kicked off all of the 2 trolls
Like
sitting around trying to argue with each other like
all I'm waiting
on
for,
TV.
and I'm gonna be doing some political, trying to reach out to, congressmen and stuff like that, because I'm really interested in America getting a foothold in Liberia, man, to
Oh,
bring about.
you're wasting your time, bro.
I mean,
I,
that's what I'm saying, Kala.
I wasn't
It's like, it's like
I wasn't
we
trolling.
can't shoot down every option, because it's like right now we have to look at
I
something.
mean, I
'Cause
look at everything, man, but that's not the way. The bottom
Yo,
line.
if that's not the way, then what is the right path?
Liberia been down that road before, and
I mean,
U.S. meddling.
it's also a new day. It's
Hold
also a
on,
new
U.S.
day, new
meddling in
government.
Liberia is what led to all the coup and the civil war and unrest in this country. United.
Kala, you gotta give 1776 his props. The man is changing. He's he's heading towards being a Pan-African. Give him some time, brother.
There you go, man. He already stopped talking about you can't be a Jamaican with a 700 credit score and things like that. You got to get a man credit.
Yeah, man, you got to get a man some credit, man. He learning as he going. One day he was studying Liberian history. He came back. He knew a lot of stuff was going on in Liberia. Give him some time. The man he'll probably start reading Amos Wilson, John G. Jackson, John Henry Clark.
There you go.
You know he'll get around to that. He'll get around to that. Just give the brother some time.
We gotta embrace him and and build with him. Because the thing of it is, we never know who knows who. You may be an advocate to reach out. Next, we got a full Liberia journey. I got to be hopeful in things.
But for real, being serious. When you're trying to get this Liberian stuff going, you got to hit the black church out with hit the black church out with a brochure.
I'm already hit the freaking ground already. I got a group in.
No, I'm saying you got to hit hit the black. Wait, please, y'all cutting me off.
You have to stop fantasizing and be a reality also.
Can you please let me talk? Let me tell you. This is
what are you talking about?
Let me tell you something.
In the country. Yo, bro, I got a house in the country.
Can you let me talk?
Look, dude, man, I got a house in the country.
But I'm saying if for this trip,
man, I already got all that, bro. I've been
working. Hey, Bomani, for the trip coming up,
it's not about me or you. It's about the people that we have in the country.
Listen,
but the bottom line is, I don't need him telling me.
We gotta use all options. So,
but for this trip coming,
I'm
open for this trip coming up.
I'll listen to somebody when they got money to contribute to what I'm talking about.
Like this is what I'm gonna tell people. I'm gonna tell people in my church about the trip.
You know what I'm saying?
The black church.
Have you delivered somebody? Then I'll listen to you. You
right.
You deliver somebody. I'll give you the floor. I'll give you the whole floor.
What's the point of us talking if we can't be hopeful on the things and try to build with the people that we have on there? Whether we agree or disagree with them certain things.
I'm saying I talk.
You haven't said. I've been dealing with motherfuckers with just talking.
But you didn't know that Zeta Phi. You didn't know that Zeta Phi Beta is in Liberia. I know people.
I know all the freaking black fraternities and sororities.
You got Delta Sigma Theta.
Liberia.
You have Delta Sigma Theta.
Look.
Jeez, man, I gotta go, man, because you're not even letting me.
African American society.
I mean, brother, I'm being honest with everybody in this panel. We're trying to build a movement in Liberia, and we need help. We need help, and we need to work.
I know that, but hold on. I'm leading this. I tell people what we need.
And so someone like himself, I have no idea who he knows, but I'm sure he knows.
Somebody, look, at some point in time, people got to take leadership.
Kyle, let him talk. Kyle, let him just finish his point. Let 1776 finish his point.
Like I said, Zeta Phi Beta is in Liberia.
You don't come in a
you
movement
have Delta Sigma.
I'm already involved with. I'm doing, and you gonna tell me what to do. Man, I'm sorry.
You're doing what we need people to support what we're doing because. Same thing.
I agree with that, but I don't need to telling me what I need to be doing. Just like I would never tell you how to run.
We don't have enough help, and we need support.
But I would never come and disrespect you by calling me telling you how you should run the tourism business. And
I'm just saying where you find people.
Hey, I'm open.
I'm just telling.
But these guys, he's trying to tell me
what I'm
doing.
Recommendations.
I'm telling you places where the people are anxious about it. You got sororities, you got fraternities, you have the lodge.
And he's right about these organizations. We have to lobby these organizations.
Because these organizations,
we have to leave no stone unturned. If we just want to focus on black people, then we have a whole group of black people.
Bomani, you had about 30 women from Zeta Phi Beta that's over in Liberia. They're African Americans. You have a lot of people in the black church that's interested in that place. So
thanks for telling. No shit, Sherlock.
I mean, come on, bro.
He's telling me stuff I already know.
But I'm saying that's where I'm gonna tell people.
We have to build relationships with these organizations.
Okay. I'm all for it. If you feel like you can do that, bro, I'll thank you. You go out there and do it then.
I'm
gonna reach out.
We're gonna lose.
I'm gonna reach out to people in the lodges because I seen they had that big fraternal celebration for President Tubman. So
Just do it.
Reach out and tell them about the trip that is happening next
Well,
year.
go
You
ahead,
know,
do it. You'll do it. Do you
So,
even got flyers?
1776. Are you coming on a trip with Kala?
I'm gonna try to make it, but if not, I'm definitely gonna donate to the process. You know,
The way Kala's going at him, he's gonna.
hey, just like with my church, I
Well,
don't
it's
always
just
make it out, but I pay my
Vamani,
tide.
I've heard.
I'm
Look,
not
look,
saying something, brother. We
I
have to
know
we
when
have to
people are
Yeah,
adjust
saying.
Kala,
our
you
I
can't
want to
be.
see if
stuff
he
with
was
people.
serious. If he's serious,
Well,
I'll be like,
we
oh, I
don't know if he's serious
apologize,
or
but
not. We
like
don't
that.
know if he's serious unless we give him a chance to do what he needs to
Yeah,
do. Then we can say, you know what,
But
he was gonna
Kyla
do
don't
yeah,
this.
even
Kala.
have he don't even have Cash App where you can put $20 here, $20. You gotta get your stuff together,
I know.
man.
Yeah,
Hold
man.
on, hold on.
He, he,
Hold on. You can do
not
PayPal.
everybody fights a
Hold on. You can
war.
do
Not
PayPal. I don't have
everybody
Cash
fights a
App, but
war,
you
but
can
you
do
can donate to
PayPal.
the war.
You can do PayPal or Venmo, whatever
If
like
you don't
that.
have any, you don't have you have the website running, and then even when people see and go to the
Hey,
website,
Kala,
they see.
I asked you the other day if you got PayPal. You said I don't do PayPal.
I don't do
I got
PayPal because they don't want to
Yeah,
sign
Cash
so,
my
App,
so
name.
bro.
let me just
You know.
explain my point. Kala, what you have right here is your website here, but then your website could have a link on it. But these are things that you just have your
Yeah, hold
website,
on. The
and then
website, my website, you can just download the app. You can just
when
download the app.
individuals go to your website, 'cause I just went to the website. What they're gonna see is they're gonna see posters. Like I got a bunch of my posters for like years ago. Like the brother mentioned, and it's nothing personal for us to take personal because we all got to take critical feedback. You got to you have to get certain things organized, or you're gonna miss out on
Yeah, I'll say anybody could.
you're
Like
gonna
I
miss
said,
out
I
on the
put the website
opportunities.
out there just for use and whatnot. It's not me personally. Whatnot, you could go fellowship and whatnot. You know,
Like you mentioned,
upload
you have
videos
to
and
have
whatnot. And people want to be on Instagram. You want to be on Facebook and everything. I created a platform that we can use ourselves and whatnot. We can have all our stuff concentrated in one place, but people still rather go use Facebook
well,
because it's like Instagram,
I mean,
TikTok. What can you do?
let's be real. If anyone go to the website right now, what do you think they're gonna feel about the website? They're gonna see none of your posts, none of your stuff
Right,
from
right,
Liberia,
right. That's why I
and
say I put it. I said so that
so
people can
naturally,
upload. People can
well, you
upload their
can't.
own
Well, the thing
posts.
of
It's
it
not
is,
about me. It's not
well, the
about
thing of
me.
it is, I mean, you may feel that way, but the reality of it is, people lead by example, and if you
Yeah,
don't set the tone, if
right,
you don't
right,
set the
right,
tone,
right. I can look.
then
Look. You look at the blogs. I got 100 blogs in there. I wrote myself. Yeah, 100
Kala,
blogs.
you gotta let
Hey,
people finish their points.
Kwame. I know people are going to think I'm trolling, but look, just the passport bros, Oster Holloman, reaching out to him, have him go to Liberia, man, because a lot of young men are looking for wives. That could be
Look,
a.
man. I don't like. I
I,
don't like this sort of talk, bro. Come on.
now I'm being
People
serious.
listen to
Like,
me. People listen to me.
I mean,
I don't
realistically,
promote that.
I
Look,
mean, I
I
mean, you
don't
gotta
promote. I
promote, but
don't
I mean,
promote that.
I rather for men to come to Africa and connect than for them
Right,
to
right.
go to the
But
Asian
we talk
countries and
about that.
South
We
American
talk
countries.
about that offline on this show.
That's embarrassing to see our men just going to the Dominican Republic, Colombia, Brazil, when we have a beautiful opportunity in Africa for them.
yeah,
And I would rather to see them
because
connect with beautiful
I was
cultural
watching
African
Oster
citizens.
Holloman. He's in Kenya. I was watching. These guys
And
open a
he's in
continent
Kenya.
up to you and give you a positive image of the continent that you really don't see.
And
When you
even
think
after
about.
Solomon, he has transformed. He left Brazil and now he's in Kenya and he's dating black women.
Yo,
So
1776,
we
man.
can grow, we can transform.
I
Guys,
want
brother.
to tell you that I'm proud of you, man. I see the growth in you. I see that you're a person that interested in you studying that as you go. People may think you're trolling, but I just think you just a little bit ill informed and you growing. I'm proud of you, my brother.
I
Yeah, I mean,
appreciate it.
he can be funny sometimes, man. Like I was telling you, when I first heard him, man, he was cracking all these jokes, and it was wild. But there's a time when we joke around, which and then he see there's a time where we're talking about serious things, and he's trying to present ideas of, and as long as he's
Nah,
open
because
to working with us
Yeah,
on these
yeah,
things, it can
yeah,
happen.
yeah, Colin. You can't just kick his back in all the time, brother. You got to
Yo,
get him
dude,
in.
man. If I look,
Yeah,
if
because
somebody, if I look,
that's why
my whole
sometimes you
thing
feel like
is,
you're alone in this, and I'm always telling you, brother, I'm the
my
assistant,
whole
and I
thing
got
is,
your back, and I'm with you.
everybody knows I take this movement seriously, and
Well,
bottom
if
line,
you're
I can
taking the
tell.
movement serious, brother, you have to also lobby and also
Well, I
network with
know that.
people.
Well, I'm
That
saying
way
this,
we
if
can get
somebody
it.
look,
And then,
I deal with
and then
people all the time,
when we talk to people
and
like
if
himself,
people talk
the
to
goal
me,
is to find out who he knows and who we can
but
work with, because
but from
everybody knows
but from
somebody, and we never know who
well,
they may
all
know.
I'm like this.
Oh,
All
hold
I'm
on.
like this.
Let Colin
All I'm like
talk real
this. I
quick.
don't believe nothing nobody until they friggin' prove themselves to me. You know. You got to prove yourself
Everything
to me.
starts from conversations and it starts from
Yeah,
ideas.
we had enough conversation, right? He
Well,
made it clear that he's about
the
America.
brother is also new in the world of where you live at, and and he just went from one way to another way. Now he's talking about other things now. So, I mean,
Yeah,
Kala, with this point of view and this point, I mean, you can't expect people to want to join you or build with you. I mean, I'm
I
just
do, man. But if
as,
I
as, a,
look, if I see
as a
somebody
marketing
serious,
person, as a
hey, look, but
marketing
money.
person,
If
these
I
things happen.
really feel somebody's serious, I'll build with them, right? But if I think somebody just on here playing games and trolling me,
But also,
then I,
it's about you presenting yourself and you leading and you carrying yourself in a certain way and being able to deal with certain things.
if I tell you I know the history of a country, right, and you're gonna sit and tell me about some unknown author who said something or not, that's not taking my leadership, you know. I
But also,
told you what I need to do. I told
none
everybody
of us
what
knows
I
everything.
laid it down, Bomani, what I need to do. I said, first thing I'm gonna do is monetize this platform. Then I'm gonna get an office, right, and then I'm gonna start building my thing in Liberia with equipment, stuff like that. Maybe get a warehouse, get all stuff like that, So we're on the ground, construction equipment, all stuff like that. So we're basically could do logistics and I need a vehicle. I need several vehicles and stuff like that. These are things I know I need to operate in
but
a country. So we can
And
do
so you're
anything
gonna
else.
do all of that by yourself.
Kwame,
You're gonna do all that by yourself, and then first thing you're
I'm
gonna
saying
say
no.
is
I know I can do it
that
myself, but
nobody is with you. But
if
then you
somebody
turn
Kwame.
people out by the way
if
we carry
somebody's
ourselves.
serious about helping me,
yo,
you
The
come
thing,
with
I
it.
was listening to the president of Liberia, man. I didn't realize they had that many minerals. I mean, that much resource. That country should be flat out rich, man.
you
You got lumber,
1776.
rubber,
They need
iron,
you. They need
bauxite,
you.
cobalt. Come,
And
he named like 20 fucking things, man.
and that's where the lobbying comes with by lobbying our people, whether they're
Oh Lord.
whether they're from this religious organization, whether they're from this organization, or whether they're from the Black Caucus or whatever, or whether they're a group of bougie rich black people, whoever, or whether they're somebody that knows a bunch of people. We have to leave no stone unturned, and with that, you may just get 1% out of that whole population of people. But we got to work more into those things, because we just was talking earlier about Trump and government and military bases, and people rejected it. So okay, that's out the window. Now let's focus on black corporate economics and all of the black groups that we have in America. And we can't say that we have reached out to all of them, because sometimes we shun them because they're not this pro-black, pan-African, black nation building person. But sometimes we have to just look past that. Like if you ask me, who are the people that travel with me? Doctors, lawyers, judge, business people, black professionals, and some of them know nothing about Africa, and some of them don't know anything, never been in a black organization, never read a black book, but they were open because someone like myself reached out and marketed to them, and they felt a connection, and next we can do more things from there on.
That's a great point you said, because I don't think not everybody got to be kente cloth wearing, shea butter face wearing to be a part of the growth and the development of Africa.
Brother, last trip I had to Ghana, I had more Christians than anything. Every day before the bus started, they was on the bus doing prayer. But did you think I bother them? Absolutely not. And then I have another set of person that reached out to me saying they're bringing their church and they're bringing a bunch. I have
Yeah,
no
like
problems with
I
that,
took.
because the thing of it is, once you come to the country with me, you're gonna get hit with the touch of what we're talking about, regardless of who
Like
you are.
our church is always taking donations for Africa and everything, and
And
people
the church is
giving,
one of the best options,
Like
and
like a brother like 1776, man. I know you know a couple good brothers out of PG County and some of the other surrounding counties in down there. Man,
He-
we need to all come together with different ideas, different
and
who's skilled in trade, who's skilled in you know different infrastructures to really put this in high speed.
absolutely, Steve. And I'm with you on that, because I'm telling you, the people who call themselves Pan-Africanists, Black Power, and all that stuff, trust me, when you start talking about some economics and making some move, they're the first ones to run away from you. And because I'm a Pan-Africanist to the core, and they're not the ones that giving me the support.
reason.
The ones that you call
See,
Christians and in the churches and other things, and the ones that has these high positions and or black professional
see,
positions,
see,
they're the ones that's giving the support. And then when they connect with me, then I unleash the Pan African energy on them, and I get them. And then now
see
they want.
Liberia
Yeah,
has a real fraternal.
That's my same philosophy, man. I just try to
strategic
draw
and
it.
Li-
strategic and
Liberia has a real fraternal spirit. Is steeped in
Bro, there's a lot,
masonry
bro.
and
776. There's a lot of countries in
steeped in
Africa.
masonry and also fraternities. William Talbot, he was a Sigma man. You know, he was part of Phi Beta Sigma. That's why you have that
Oh,
influx of Sigma.
he was a traveling man.
Yeah, he was a Phi Beta. Yeah, he was a Phi Beta Sigma man, and he was a Grand Master. So
Liberia. You know a lot
for
about
this trip
Liberia,
and
man.
everything.
Go ahead.
No, just reading, like, you watch one thing, another thing come up, but like, there's a fraternal spirit in Liberia. A lot of Freemasons, a lot of fraternity members. You reach out to those fraternity members and those Masons, you'll have 20, 30 people on the trip. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely, Colin. Me and you had the same conversation a while back, man. That we have to, what I mean? Just like maybe
1776. Are you a traveling man?
Nah, man. I travel in the Word of God, but hey, I have a lot of family members that were.
there you
Okay,
go, man.
okay.
So with his $100,000 salary, he may be open, man. We gotta shed some more
But
love to this brother, man, and
Liberia is steeped.
him in our corner.
But Liberia is steeped in masonry and the fraternal life, and there's a lot of people who's attracted to the country because of those institutions. That's why I said, Liberia is just ripe for progress. It's really ripe for progress, man. You know,
And Liberia got the
So
best
so
connections with America.
1776. Can you see yourself investing in Liberia?
The thing if it is once someone
yeah, like that's why I'm really interested to see if this president and Trump really make inroads together and